hope this thing is fully cooked. Ah! Damn it. I spilled ranch on myself. I'll be back. I gotta go clean this off myself. Ah. All right, enough of that crap. Garbage. I spilled ranch on my leg. This freaking buffalo chicken roller is not fully cooked. And I'm out of ranch. Spicy ranch. Good. It's good, but I could have just put hot sauce in my regular ranch. You missed it. What the? Well, I'm about to show you the greatest level of sin. The greatest level of sin.
If you are interested in getting into tech, we are 100% behind you to help you get there. We train people and take them.
As women, we have to work 10 times harder. We got to be smarter. We got to play the game to even get our foot in the door sometimes. Can you tell the daddy gang?
Yeah.
When people tell you no, when people look at you and doubt you, what does that ignite in you?
What does that?
So I've been told that many times. And through the course of my career, I've been told, at one point, you're too young. I've been told, oh, nobody like you has ever done that before. Oh, they're not ready for you.
When Kamala gets told no, she blows them.
Oh, and this is the one that kills me. Oh, it's going to be a lot of hard work.
Bro, look at all the padding. Look at all the padding in this shirt. She's definitely trying to pump up the bust for the Call Her Daddy podcast.
Right? As though we don't like hard work. And here's my response. I don't hear no. I don't hear no. And I urge all the daddy gang.
The daddy gang.
Don't hear no.
Kamala Harris is the
daddy gang. Where they talk about sex and porn and gross stuff the whole time. The daddy gang. That's not the clip I'm looking for. This is the clip I'm looking for when they talk about abortion.
At a rally in Pennsylvania, former President Trump recently told women, "You will be protected and I will be your protector." What do you make of that?
Awesome.
So he who, when he was president, hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did just as he intended. And there are now 20 states with Trump abortion bans. including bans that make no exception for rape or incest, which we just
She keeps her mouth very closed when she talks. She talks kind of with the back of her out. They see the Trump administration is very bad. Very bad. The Trump, we have to do what you see is that the Trump nasally, kind of nasally. Hold on, I'm working on it. I'm working on the Kamala impression. What? Get your job? Well, I'm sure she's a multi-millionaire. I'm sure she has a mansion. What are you talking about? You're talking about a vice president candidate and a girl with the biggest podcast for women in the world. These are both multimillionaires.
discussed, which means that you're telling a survivor of a crime, of a violation to their body, they don't have a right to make a decision about what happened.
You're telling a survivor of a crime that their body. Oh, I'm getting it. I'm getting closer. Their body is not their own. You're telling them that their body is not their own.
Happens to their body next,
What
which
happens
is immoral.
next is immoral.
So,
right,
this is the
and you got to do the thing that women do. If you're a based woman and you don't do this, that's good. But women, you got to up talk. You got to up talk. So you don't state things. Men, we state things. We make a statement. We say, "Hey, cut it out." We make a statement. You know, shut up. I'm not dealing with it. Hey, back off. What? Get it done. But women up talk. It's like, so what do you want to do today? What do you want to do today? What do women do with their bodies? With their bodies. Up talk. You got to end with a upward inflection to sound like a woman. Well, what these women want to do with their bodies. Their bodies. They've all been oppressed, and it's a very sad thing.
same guy that is now saying that.
This
guy,
is the same guy. This guy right here. Okay, so you gotta speak nasally, but kind of close up the back of your throat. This guy. So and you gotta not open your mouth too wide. You gotta make sure you don't open your mouth too wide. And upward inflections. We're working on our Kamala impression.
Guy who said that women should be punished for having abortions.
Abortions.
This is the same.
You see what I'm talking about? Pay attention. Now you're gonna catch it. You're gonna hear it all the time now. The upward inflection. It's like how teachers. Oh my God! I watched a video. I might play it if. Well, I'm not even in the Discord yet. Let me go in the Discord just in case anybody decides to join. But I watched a video from Iwu, I think, last night about these these ladies ran a day. Well, this lady ran a daycare out of her home, and she was only allowed to have one child under the age of 2 and a total of 6 children at her house. So she could have 5 kids over the age of 2 and 1 kid under the age of 2, and that was all she was allowed to have at her house. And the licensing people were coming by because they were getting reports that she would leave the house with the kids there alone. So like the licensing ladies for in-home daycares were coming by, and the cops came with them, and the lady wasn't home, and then they see her jumping her fence and running into the house from her backyard. So then they go into the house. They can't find the kids. They find 13 backpacks, and then they hear music coming from a vent, and they're like, does this house have a basement? She's like, no. And anyway, they find a secret door, and they find 25 kids in the basement with dirty diapers and stinking. And the woman who's down there with the kids is a wanted criminal, and the lady is talking to the cops like they're children. Like teacher ladies always talk like this. They talk like they talk down to you, like, okay, so let me explain. This is how it has to happen. Let's work together. She's talking to an officer like this. Why don't you just let me go inside and let them go inside and change these little guys' diapers, and I'll call the parents and make sure they get them. Can we work together on this? Oh, I hate that. I hate it. Triggers me. Triggered. We're triggered out here. Okay. Let's listen. Listen for the upward inflections. Don't you understand? Don't you see how it's supposed to be? Women have to be able to get their abortions. Listen, Donald Trump is a very bad guy.
Same guy who uses the kind of language he does to describe women. So,
women.
Yeah, there you go.
I do want to focus.
Like, you're answering a question, Kamala. Why the upward inflection implies that you're asking a question. So why is everything answer the question? Give a straightforward answer. She can't do it. Women can't do that. They can't just give a straightforward answer. It has to be a question. Don't you understand?
On abortion for a moment, because 2 years ago, Roe v. Wade was overturned and women lost their constitutional right to an abortion. I put out an episode about it. I flew to North Carolina. I went to a preferred women's health center. I met with women that were getting screamed at and chanted at and called baby killers, and it was the most eye-opening experience I've ever had, because I am a privileged white woman that lives in Los Angeles. And
you weren't born in the middle class. I was from the middle class, so I understand killing babies.
I am so aware of that. I understand that a lot of the younger generation sees things online and is like, what is right, what is wrong?
Bro, this girl's doing a interview with the vice president candidate. She's wearing a freaking hoodie. Usually she's wearing like Crocs in a full sweatsuit. I saw from her thumbnails. At least she put on some, I guess this is supposed to be nice pants and nice shoes. But she's still just wearing a hoodie. And Kamala is basically wearing a hoodie too, a zip-up hoodie.
What is real, what is not. Cool. Can you explain and talk about what is actually happening to abortion access right now in this country?
Yeah. So again, I thank you for what you've been doing and at the earliest stage of this and following the stories. So, on public policy, I
think it's lower class the most. You got a problem with the next president of the United States? Yes. I think it's mostly a poor people thing, Dean. The majority of the abortion mills are in urban areas, and Margaret Sanger was a eugenicist who wanted to eliminate black people. So they make welfare moms, and then they take the fathers out of the home, and then they put all the abortion mills in the urban city later on, so that they could get the abortions. And that's why they want to do taxpayer funded abortions, because a lot of these people can't afford the abortion, so they have to go through programs to get the abortion paid for. But I think it's mostly the lower class. I'm sure middle class, you get a lot of abortions in the middle class, especially probably going to be younger girls in the middle class who are doing it. A girl that sleeps with her boyfriend in high school and she gets pregnant. She doesn't want anybody to know, and she wants to go to college and all this other stuff. She thinks it's going to ruin her life, so she gets an abortion. That's going to be more of a middle class thing. Rich people, shockingly, don't get abortions, but also rich people don't have babies. A lot of the time, a lot of rich people aren't having babies. It's like Idiocracy, the Toothless Earl, and I shouldn't call people toothless because I'm missing a tooth, but the tweakers and these people, they're just pumping out the babies while the rich people are busy with their careers and their education and not having kids, which leads to a decreased overall IQ, and people get dumber and dumber and dumber. That's what happens. All right, let's pay attention for the upward inflections at the end of every sentence.
Often tell my team, look, I don't want to hear about public policy is a fancy kind of speech or paper. Tell me how it'll affect a real person. So let's talk about how it affects a real person. The majority of women who receive abortion care are mothers. So if she's in a state, and by the way, every state in the South.
This is a serious issue, so she's not doing it now. She was doing it at the beginning. Now she's getting serious, so she's not going to do her and abortions.
Except for Virginia has an abortion ban. Okay. So imagine she's in a state with an abortion ban. 1 out of 3 women are, by the way, in our country. And she's a mom. So she's going to have to figure out, one, God help her if she has affordable childcare. God help her if she has paid leave. And then she's going to have to go to the airport, stand in a TSA line, sit on a plane next to a perfect stranger to go to a city where she's never been.
Talking to us like we're 3-year-olds.
To receive the care she needs, she's going to probably have to get right back on that plane because she's got those kids. Her best friend's probably not with her because that's who's taking care of the kids. To get back in that TSA line to get...
Why doesn't she have a husband? Why is she giving birth to a baby if there's not a father there to take care of the kids? Well, if there was a father there, she wouldn't be getting on a plane to get an abortion. Maybe if she wasn't having sex with a loser, and she wasn't a loser, she wouldn't have to kill her baby.
Get back on a plane to go home.
And that's all if they can even afford the plane ticket or the bus ticket.
Exactly.
Because when Roe v. Wade was overturned, I remember my DMs were flooded with thousands of women begging me to help. And it's overwhelming. And I can't even imagine. I'm saying that.
So Kamala has the upward inflection in her voice. She has the Valley Girl, where everything kind of ends with a so my friends, they all had to get abortion. And my DMs were flooded with emails.
In front of you, but it's overwhelming. And I remember people begging me, like, I just need to afford a bus ticket so I can get out of this abortion desert that I live in the South, so I can get to a state. But they can't even afford, you know what I mean? So it's like these people are literally landlocked into a position that they don't want to be.
And here's the thing.
A position.
Here's the thing is that you don't have to abandon your faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government.
Some people say it's in poor taste to make fun of the way people talk, but I think it's my favorite because I like to learn impressions, and so I have to study the way they talk.
Government shouldn't be telling her what to do. If she chooses, she'll talk to her priest, her pastor, her rabbi, her imam, but not the government telling you what to do. And that's what's so outrageous about it. Is a bunch of these guys up in these state capitals are writing these decisions because they somehow have decided that they're in a better position to tell you what's in your best interest than you are to know what's in your own best interest. It's outrageous.
It's outrageous. I mean, daddy gang, to put it in
gang,
our TikTok terms. I have seen girls on the street walk up to men
so
and be
brat.
Like, do you know where a tampon goes? Do you know how many tampons we use? Do you even know how, do you know what a X or Y or Z is of a part of our, and they don't know the answer.
I was the first vice president or president to.
What the hell was she just talking about? What?
Ever in office go to a reproductive health care clinic ever.
Really?
Yes.
Why would you think it would be the other way around, Dean? Why would a rich family be more likely to get an abortion than a poor family. That doesn't. It makes perfect sense. What are you talking about?
Yes.
I didn't know that, but I guess that makes sense.
To your point.
And yet the men are making the decisions about our bodies.
And here's the other thing about this point.
Men are making
It's about IVF treatments and access. It's about access to contraception, which is very much at risk with these folks. It is about, back to the point of
these folks. What does that mean, these folks? And why your eyes look like that? Kamala, you drunk? You've been drinking some claws with Call Her Daddy? Is it Claw Her Daddy? What you doing, Kamala? You been drinking?
about reproductive health clinics. You know what those clinics also do? They do PAPs.
Kill babies? No.
They do breast cancer screenings.
Don't say a mammogram because this has been debunked. This has been debunked.
They do HIV testing. And they're having to close in many places with these bans.
Well, stop having promiscuous sex with losers, and you won't have to worry about HIV. You won't have to worry about an unwanted pregnancy or getting an abortion. And if you're going to talk about breast cancer, let's talk about the fact that an abortion increases your likelihood of getting breast cancer. So maybe if you didn't have so many abortions, you wouldn't have to be getting the mammogram that you don't get from Planned Parenthood. You have to go somewhere else to get that. And you wouldn't have to get the HIV test because you're not having sex with a bunch of losers. It's pretty simple.
So think about the fact that for anyone who has gone to one of these clinics, you understand that it is sometimes the most trusted place where people receive that kind of health care, because they walk into those places that are generally staffed by people who create a safe place for people to come in without judgment. So anyone seeking any kind of reproductive health care and wanting to go to a place.
Right, Dean. You just rebutted what you said. You just rebutted your own statement. What the heck?
Place where they feel safe and without judgment. These clinics have often been the place that people can go. And many of them are having to close because of these laws.
I was raised Catholic, and abortion is a sin. And when I put out that episode, I had a lot of women
No. Murder is a sin. So say what abortion is. Stop using a euphemism. Murder is the sin.
reach out to me saying like, wow, I live in the South and I never thought about it that way. Like maybe I am pro-choice because I won't get an abortion because of my religion, but why should we control what someone else wants to do?
You wouldn't murder somebody, but why should we have laws against murder? If other people want to do it, why can't they just do it? You see how stupid that logic is?
Exactly. And you know what's interesting, Alex, to your point, what I'm finding as I travel? People who...
I shouldn't say you see how stupid that logic is, because it's actually, by being so stupid, it's the absence of logic. So when I say that, I'm being redundant. I need to just say, you see how stupid that is. There's no reason to say, you see how stupid that logic is. It's like I'm trying to sound smart. I just would say, do you see how stupid that sounds? Yeah. Note made. Note to self. I don't like redundancy.
Before 2 years ago, before Roe v. Wade was overturned, people who felt very strong about that they are anti-abortion.
What up, DJ on Paul?
Are now seeing
DJ on Paul. What up?
what's happening and saying, I didn't intend for all this to happen.
I didn't intend for
I think that's also...
I'm working on my Kamala. I need to get that nasal down right. It's like a nasal. It's like a nasally voice, but it sounds like her throat has been damaged at some point. Her throat was damaged at some point, so it's like a nasally voice, but it's blocked up a little bit. How was I doing it earlier? You see. Listen. Listen. Hello? DJ on Paul. I'm trying to get the Kamala voice down. Hello, DJ. Ha- ha- What? ha- What? You see, DJ Paul. DJ Paul. My name is Kamala. And I have
Yo,
to have some upward inflections when I speak. And I have to talk to you like you're a 3-year-old.
yeah. Have you noticed that whenever they're talking about other people, they kind of they seem like they're talking to like grade schoolers or whatever.
Yeah, a lot of women do this. They like, okay, I just want you to understand. Yeah.
Well, I noticed it with Tim Walls because he was like a high school principal or whatever. He
Hmm.
seems like he's talking to high schoolers when he's talking to a crowd of people.
Yeah. Yes, especially teachers, they get that. They get that constantly. They're talking to you like you need to learn something. Like, okay, class, take your seats. Like,
Yeah, the
uh,
dude definitely thinks he's like, I don't want to say he thinks he's like better than you, but like he definitely feels like he's educating you as he's talking.
yeah. There's a, and I thought this during the Waltz debate, and I even made a comment about it. But Fleckus did a thing about it on his show recently, and he took a clip, and he said the same thing I was thinking. It's like at points it seemed like Tim really was listening to a voice in his head, like an earpiece or something. Because when he was talking, he'd like stop, like he's waiting for the next word to be told to him, and it was weird.
Yeah, that's what's funny, man, is they had that whole campaign where they were talking like, hey, everybody else is weird, like Donald Trump and GD Vance are weird. But then they came off as weird themselves in the last, and I know the news cycle it swings every 10 or 15, 14 days or whatever. But
Hmm.
like, yeah, dude, like all of a sudden they're the weird ones as opposed to the other guys, and it's really interesting to watch.
You know what Politico said? You know how
What political thing?
the meme is going around of Tim with the wide eyes, like he looked like he's didn't know how to answer the question, like a deer in the headlights.
Yeah.
They said, I forget what question he was being asked. I think it was about abortion, but they said, Politico's headline was sometimes wide eyes show surprise, but in Tim Walt's case, it shows seriousness. Eh,
Oh,
That he was so serious and so involved in that issue that's why his eyes got wide like that.
dude, I think his eyes are wide because he, like,
He shit his pants.
okay, like, it just seems like I don't want to throw the word out there, but like drugs, like it seems like he might be on drugs. And I don't know what the extreme like of drugs is. Like I'm assuming he's not smoking crack, obviously. I'm just saying like it seems like, hey, maybe they were like, dude, this guy's got low energy. Maybe he should just take some uppers. Let's
Like
give
some
him like,
Adderall or something.
yeah, let's give him a little bit of something to make him have a little edge. And like he took those and he was just like weird as fucking shit.
See, Sal, I'm working on my Kamala impression. It's gonna. I need to put some time into it. I'm trying to be nasally, but also have a clogged throat because that's what it sounds like. Like she's. It's hard to do. I end up sounding like a cartoon character. Hello, like Elmo. Elmo. Ah.
Well, dude, why does the C cell come up with a Kamala impression? Why is she expecting you to do an impression of a woman?
Yeah, you're a woman. You could probably do a better Kamala impression.
I'm just saying, yeah, you know.
People say I have a country accent when I try to talk nice. When I talk nice, I have a little bit of a Southern Belle accent.
like, hey, do you want some muffins? Maybe some biscuits.
I would like some muffins and some biscuits. Ooh, biscuits and gravy.
Shut up, DJ on paw. Hey, Seasal, you come up with a I was gonna say a Seesaw impression. You come up with a Kamala impression, all right?
Seaside impression. Hey, what up? Oh, come on, Izzy. No, it's a very nice Hispanic woman. It's like, so Josh, I wanted to talk to you about the Bible. Okay.
Oh, hey, Josh, have you heard about the fucking demons that might be inside of your brain? I'm telling you right now, what happens is they get inside of there like a spider, right? And they take all 8 legs and they crimp on your fucking brain, right? And then the next thing you know,
Wait,
your
Seaside
dad
would
needs
use
to have a fucking exorcism.
Seaside would not use profanity.
Well, okay, maybe she wouldn't. Yeah, that's a good point.
Everything else was accurate.
That's a very good point. Seesaw actually never says swear words for sure.
I don't sound like that.
Oh, she's so mad. Oh my gosh. Seesaw, hey, maybe you should ring a ding ding in.
Ooh, Israel dropped bombs on Beirut now.
Yeah, and you know what? It's all because of terrorism, and they're totally just protecting themselves. Like it's they don't even want to do it. Israel does not want to drop bombs on anybody. Okay? But out of self-preservation, they're doing it out of the good of humanity.
I don't know if you're being sarcastic.
Of course I'm being sarcastic.
Well, I don't think I was agreeing with you. I think they want to wipe these terrorists off the face of the earth.
Hey, that's what I'm saying too, man. Hey, they're just doing it and they have the right. They have the right to protect themselves. Or what's the phrase?
Defend themselves, self-defense.
They have the right to defend themselves. And they're not the aggressor whatsoever. And I am on their side. And please don't kick me off the internet.
I'm not pro-Israel, but I'm also not anti-Israel, and I really don't care. I think that I do care that we send them the money and we pay for all the bombs, but I don't know if they want to fight, if they want to have a battle in the desert, have at it.
Yeah, no, it's kind of like that thing I was just talking about with the 8 legs. Like it seems like they might have their legs like wrapped into us, and
Oh my god, like an
if we
octopus.
could, yeah, if we could just possibly break ties, that might be good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But hey, maybe there's a solution where everybody's happy, where we could just not be a part of it. I would hope.
Yeah, they keep saying two-state solution, two-state solution. Like the fighting's just gonna stop because you put a border on the ground and say this is your state and this is your state. It's never gonna stop. It's gonna happen till the end of time. It always has happened and it always will happen. There's always gonna be conflict in the Middle East.
Yeah, yeah. If something's been happening for 1,000 years or however long it's been, maybe it's not. You know what I mean? Like maybe you, Josh, or me, DJ Onpaw, can't come up with a solution.
Yeah, I don't think the solution is the end of the world. That's it. That's when it'll stop. When there's
Yeah,
peace in the
no,
Middle East, that means get ready. You
yeah,
better.
they're gonna be, dude. They're gonna be at it for a while.
That's one of the end time signs. If there's peace in the Middle East, that means you better start praying. If you ain't been saved yet, you better get there because Time's almost up.
Yeah. I was watching this thing about hubris. Do you think that it's like just plain old hubris to think that like whatever conflict's going on, that the end of the world is nigh or whatever, like because like you or I might think that it's coming about, that's like maybe we're not that as important as like the media says we are, like maybe it's not the end of the world, like maybe we're just part of something like
Who do you
that's a
mean?
history story.
Who do you mean we? You mean me and you, or you mean America?
Yeah, like America or you and I, because we're both Americans. Like maybe it's just like total hubris to think like, oh, it's the end of the world because something's happening in our time.
Right. Yeah, I do think so, and I do think that um, America might fall, and we won't be the top dogs anymore. Like maybe not in our lifetime, or maybe we'll see it start getting real bad during our lifetime. But like our grandkids might be in a third world country, and maybe Hungary or Russia is like gets developed and civilized and becomes the business cap, their dollar becomes the strongest and they become the world leader. um I think China's always going to be China, but like
Yeah, no, dude, they've been there for a long time.
yeah, and they're always going to be there, and I don't even know if they want to be like a global leader, but somewhere maybe it goes back to Europe, maybe it goes to, it's not going to be Africa or the Middle East cuz we all know, but I could see like Russia stepping up, and then they get
That's so funny.
civilized.
That's so funny that you say Africa and the Middle East because like they have the lowest IQ or whatever. It's kind of funny.
No, that's not why I said that. No. Yeah, we found out
But yeah,
last week
no, I hear you. I hear you.
Kenya, I think it was Kenya, he said, had the world's lowest average IQ, and it's 42.
No, it's not 42, is it?
42 or 45.
Jesus, that's low. But
Wait.
they're so good at running. I mean,
Okay, it's not Kenya that I'm thinking of. What did he
they're
say?
so awesome at running, though. What?
It's not Kenya. Kenya is 145th in the world, and it has an average IQ of 75. But the country with the lowest average IQ, I forgot where he said it was, and theirs was like 42 or 45. Hold on. Country with lowest IQ. Nepal, 42.9.
Oh, jeez.
That's crazy. Liberia is second with 45.
Man, you should never go there. If you're ever, hey, cat, if you're ever traveling, don't go there.
Ooh, Guatemala is fourth with 47. Dang, I didn't know that.
That doesn't seem real. Like 47?
42 average IQ in the country is crazy dumb. Like I don't I don't know if most of us have ever met a 42 IQ person in America. Like, and I met some pretty dumb people without like severe autism or Down syndrome or something. Just
Okay, or
a
maybe
normal
like, or
person.
maybe like maybe being drunk or high on something.
Man, even when I'm blackout drunk, I'm still nowhere near 42. Like that's
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just
Th-
like,
that's
ugh,
very,
geez,
very low.
that
Like
seems detrimental to society right there.
I'll talk to people and I'm like, that person probably has a 70 IQ. And I'm like, that person is so dumb. But
Dude, 70s not that bad. Like 80s not that bad. 90 not
yeah,
that bad.
90 is about average. The average person you talk to a 60 or 70, you know it. you're like, oh, okay. But 40, I don't even know how you function.
Why? I would assume you feel like in danger of your life at that point.
But how do you? Where is Nepal?
I think Nepal's somewhere near India, correct?
South Asia.
Did-
Yeah, it's right near India. It's north of India. But I
Yeah.
thought they were smart in India. I know they poop in the
Well, okay,
streets,
like
but
Nepal, isn't Nepal supposed to have like a lot of monks and stuff in it? Like, aren't they supposed to have a lot of those sanctuaries and whatnot?
it looks nice. I'm looking at pictures of it. It looks like a nice place to visit. The
Yeah.
Are the Himalayas in Nepal? Is Mount Everest? No, Mount Everest.
Yeah, I think it's in the area. Like,
Yeah, it looks like a nice place to visit, like a very scenic. Oh yeah, Everest is in Nepal. The Buddha stupa is in Nepal. They got Buddhists. Well, it says a
and
lot about
honestly, like,
Buddhists.
okay, to be and that's the thing, the Buddhists, like, to be at peace, I don't think you have to have a really high IQ to be at peace. And I
Maybe
think
that,
that it being a peace thing, dude, that means more than IQ right there. I'm pretty sure.
yeah, maybe that it makes it easier if you have a low IQ.
Hey man, it's the whole like peace part, like the inner peace. I mean, that's hey, you could have a IQ of whatever. If you have that peace, that's a beautiful thing.
But how do you even like farm or like eat like raise animals and farm and stuff with a 42 IQ? Like,
Well, I don't know. Maybe some guy tells you like, hey, here's where you nip these little pepper plants. Like, that's where becomes a better producer. And here's where you oink the cow, or you know what I mean, like
they're gonna be
squeeze the
like,
cow's teeth.
what is a producer?
I maybe there's a complicity. Like maybe there's a
that word has
complicity. I don't
that word has too
know.
many syllables.
Oh,
That's crazy. Nepal. They got hippos in Nepal. I don't know.
that's nature correcting itself. It's like, hey, yo, you got a low IQ. We're gonna go ahead and correct this shit right here.
Yeah, we're gonna give you the animal that kills more humans than any other animal.
Yeah, no, it's not funny. Like it's fucking true. It totally is.
Or maybe the only reason the hippos kill so many animals is because these dumbass Nepal people keep freaking walking through the hippo pond. Like maybe the hippo's just trying to chill and not eat
Yeah.
anybody, but these dumb Nepal people keep stepping on them.
And but that's the thing. Like, hey, maybe it's not even like people that piss hippos off. Maybe it's just like waves or something like that. And then like the hippo is chilling there, right? It doesn't have any waves. It's just hanging out. But then it sees a wave and it's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, asshole. Like all
Yeah.
of a sudden,
And these 30 IQ Nepal children keep playing in the freaking pond.
it's like, I don't see any problem with waves. Oh my gosh, I'm just having a good time. And then the fucking hippo just bam.
Like the parents are like, go play at the pond. The kids are like, where the hippos are? They're like, yes, the hippo pond. Go play in the hippo pond.
Oh, that sounds terrible. But it could be true.
And then they're like, the kids are like, but that's where Stevie and Dunabe died. And they're like, well, that was Buddha's plan.
Oh, yeah, maybe. If those are common Nepal names, this sounds about right.
It is Buddha's plan for children to be eaten in the pond.
The hippo serves justice. It's like the American cop with the George Floyd.
Nothing hurts worse than getting bitten. But if I was going to get bitten by something, I would rather get bit by like an alligator or a crocodile or something with sharp teeth that pierce.
Yeah, because a hippo's got that fucking bullshit teeth that are just like normal, like a human.
They're like all molars.
No.
And it's just like, dude, that would suck. Don't get bit by a hippo is our lesson. But if your IQ is below 40, then I guess warning you doesn't really help. Josh, you're not even that wrong. At the Mexican church I used to go to, the moms let the kids run around wild animals in the street busy with cars. It was insane. Yeah, it's like is yeah. But that's natural selection. You know? It's just how it goes sometimes out here in these streets.
Out here in the streets of dirt with the hippos, yeah.
Kamala was on another podcast that I've never even heard of with two black guys.
What was the name of the What was the name of the podcast? Very recognizable black.
Is it this one? Defining Blackness, Real Talk with Kamala Harris and Uncle Luke.
Oh, that's awesome.
Uncle Luke,
Uncle Luke is that music producer, though, right?
Is that who this is? Well, this is 4 years ago.
Dude, I think Uncle Luke is the guy that's like, I think he's the guy responsible for
the Miami
Me So Horny, right?
Yeah.
Or that song, Oh, Me So Horny, like, right? Isn't he?
One of those Miami bass type music.
Yeah, Laid Back Luke. Or Uncle Luke.
Luke.
He was also known, before he became popular, I think he was known as Luke Skywalker, to be honest.
Well, it must have been before they copyrighted the name.
Yeah, no, hey man, there was the fucking Wild West back then, dude.
Here it is. 7 days ago, she was on the All the Smoke podcast. All the Smoke. It's almost got almost got 500,000 views in a week. When Trump went on Logan Paul's show, it got 24 million views in 12 hours, and then they shut it down. They removed it. YouTube removed it.
24 fucking million views?
Yeah, overnight.
Jeez.
And then YouTube removed it because this was before Trump had re-announced that he was running. This was back when they were removing anything Trump related that went big. Once he announced he's running, they couldn't do that anymore because if he wins, he could put him in jail for election meddling.
Oof, that's awful Canadian.
Yeah. Luke Skywalker, too. Hippo bite would feel like a huge pinch for the first second. Yeah, just for the first second, because the second you would be dead. They could just bite your whole body. Luke Skywalker, 2 Live Crew.
Yeah. Dude, that guy had some fucking really cool tracks before Notorious B.I.G., before Snoop Dogg became popular. He had some Snoop Dogg diss tracks that were awesome.
Really? I didn't know all that.
Oh, dude, one of them was Snoop Dogg is a bitch ass. At the word with the N.
Yeah. A BAN.
Yeah, and it was a cool fucking track. Gangster fucking beat, dude. Gangster beat. And, that was like, it wasn't, all of a sudden it became really uncool to diss Dr. Dre or Snoop Dogg. And it was like unheard of. And he was like the shunned guy. But it was a cool track.
Apparently they've resolved their differences.
Oh, dude, Yeah, money will do a lot of things. Just like professional wrestling, money will do a lot of things. Yeah.
Did you know there was a professional wrestler named Kamala Harris?
What?
Yeah, well, that's what the guy on Fallen State, the comedian on Fallen State, was saying the other day. I've never
Well,
heard of him.
like K Mala S, like that, like Mexican or Spanish.
James Arthur Harris, better known by Kamala, spelled the exact same way. I don't know how it's pronounced. Was a wrestler, and he's black, but he wears blackface because he's the Ugandan giant. Portrayed a fearsome and simple-minded Ugandan.
Yeah, dude, the guy that he would wear I don't want to call it white face, but like he would put all types of white paint on his face. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, well, it's half blackface, but yeah, it's got white. It's like one of them Ugandan like Aboriginal type war paint things. And he just wears a loincloth.
Dude, yeah, he basically had a brown something. That's about it.
So from now on, when I think of Kamala Harris, this guy's name was Kamala Harris.
You mean this guy right here?
I'm showing him on my screen. Let me see what you're showing.
Wait,
Yeah.
who's that fool?
Yeah, that guy.
This guy.
That's crazy.
Look at that six-sided star. Who's that remind you of?
It's a very badly drawn six-sided star, but
yeah.
Not quite the Star of David.
Wait, John, you weren't the same guy that was just tuned in, or you are the same guy that's just tuned in? Okay.
That's John Mosman.
Yeah.
All the Smoke. I'm sure this is a great interview. I've never even heard of him. All the Smoke podcast. Looks like they interview a lot of sports people, and they got Kamala. Like, I don't know.
Oh, is this the one where Kamala's with the two black basketball players?
Yeah, former two-time NBA All-Star Joakim Noah.
Yo.
Oh wait. Yeah, I think it's basketball players.
Yo, I would recommend watching that. It's lame as fucking shit, and it does not make Kamala look good.
So she did an interview with two basketball players, and then she did an interview with a girl who talks about sex.
Dude, there's a part in there where Kamala's like,
I guess,
hey, yo, I totally love Doritos. You know what I'm saying? I know those old school nacho cheese mother stinkers are like what you want to eat. And like dude, it's pretty funny. Like I would definitely highlight that.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out. It's not a fair critique because Trump went on Aiden Ross and Logan Paul's streams, and they're both degenerates. So,
okay,
but they're definitely much more quote unquote influential and well known than whoever this All the Smoke show is. This Call Me Daddy lady, she's pretty popular. She's the biggest podcast for women, or the biggest woman-led podcast. So
that sounds horrible.
Right, so Kamala's definitely going to hit that show up. Got to get the lady vote.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, hey, it was nice talking to you, man. I'll hit you up later. All right.
All right, later. What's up, John?
What's up? I was just on the YouTube. I was watching Great Gutfield making fun of Kamala for her. I guess she had a gib going on with her teleprompter or something. And she was like, 32 days. We've got 32 days. You can tell she's like waiting for the teleprompter to come through. And
What?
the one, one guy's kind of like, Trump would have been like, I can tell you what, there's 32 types of cheese. That's great for you to eat.
Yeah, you would have just
And she was
ripped.
like, she's just like, it. You could tell she has like a very noticeable shift in her face because the teleprompter is not working, and she's like, 32 days.
Well,
We have 32 days in 32 days for 32 days.
I think Trump had one too when he had Elon at his rally, because when he's introducing Elon, he either went off prompter or looked away from the prompter, or his prompter got behind or something, because he's like, Elon Musk, he saved freedom of speech with Twitter, and he did lots of other things. Oh, he did Starlink, and he gave us the like.
I think that's him going off the
Yeah, but he messed up, and then his eyes went to the teleprompter, and then he got back on it, and then he like picked it, like he couldn't remember the things that Elon had done other than freedom of speech.
Yeah.
It was funny.
Oh yeah, I can imagine.
What's up, Stepfire?
Howdy, howdy. I've seen you on.
Yeah. Caldy in the chat. What's up? What did you guys think of, or well, I don't know if you were there, John, about the levels of sin question.
I saw parts of it. I thought it was interesting what you were trying to go at. Obviously, I didn't watch the whole thing, so I'll wait to watching the whole thing before I.
Yeah, it's just a question that I've kind of wrestled with, because
Right.
different
What
people.
exactly is the question? Because I didn't catch all of it.
Are there levels to sin?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it seems obvious.
I mean, how could there not be levels if there is an unforgivable sin?
Because even the unforgivable sin got forgiven with Peter.
But did he actually do
Yeah, I
the
don't think.
unforgivable sin?
Yeah, I don't think that he
did.
was blaspheming the Holy Spirit.
Holy Spirit, yeah.
But if it's a Trinity, and he denied Jesus.
Well, he wasn't denying Jesus' divinity. He was denying knowing Jesus.
Jesus, which is a different thing altogether.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because essentially the concept of when you blaspheme the Holy Spirit is is dealing with when it comes to me, in my mind, a lot of it is completely denying the power of God, completely,
but
that kind of aspect where it's.
So do you think an atheist, it's not possible for an atheist to deny the Holy Spirit? It's like, what if I'm an atheist and I say, I mock Christians and I say, F your God, F your sky daddy, there's no such thing, he doesn't exist. But then 10 years later, something happens and I come to God, that person can't be forgiven?
No, I think that blaspheming the Holy Spirit means that you know what the truth is and you deny it.
Yeah, that's what one of the guy was saying, is it's not really a mortal sin if you don't, or like one part of sin is understanding that you're committing the sin.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
yeah, there's a difference between knowing that it's a sin and doing it anyway, and not knowing it's a sin.
There's also been people,
and also knowing that it's a sin doesn't mean that you can't be forgiven of it, because Paul himself says, "I do things I don't want to do." So there is the struggle. There's the real struggle of the flesh versus the spirit, and that's something that that really that's what we really do have to, as Christians, grapple with, is the flesh of the sin of the flesh. And the way you do that is by the power of the Holy Spirit. And when you don't have the power of the Holy Spirit, or when you deny the Holy Spirit, you deny the truth of the Holy Spirit, because I can't say all Christians, but a majority of Christians would believe that the source of faith comes from the Holy Spirit, when He's given to you as a gift in the gift of baptism, or He's given to you through His revelation to you through sacraments.
So is once saved, always saved a heresy?
I don't know. I don't know if I'd call it a heresy. I don't know if they call it a heresy, but I know that it's rejected by most churches.
Because I've heard
That's like
people
a
say
Calvinist thing.
if you get
What's
saved
a Calvinist thing you said? Sorry,
once,
Once saved, always saved. You can't fall
oh
from
yeah,
grace.
right. That's their once
One of
saved,
the
always
tulips.
saved. Yeah, one of the tulips. It's the um infinite grace part.
Yeah, it's been a minute since I've been on a Calvinist kick, but I got on one for a good while there.
Yeah. The thing about it is, it's interesting because you can see where those parts of Calvinism where it got adopted even by Arminians, like, because it's kind of weird. Because I've seen, and I mean Arminians. I don't talk about Arminians like the society of, I'm talking about Arminian theology, right?
Yeah.
That came from Arminius, the guy. But the concept of that being, that even though they opposed Calvin on the idea of irresistible grace, and they do believe that you can have free will in choosing, or you have free agency. They still believe that once saved, always saved, because it's a subtle nuance difference, but it's the same idea, which is that if you're a believer in Jesus, if you're a believer in God, you can't ever
you can't
fall
deny it.
out of faith. And part of the problem, I think, that is because of another principle of tulip, which has been also grafted into almost every other form of Protestantism, which is the perseverance of the saints, the P word. The idea that we as saints have to preserve ourselves, whereas
That's the one. That's the one saved, always saved. Perseverance of the saints.
right,
The way that I heard them argue it was that
I
you
think
falling away from the faith was evidence that you never had it.
right. That's
So
what they
you
would
weren't
say.
actually saved.
right,
Yeah.
right, and that's not necessarily true from a because we do know that there are people who do have faith, and so the question comes, why did they stop having faith? And I think that's going back to the blaspheming of the Holy Spirit, which is when you are cut off from the Holy Spirit.
Okay. But what if somebody is a Christian, they've been raised in the church, they've been baptized, they believe in God and all this stuff, and something horrible happens to one of their kids. And you'll see this a lot where people get angry at God and they say, God
Yeah,
would never let this happen. How did he let my kid die, or this
right,
horrible thing happen to my child or my family or whatever?
right.
And I don't believe in God anymore. Screw God, F God. I'm done with it. So if that person
Well,
were to die the next day with that
there's probably a good chance.
mentality,
There's a good chance that they would have rejected what I would call the gift of the Holy Spirit, the gift and the covenant of, and again, and this goes back, and Steph Fire will know where I'm coming from on this, which is whether you acknowledge that you are part of a covenant with God, and whether or not you acknowledge that God is
okay.
purpose, or the reason before that covenant,
But so they
right?
die. So they die the next day with that in their heart, and that's really what they say. I'm done with God, F God, and they die the
Right.
next day. That's blaspheming the Holy Spirit. But say they live for another 10 years and they forgive and they overcome that anger and they come back to God.
But then the work of the that would be the whole work of the Holy Spirit, then, wouldn't it?
But so then it would be forgiven that they blasphemed the Holy Spirit, or
If
they
have
never,
the ability,
actually blasphemed the Holy Spirit.
Right. If they have an ability of coming back to that and being in true faith with God, then, obviously, there are times when we lose, when our emotions or when our stress and our fear and our disconcertingness gets the best of us. We shouldn't let it. We have no reason as Christians to let it get to us, but we still do because we're human, and to err is to human. And so the question comes, and this is why we're and Steph-Fire will probably tell you if he's read some of the books that I've read, where, like, this is where, especially the Orthodox would tell you that this is why the importance of meditating and being unceasing in prayer, right, where you're constantly are drawing upon God, and then whenever those influences come to you that would want to take you away from that, you double down on the resources and the medicine of the church, right? And the resources and tools given to you through the church to equip yourself with the ability to overcome that.
So here's how I approach stuff like this, especially because you can come up with all sorts of different scenarios to kind of test the logic of how it's operating. But I don't think that as men, we can have access to the process that God uses. So I try to always keep in mind that um, I have faith in God, in what his plan is, in his justice, but also in his mercy. So when it comes to questions like that, they may just not be answerable,
Right.
from us. But I do have faith that God
Exactly.
is going to do, what the right thing, obviously.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how I approach these difficult. When you start getting into the legalistic, because I don't believe in a legalistic
Right.
framework of Christianity.
God knows our heart, so
Right, because it's in contrast with the grace of God.
if
It's
God
in contrast with
knows
what we know
that
about the grace of God.
we weren't truly blaspheming the Spirit, we were just angry,
Yeah.
Right.
that would make sense. Jesus said, "The ones you have given to me, no one can steal from my hand." Right, and that's kind of where they get the persistence of the saints type thing.
Right.
Yeah, but
Right.
it doesn't tell you when they're delivered. So is
Right.
that after death has taken place and their soul has been delivered to God, now it cannot go anywhere? The presumption is always made. When it comes to that's why quote mining is very bad. You shouldn't
Yes.
do that. Do
Yeah.
not take a single verse and build
Yep.
theology off.
Yep.
You're always going to run into bad theology doing that.
Right. And we talked about that a little bit last time, where you use one verse to justify a whole different belief system. And so,
Yeah.
if you have a contextual ability and you can find, at least in my mind, 3 or 4 verses that can confirm that, then that is good. I would say go above and beyond that. Look at the veil and scope of the history of the church. Although I don't believe that tradition or the antiquity of tradition itself is as a guarantor of truth or of actual orthodoxy, as some might say. But it's an important thing to consider. And, that's why I love that quote that G.K. Chesterton. Are you familiar with him or not, Stefar?
I've heard his name. I don't.
He was an Englishman he was a Catholic, and he was a huge inspiration to people like Tolkien and to C.S. Lewis. But he says he says that one of his quotes is that he has on that is that
Hold on. To be fair to Seasal, she's not a she's not a quote mine. She knows the Bible pretty well, and so she's probably just choosing that verse to put in the chat and say to us. But
right.
she.
I'm just saying.
Now I sound like I'm white knighting.
A little bit, but I don't think that anyone was accusing. I think that's why the key word in what Steph said is what we have to be careful of.
Yeah,
and that's something that we all have to measure to ourselves, because it's very easy for any of us. That's what I learned. I learned that it's very easy for us to say, okay, why is it that we don't believe in something? Oh, because it's in this verse.
Yeah,
Okay,
atheists will do that all the time. They'll pick
but
one
who is this
verse.
verse talking to? Who is this verse referring to? What is the audio? Like, there is a, and this is where, being able to look at the context of the verse and using it within context and having solid hermeneutics that are not just because it's easy to take a verse, like, for example, I don't think I told you about this, Josh, but someone that we know from VK had shared me stuff about this
Speakeasy raid.
guy.
How's Speakeasy doing a raid if he just started his stream an hour ago? Or he's starting it at
He's
10?
feeling sick.
Oh.
He's funny. But he was showing me this
Well,
video. This
shout
guy
out.
Shout out, yeah. But was talking to this guy who was saying that basically what Jesus is saying, let the children come to me, and then when the boy in the account of Mark is leaving naked from the Garden of Gethsemane, that Jesus was a PF file.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that right there is my point of what I'm trying to say about why it's important to be like mindful of how.
And they say Abraham got with Rebecca when she was, or Sarah, what is it? When she was 3 years old, because if you just read one verse, it looks like he got with her when she was 3 years old. The Muslims will use this if you debate with a Muslim about Muhammad and Aisha, they'll bring up Abraham getting with, I guess, Sarah, or wasn't there a Rebecca in there somewhere? I don't know, but
so Sarah's Abraham's wife. Rebecca was the wife,
the maiden.
That he slept. Yeah. They'll say that she was 3 years old and what it says is that he waited 3 years before sleeping with her. So it doesn't say she was 3 years old if you read the full context.
So she was 6. But what got him.
Yeah.
No.
What I'm saying though is that Rebecca wasn't the handmaiden, because you might be thinking of somebody else, but
yeah, I might be getting the names wrong.
Rebecca is the wife of Isaac and the mother of Jacob and Esau, and she's the one that helped Jacob con Isaac out of the inheritance to Esau by putting on like the fake hair on his arms, right?
Yeah,
because she preferred him as her son and all that. So just making sure we're if we're gonna say that, because when I think of the Old Testament Rebecca, that's the only Old Testament. Don't get me wrong, there's probably quite a few old Old Testament Rebeccas, but that's the most prominent one that I know of.
Yeah, I forget the names, but there's one woman that Abraham slept with, and they said she was. The Muslims will say she's 3 years old, but that's not what it says. And atheists will do that. They'll pick two verses and they'll say, "Look, these verses contradict each other." But if you read the full context, then you see that maybe it's being said in different ways by different people, but it's the same message.
Yeah, I know that I've been having this back and forth with a guy on Facebook. He's a guy I knew from high school. But he's been on this flat earth trip, dude. And, not like being skeptical of the globe model, but just like all in on the flat earth, even to the point where he says that the Bible teaches flat earth, which that's where I really start to have a problem with it. Cause, I'm like, saying that the Bible teaches flat earth is like saying that the Bible also teaches you how to kill a giant with a pebble and a prayer, or how to ethnically cleanse an area of the world.
Right.
The Bible isn't teaching us these things. This is like recorded history of the Israelites.
Well, that's why I always tell people they need to be careful when they take that, that old anagram, whatever of the Bible being basic instructions before leaving Earth, because like it's not just instructions. There's instructions in it, but it's prophecy. It's got symbolic
laws,
language,
poetry.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, all sorts of different. literature.
Yeah, and people think that that's actually what a lot of people think that's actually what Bible stands for. I'm like, no, Bible means library. It's just a collection of books. It's
Yeah.
I mean, I remember my first time like reading through
Right. It
like
just literally means
especially the first five books. It
yeah.
felt like after you got past Noah that it turned into a history book, that it was just
Yeah.
documenting what these people were going through.
Yeah, lineages.
Yeah. I
Many
mean, it
men.
just in very specific stories about landmarks, and you can find this here at this point. You know, it says to this day, but obviously that was when the words were written.
Whenever the words were written, yeah.
They say
Yeah.
many men have been lost on the shores of Deuteronomy. when you start trying to read through the whole Bible, you get about Deuteronomy, and then it's like, oh man, so and so begat the begats. So and so begat so and so begat for 10 pages.
It could be a hard process. I've done it like 8 times in my life where I've read from the beginning to the end. And it takes a lot to do it.
I think that whoever put it together correctly, because they kind of intersperse these like really cool stories in the middle of these long drawn out,
Right.
begats, it kind of you get to hear just like these tiny little stories. Like the story of Samson's not very long at all, but
No,
that's like one of the coolest stories in the Bible to me.
Well, and you know what I think, Steph Byron, is an interesting one is you'll see. I always say this. I always say that Jesus is, extremely lectionary in the way that he teaches, which is what you see in, any type of traditional church that goes by any basic order of liturgy, right? And so he references the Old Testament all the time in his teachings. And so when people go like, I've never read the Old Testament, I'm like, there's a lot of things that you've read in the New Testament that Jesus is quoting verbatim from the New Testament. And then when you go to liturgy and you hear the liturgy, there are stuff in certain forms of liturgy that just are straight out of the Bible, like the create in me a clean heart, O Lord, and it's straight out of the Bible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm of the belief that scripture was written for particular people at a particular time, and so I don't I think that the New Testament is the most important for the Christian to read and understand.
Right.
But to know what the New Testament is referring to
You need to know
is
the Old
just as
Testament.
important. Yeah, it's just as important.
Well, and to me, I think the Old Testament gives you some idea, because one of the things I've always said, Sapphire, that I think is interesting is how many people can believe those, like, yeah, Jesus, our God, the God in the Old Testament wanted a temple, but as soon as Jesus came, well, we don't know, you don't need a temple, we don't want any places, holy places, we don't need to have a, like, as if God would
you're going
change.
to the God set up a way for us to worship him, and then Jesus comes and got rid of that whole entire system that God set up.
Right.
Why would he had set it up originally if it wasn't to be carried on?
Especially when you look at Passover, the implication to me, that when you just see the immediate connections between Passover and the Eucharist, I mean, it's just, and it's not a surprise that Jesus establishes the Eucharist during Passover. That wasn't just accidental. It wasn't just like on a
limb.
Yeah. That's a cool looking. Is that a iguana that you had there?
Looks like a bearded dragon, maybe.
Or a bearded dragon, yeah. Well, I saw another lizard that he had there.
It's not prickly.
I have a bunch of different lizards.
Ah.
I used to have leopard geckos, and I wanted to breed them, but oh, cool. That looks like a baby alligator. Bro, he just
weed tents.
He just did the Velociraptor cockeye from Jurassic Park, where it like tilts its head and looks at you.
Proof right there that Jurassic Park dinosaurs are real and that they moved the pyramids.
Yes. Bro, that's a dinosaur. That's just a little dinosaur. I don't know why people deny dinosaurs now.
You hear the one about the T-Rex? How its arms really doesn't make sense?
No, Yeah, I don't know if the
that
T-Rex is real.
Yeah,
well,
well, the
this
T-Rex
is
has
just what
never
I've
made
heard.
sense. The T-Rex has never made sense to me as a kid because I was like, wait a minute, that's too much body weight up front. How can it sustain itself? With
Well,
just
hold on. Let me finish where I was going with.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen what a bird looks like? How their front arms look,
Yeah.
without the wings. It looks like the T-Rex. The theory is that T-Rex is actually a dragon.
Yeah, well,
That his
they
arms are
say that
wings.
the dinosaurs chickens came from the dinosaurs and stuff like that.
Oh, those came from raptors.
I don't know. Now we're getting into evolution again. Penguin. Do you know the difference between a penguin and a seagull?
One flies.
No, but this is the one from Jurassic Park, the one that stick their all up.
Sticks or what? Their neck.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
the frilled dragons.
Dilophosaurus.
She just doesn't get scared, so she doesn't stick up her frills, but she has them. She's twerping them, chirping them a bit.
Yeah, that's I think it's Dilophosaurus, something like that.
Dilophosaurus?
Yeah, that's the
I'll see if
spitter.
I can find a way to get them.
Oh, look at
Yeah,
that.
there we go.
By the way, the Dilophosaurus was way much. It's kind of funny because they made the Dilophosaurus, from what we know, let me rephrase that. From what we're told, based off of some of the studying, that the Dilophosaurus actually is a whole lot bigger than what they looked like in Jurassic Park, and the raptor is a whole lot bigger, or is a whole lot bigger than it is. It's the Dilophosaurus is smaller.
That's the one that spits the acid at the fat guy.
Yeah.
The one that I have.
Newman.
Yeah.
Newman. Yeah. Wayne Knight. Yeah. But I guess the Dilophosaurus are supposed to be bigger, and
No, Newman is his name in Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Hello, Newman.
Hello, Newman.
And
Also,
there's a leopard gecko. I used to have a leopard gecko.
That's a tokay gecko. These things will fuck you up bad.
Mine lost his tail and he grew back a double tail.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, I lost it outside, and like 2 months later, I found it in my driveway with no tail. It was pretty wild.
Yeah, this whole room is just for reptiles.
You breed them?
That's the goal, yeah.
It's good money in that. And it's not super difficult. You can sex them. You can determine what sex they'll be. Well, I'm sure you know, but for the chat and stuff, you can determine what sex they'll be by what temperature you keep the eggs.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, if you're going to breed them, you better know that. Yeah, the temperature that you incubate the eggs at for a certain period of time, you can make them male or female. Reptiles are wild. I don't know what that is. Looks like a damn.
Yeah, I've never owned a lizard, but I do own a turtle, and they live a long ass time. Let me tell you.
Yeah, the turtles are the longest living. I forget which type of turtle, but it's box turtle or something is the longest living animal. They live like 120, or well, not more than 120 years, because humans can live that long, but like 200 years or something crazy.
Also, hi, nice to meet you. I'm Pebble Clack.
Pebble Clack? Pebble Clack in the chat, or I've never seen a Pebble Clack.
Kino, my YouTube channel is KinoFlex. My Discord handle is different. It's a Pebble Clack, yeah.
I see you in the
chat. I thought I recognized you. Both your YouTube name and I think the Discord. I don't know where I've seen you in Discord before, but I know I've seen that dog.
Oh, I just joined right now.
Oh, did you? Okay, maybe I've seen
I was actually at the John Doyle Destiny debate at Penn State. I was asking one of the questions, and I saw your stream.
You were there?
Day. Yeah. I was the guy who asked about the question regarding Taiwan. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that one. That was towards the questions were towards the end.
Yeah. It's fine. But like, uh, yeah. Overall, what would you say? What would you say the debate was to you? Like, who do you think won out in the end?
I think it was unfair because Destiny's in a hotel room alone behind a computer screen,
Hmm.
and John Doyle's on a stage in front of a live audience.
Yeah, that's exactly what I told my friends.
Basically, heavy Destiny domination. That's what he's saying.
No. Destiny's opening statement was garbage. It was, they're liars, they're liars, they're liars, they're liars. Spurg, spurg, spurg.
And he spoke nothing but truths. And he spoke nothing but truths.
I mean, like, I was disappointed with how the debate turned out because instead of it being a case for Kamala, it was just pro-Trump versus anti-Trump. I don't think Destiny really made a case for Kamala. He just said, "Oh, well, she's not Trump," and I'm just not. I'm not convinced by that.
Yeah, and John loses on that point because Destiny probably wanted it to go that way. Like Destiny probably steered it that way, and John should have kept.
Well, he's not a big Kamala fan. Like openly, he's anti-Trump. Like,
Okay.
Yeah, and that's fine. But like, if you're going to debate on whether or not to support Trump or Kamala for president, I feel like you should be intellectually honest and try to make that case.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, even though I agreed with John Doyle more, I feel like he kind of put his foot in his mouth in regards to like immigration because he said that he wants no immigration at one point, and then he just spends the rest of the debate like trying to distance himself from saying that.
Yeah.
I don't think that. Yeah.
He made a whole video about that recently, and he explained before the debate, his video dropped, which I don't know if that happened live. Well, I guess it did happen live, but was that pre-recorded or was that live?
His video?
When the debate aired, was it happening live or I think it was live.
Oh, it was happening live. Like that. Like it was happening live.
Okay, so he made a
pretty
video.
sure Destiny was streaming it live.
He made a video like 4 days before the debate explaining why he's not pro legal immigration or illegal immigration currently.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah, and because if the laws are so loose, then it's pretty much open borders already.
Right, and we're overwhelmed right now, and the argument is basically even if they're sending their best and we're taking in intelligent people from other countries, they just come here, they go to college, and then they go back to their country, and like those, or they stay here and they take jobs that Americans could be getting. Like, so he's pro moratorium on all immigration for at least a period of time, so that we can kind of get back to American values. And
yeah, and I'm just.
But the way he said
except
it,
for Cubans
and Haitians.
No, he doesn't like Haitians.
Yeah, no, he wants the Haitians gone. He wants them to all be replaced by Cubans.
Just Cubans because they vote conservative.
He openly just said that too. He was like, "Yeah, that's why."
Yeah, I think he was just leaning into the
trying to troll a bit, but the problem is when you're
Yeah.
like half your audience is Destiny fans, they're not going to let you get away with that.
Right. It was it's not a troll, but it's like, when did you stop beating your wife? And I say, when she left me, you know?
or as John Ward asked, when did you stop getting cucked by your wife?
Yeah. So you just kind of lean into it.
Yeah. But I talked to him about this briefly when I took a photo with him, and like I told him about Swiss immigration laws and how, despite being like hyper liberal, they have extremely base immigration laws. I think they give potential immigrants or people immigrating over there like around 10 years to assimilate into the country, and if they are on welfare and don't have a job, they get kicked out and aren't given citizenship. And if they don't appreciate the culture or are deemed to be too annoying, and there actually is an article about that. How if you're too annoying in Switzerland, they just kick you out.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and I just look at that. I'm just like, why can't we have that over here?
That's what I said when you asked me the rules to the Discord. I was like, don't break TOS and don't annoy me too much. I like that.
Yeah.
Which I always try to push the limits with that. No. But
overall,
but like mold I grow on, yeah.
Yeah.
The debate was fun, but I was a bit annoyed because I thought Destiny was being a bit hyperbolic and dishonest, and I bet John. I feel that John could have argued his points better.
Not Destiny, no.
What? I would never know him to do such a thing.
I think that what was his name? John Doyle? Was that his name?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that guy was like just completely bad faith. He looked like a 25-year-old college grad who was playing hacky sack behind a college like 2-3 years ago. He looked so awkward in that suit. That suit was at least 2 sizes too large. He literally would have looked better in a t-shirt.
He's very smart. He's one of my favorite political commentators, but he does video essays, and all of his videos are like high IQ dissertations. Like he puts a lot of work into it, talks fast, and he's really smart.
He sounds like someone describing Destiny.
He seemed off. He seemed off at the debate.
Yeah, that's something I seem to find with a lot of YouTubers. They do better in prepared videos where they have all the time in the world. But when they're in like a live setting, it gets hard to articulate all these research on the spot.
Well, he's done other debates for Uncensored America with Hunter Avalon and Brianna Wu, and he did great against both of them. Any point they brought up, he had all the answers. But like when Destiny and him got into the thing about the chips, and he said, "Well, the factories aren't doing good," and Destiny's like, "Well, give me one example," and he said DEI, and Destiny's like, "Give me an example of a DEI policy," and he had none.
Well, it was such a stupid point because like the Biden administration openly talked about implementing DEI policies. There are a couple of executive orders, I think, too. So you don't really need to.
You can't get stuck up on like buzzwords, right? Like he used it as a buzzword, and that's how he got caught. Because he was like, "What does DEI have to do with this?" And he was like, "Well,
right." Well, he should have been able to rattle off.
He just shouldn't have thrown DEI in that sentence. There was no reason for it to be there. He just threw it off as a buzzword and then got caught using it.
Well, the Biden administration still like promotes DEI heavily, and I feel like you can even if you can't name a specific policy like outlining DEI, you can still pinpoint how that's a value from the Biden-Harris administration.
Well, what about the Kamala talking about the vaccines needing to be done equitably, given out equitably, and that would be a DEI policy.
Yeah, and you even heard that regarding like the FEMA or like a hurricane relief.
Yeah.
Is like class difference even noticed as like a diversity, or is it like just upon racial and like ethnic lines?
Well, for the Democrats, it is completely racial. It has nothing to do with class. Has everything to do with race.
Race and gender and sexual identity.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then it being sanctioned by like equity wouldn't be like DEI then, right? Like you just said that the hurricane shit was all done by like equity. I mean, it wasn't like she was
diversity,
like, it goes to the black
inclusion,
people
and
first.
equity. Equity is like in the name DEI.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I know. But you have to like hit all three, right? For it to be like it has to hit all three of the criteria, right?
Well, yeah, but it's what these things are juxtaposed to. It's the diversity from white people, inclusionary of other people that are not white people, equity for everyone else.
that's not white.
It is.
behind
It
Right,
is an
because the white people
anti-white
are the oppressors.
It's basically reverse racism, and it's
Nope,
affirmative
that's giving them too
action.
much ground. That's too
Nah,
much
it's
ground.
just racism.
It's
Like,
just
there's no
racism.
reverse racism. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, like the whole hurricane relief topic kind of annoyed me because it was still something that was ongoing, and so it was a fog of war situation essentially. Because Destiny was saying, "Well, all the governors are on the same page," and just a few days later, like Brian Kemp was like, "Okay, this response sucks. Only 11 out of 90 places hit in my state are getting covered. What's going on?" And then we had like a FEMA official say that they don't have enough resources to cover every place hit by the hurricane.
Which is crazy because they've been giving their, I forget the number, I'm not good with numbers, but they gave a very large chunk of money to New York for immigrants.
What's Trump's deal with Georgia?
He doesn't like Brian Kemp.
Yeah, they have beef.
Because like he just like works against that man constantly. He's literally like, yeah, they're not getting the aid in Georgia. Like 3 days earlier, Brian Kemp was like, we got all of the aid. I just don't know if communications went completely sour. I don't know.
Between Trump and Kemp.
I mean, I know they're involved. They're involved with like all of the January 6th like indictments and shit. So if I had to guess, communications are sour between Trump and Georgia.
That's Stacey Abrams. Is she the one in Georgia, or is she?
Yeah, she was.
She is. She's one. Yeah. She's the one that lost against Kemp.
She hates Trump.
Still in dispute, apparently. All these years later, remember? Like it.
Yeah.
I believe it. I think it was a meme like a couple years ago that people were saying that her election was stolen, but then when J6 happened, like everyone just threw that narrative under the rug.
Yeah, yeah. That's a little inconvenient. We'll get rid of that one.
Yeah, but going back to my question regarding Taiwan, I felt that Destiny's answer was unsatisfactory because, as you point out, Dreadedconservative. Do you have like another name I can call you by?
JS or Josh?
Okay, Josh. Yeah, you correctly pointed out how it's ridiculous to think that Kamala, as executive in chief, could handle like a war in the Middle East, Russia and China when she couldn't even handle our own border. It's just ridiculous. And Destiny saying that China or that
what did
Trump
you ask? What was your question?
I asked both John and Destiny what how their respective candidates would handle China invading Taiwan.
Okay, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was just annoyed with Destiny's answer in regards to Trump saying, saying that Trump is a gift to China, because Trump is single-handedly responsible for changing our foreign policy to be more aggressive towards China with the tariffs and everything. And even the Biden administration, who pretty much undid mostly everything from his administration, they kept his tariffs. And in fact, they increased his tariffs fairly recently.
Yeah.
So if the argument is, we need a person with a strong foreign policy to negatively affect China, then why not have Trump? Then why not have Trump instead of the person who's just copying his policies?
Yeah, and when John brought up that no major wars were started under Trump, and Destiny starts listing off all these little conflicts, like
they were like the Kurds literally got like genocided. Just because you didn't like Yemen's like a huge thing.
Yeah,
like,
I've heard
probably
about the
largest starvation.
I didn't hear a lot about it.
Yeah, I mean, like I get that there wasn't things like the largest countries in the world getting involved, like Russia, America, China, but
right. So
there's definitely wars being started and happening.
So there weren't major wars. There were small conflicts between small countries that nobody's ever heard of. Sure, there were atrocities happening there, and it was bad, but it's not something that's going to lead us into a world war.
The way that I've always heard it phrased is there were no new major wars.
I'm pretty sure the way everyone views it right now is that the Middle East is like the most active way that we're gonna get pulled into another world war. That's like basically the hotbed zone of everything. This whole like shit going on.
Well,
everywhere basically there. Tensions are rising. They're getting kicked out of a bunch of countries. Terrorist attacks are just coming out constantly.
Yeah, and well, in Russia, China, with BRICS, they're trying to not have the American dollar, not have English be the international language of business, not have the American dollar be the strongest dollar anymore, which we're not. And so BRICS is trying to come up with this new currency. So Russia, we're in war with Russia. China goes after Taiwan. We get in war with China. Then we're in war with Iran and Iraq and all of the Middle East. And they're all united.
Nothing really changed. I mean, China and Russia has kind of always been the enemy. They've kind of always been clicking up, at least against us.
Right,
like,
those are our three biggest enemies.
It's finally formulating.
Right. It's fine. They're finally coming together. And if they kind of join forces, then our military has been weakened.
Well, I mean,
we're going to be spread too
there's
thin.
positives that are happening, right? Like every time that we win one of these small skirmishes, taking over the trade in Asia's seas while China's just sitting there doing nothing, it looks better on us, and it makes them look weak. Every week Russia doesn't invade all of Ukraine and win, they look weaker. Like,
unless they want to keep this war going, unless they want to keep this up. Like, I don't know what the theory could be for why
they
they
would favorability in Russia over the war.
Who cares?
I mean,
Putin doesn't care about favorability.
Yeah, I mean, they could look bad all they want, but that doesn't change the fact that Ukraine is definitely not going to get any of their territory back.
Well, and what Russia's gain, don't just take what the media tells you or what the agencies tell you or the military industrial complex tells you is Russia's gain. Everyone wants to tell you who Putin is and what his goal is, and I for one think that he is always from the get-go, from whenever this all started, he has never done the conventional thing. And so to try to pose this or in, put this in such a way of saying, well, Russia is looking weaker every year or weak, or they're doing, I think that they've done some things that have actually really worked out in their favor. I think the big problem that Putin has is, I think he is trying to determine how much pushback will come if he goes to NATO. And it doesn't help that NATO nations like England keep pushing the bear and keep instigating things. And it never helped when Biden was in there giving all this tough talk for something he could never back up to. He was not threatening, and he's just like, we're gonna no.
Yeah, I think the libertarians' explanation of what's going on with Russia, NATO, Ukraine, I think they actually have the best explanation. I'm not a big fan of libertarians, but
yeah,
they do have a way of looking at things. They're not so bought into the military industrial complex to want to fund these wars. So when they say that this was fought over the NATO's reach, I haven't been able to find any other more plausible reason than, we did bring NATO to their doorstep, and NATO was established to be a buffer against the Soviet Union, against modern day Russia. So the threat makes complete sense from my point of view.
Well, and if you looked at if you looked at what happened before, because even like in the year up till their invasion, NATO, especially England, working on NATO's behalf, was doing things to purposefully push. They were putting boats right up to the barrier. They were doing. I mean, there was a lot of different things that they knew were instigating. And to me, the question would be, why, if you think that Putin is the psychotic piece of crap that you think he is, it does not make sense to try to push his buttons and to try to.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. Not especially
You ever
not.
met someone that like all you have to do is like say a couple sentences and then you can just like let themselves explode?
Okay, but this
I mean,
person
that's what
also
you.
has the ability to launch.
He's not gonna let himself explode. He's gonna explode the
Yeah.
rest of the world.
Yeah.
He
I
want,
mean,
like,
this dude is like KGB. You know, he's not some fucking dummy.
It's just funny that the same people who have been undermining the Soviet Union and undermining Russia for how many years now think they're the big baddie.
do you think that if Russia went into another world war,
it's only because of election stuff that they.
What do you think Putin's gonna do
do
if
you think that if
Kamala
Russia
gets in?
went into another world war under a
Celebrate.
dictator command, losing millions of people, they wouldn't just coup their country again? Because that's what they've done every single world war.
There's only been 2 world wars.
Like every single world war, Russia has a complete civil war and collapses.
Okay, give me your. Tell me what you're saying by what you mean by civil war by collapses.
Like, I mean, that was the ending of the Tsar system after the first.
Okay, so was that
World
because
War.
of Russia being an instigator, or was that because you had the Bolshevik Revolution, which was using?
Well, the problem is just like, so Russian people are led by dictators, and they're okay with dictators as long as millions of people aren't dying in wars. If millions of people start dying in wars, then people get angry about dictators and they start killing them. It's pretty much that simple. It's really bad to put yourself in a huge war as a dictator.
Well,
okay, well, I think calling a czar is a little too much for calling him a dictator, at least in the official sense of the word, or at least in the in the despotic meaning of the word. But obviously, anybody who studied history knows why Russia went into World War One. It's pretty obvious why, and it's because of England. So, I think that it's important that we use nuance in discussing this, because the Bolshevik Revolution was the reason why the czars were pushed out, and then when they established communism in Russia, and Russia became a communist state, they were willing to support not the Nazi Germany regime, and they were allies with the Germans, because I think they realized they didn't want to instigate anything, and as soon as they didn't really become interested in fighting a war with Germany until Germany invaded what they called Leningrad. So I think there's a little bit more nuance to that than just they started a war and people got pissed off about the war. I will say that what has not helped in Russia's favor has been the fact that they have, whether through whatever means it is, whether through the Tsar system or whether through the communist system or the Bolshevik Revolution, whatever the case may be, they did not take good care of their people. And when you realize that was really what was the fall of the Soviet Union, and the fact that they wanted to wear blue jeans.
Yeah, Russians were the only people that had a military strategy where they had a second line of men lined up to shoot the first line of men if they ran away from combat.
I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did. But again, just because of those things in themselves does not mean that I think their history is a little bit more complex than writing it in crayon, and it's the same with the Nazi Germany regime, same with any regime that has done bad and has done a lot of bad, is why we get into the situation. No one ever talks about the fact that the reason why one of the biggest reasons why I think Hitler had so much political power is because of what happened with the treaties of Versailles. So, I just think history is a little bit nuanced than just the way somebody teaches it at a public high school. Just my opinion.
Yeah. The victors, wrote the history book. They got to determine what went into those books and what was left out of them. So you can't just buy the shit that you're told.
I don't know. If the victors wrote the history book, we wouldn't hear Native Americans pissing and whining about their lands till today. So
That's revisionist history. That is a modern thing that they're doing.
What do you mean by piss? If winners say that one more time? That they were pissing about? I don't know. Maybe I'm missing your context of what you're trying to say. Your point there.
They're upset that they've lost all their land.
Yeah.
They accuse us
saying,
of.
That's like you're taught that in school. Like I'm saying, like there's points that you're taught in school that losers were actually like the right, and that they were being subjugated.
Yeah.
Maybe
and
not
that's
when
just
you
so
were a
easily
kid, John. Maybe not when you were in school, John. But
well, yeah. I mean, I still lived in a time when people did not think that Columbus was a racist son of a bitch, and the way that's so some of that stuff gets revived. I think obviously
but that is because the commies in America are winning right now.
Yes,
that's true.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that, but I think the other reason why that is, in the way that the conversation is being said the way it is because this is always the problem that I have, where we have been told that the Native Americans were they were the majestic, beautiful, nomadic.
They paint with all the colors of the wind.
They were in harmony with nature, right? Like no one ever tells you about the Pueblo Indians who basically deforest the entire region surrounding Chaco Canyon, and why the reason why there's no trees there still today is because of the massive deforestation that they used to build their mega city.
They hunted and fished more species to extinction.
We don't talk
than
about the
anybody.
fact that the Comanches hated the Apache. Like there's so many. I mean, it becomes this. Everything was okay until the white man arrived, basically. And that when you
have you ever seen
that's
Thanksgiving episode of King of the Hill with the Thanksgiving cannibal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like to start.
That episode, I think, very well describes it. Where like the whole time they're like, it is really messed up what happened to them. And then while trying to look into the history of it, he finds out his tribe though were cannibal Native Americans. And he's like, "Fuck, what we did was pretty fucked up too."
Yeah. Right.
I mean, a lot of it is sad because it was like something like 80% was wiped out through disease, just not being exposed to, what the whites were exposed to,
right?
Being civilized and grouped up in big cities. And
Well, these are white people bouncing back from the Black Plague.
Yeah,
these are like white people with like super immune systems.
Well, and they portray that as we put smallpox in blankets to sabotage. We didn't even know what germs were back then.
Yeah, we didn't have anything.
Yeah.
I mean, there was some sort of understanding because Washington used like the way he would immunize his soldiers. He would find somebody with smallpox, run a needle and thread through the blisters of the smallpox, and then run it under the skin of his soldiers, and that would immunize the soldiers from catching smallpox. It's one of the reasons Washington was so revered, because that kept smallpox from breaking out during the revolution, causing the revolution to fail.
Well, and he did everything. He did everything a good leader would ever do. Because I when I study the American Revolutionary period,
he's a fascinating dude.
He is.
Yeah, Damien PRX, or I don't remember the letters, but
yeah,
he was talking about Washington on his channel the other night, doing a whole like in-depth thing, and I learned a lot of new stuff that I never heard before.
But I've done some research because one of the things I've been working on was a book, was a historical fiction book, but it's basically a fictional character whose account of the American Revolution is through two different examples. So he's first up with Benedict Arnold during the invasion of Montreal, and like you see everything that Benedict Arnold did wrong, right? And it was all because to him, he looked at the position in the military as it was a step up in his political career, and so when his food lines get cut off, and they start getting affected by disease, he doesn't have the wherewithal to complete the mission, and he basically leaves Canada with his tail between his legs. And whereas in that moment, where especially when you think about the moment right after the crossing, where they, after they've had the worst winter of their lives. Now, I mean, let's be honest. George Washington learned some pretty good military tactics from his protege, the guy that they called, his name was Murdoch, and they called him the Bulldog, and there's a reason why. He had a well-deserved reputation during the French and Indian Wars. But
well, Washington's service record was actually not that great.
No, it wasn't. It was.
He had presided over loss after loss after loss.
He did. He did.
It was crazy because he is known as this renowned general, and he actually was not when it came to the commanding of the forces. He had made a lot of flubs.
Oh, he made a lot of mistakes, but he learned from his mistakes. And then
I mean, it was still through him that we won the revolution. So,
But for him to know to invade Princeton during Christmas, and he knew they would all be indoors trying to stay warm. It's again,
Dean, that's crazy. I hold on one second. Dean said they did know something about disease because the Crusaders would launch dead cows over walls to infect the enemy. And I'm looking into that, and apparently that's true.
Yeah.
That's crazy. But think about it, like a cow dies in your village and you see flies and infestation and it stinks and people start getting sick. That's all you know.
Let's just put it up for a maybe. Maybe the white man was rolling around. Maybe the white man was rolling around in Native American blankets. Maybe.
Yeah, but that's different than like I have the sniffles and I sneezed on near a blanket, and if I give you this blanket, you're gonna get the same disease and it's gonna kill you.
Imagine that. The 1400s, and this posh white guy is staying in your teepee, and you go out to get some water, and then he just starts devilishly laughing and starts rolling around on all your clothes and shit.
Did you know the plague doctor mask? Do you know why they use those? They would stuff herbs and stuff into the nose of it. That's why that nose is so long. They associated the bad smell with the cause of the disease. So if they fought the bad smell, and that would fight the disease. That's why they wore those. So that is where you could say they were flinging cows over because rotten cows stink. There's a correlation between the rot and the sickness. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure people just thought they were right because they happened to survive because they were wearing masks.
Maybe.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, there's this good historic.
You see this guy and he's telling you this shit, right? And then he encounters 50 people with Black Plague, never gets it. You'd just be like, shit, this guy's right. It must be the fucking smell.
Yeah, if you're interested in a good book that delves into how the tribes, the Native American tribes actually were, then I would recommend this book called War Before Civilization, The Myth of the Noble Savage. And it pretty much lays out how all of these the way we associate the native tribes with being noble savages as depicted like that Disney movie Pocahontas. That's all not true. They weren't really noble warriors. They were kind of just
she was 14.
They were just conniving shitheads. They were brutal. Are we allowed to say the R word?
Yeah.
Say savages.
Don't.
Okay. They sexually assaulted. They sexually assaulted. They sexually assaulted.
That R word.
Opposing tribal women and stuff like that.
Rape.
Yeah, that. You could say rape. Okay.
Rape.
People say that that's some big reveal. Literally every group has done that throughout time. That's just what tribal groups do. But it's not condoned
Yeah, but that's
just
kind
like
of the point. To act like
Yeah,
these
the
people were different than everybody else is
Yep.
the
But
issue.
the accusation that Europeans is that they introduced all these new concepts or just attitudes to the Native Americans, like they were pure, when that's not true at all.
Is it Terry
it's because just like
Ellings?
everyone likes animals, and then they're like animals are God, and then everyone's like that's actually kind of cool.
Is it Terry Ellingson?
Yeah, I've got one here from Lawrence Healy or Keeley.
Yeah, I remember there's this one historical account of a guy interrupting another guy speaking in like a Native American tribe, and he just threw a tomahawk at his head and just killed him instantly.
Nice. I love hatchets and tomahawks.
Yeah, the book that I read
like
on the book I read on George Washington was called A Life. It was from Ron Turnow. He's done a lot of like biographies and stuff.
Yeah,
But it goes
good
through
stuff.
Washington's entire life. It's a great book.
Mm.
You get to learn that he's like in debt his entire life. His entire life. He never had money.
Even while president, or
Yeah. Even while
oh,
president.
wow.
I mean, if you're George Washington, why wouldn't you just keep racking up debt? Who's gonna collect it?
True.
Well, I mean, they did get rid of debtors' prisons.
Didn't he have like one of the largest estates at the time too?
Well, and it also happened when you had that POS Alexander Hamilton telling everybody that we needed to rely on the European bank and credit debt, and have debt with the Europeans just after fighting an independent war, so that we could be accredited as a nation. So, which is why a lot of people didn't. Thomas Jefferson didn't like him, of course, and then there was another guy that didn't like him. And we all know who that is.
That's why
right?
a lot of people were here, right? Because they had like debt and shit, so they were like, "Fuck this shit, I'm leaving Britain and Spain."
Like about Aaron Burr, right?
That's the guy that shot him, right?
Yeah. I'm like, if there was ever a politician that deserved to get shot, it was Hamilton. I can't stand him.
I think he was still pretty important.
Who, the Hamilton I made the plays about?
He was.
The guy they make the plays about? Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah. It's the one. Except he wasn't black.
Dude, I've never even seen the plays, so I don't know. No comment.
Well, I wouldn't rely on the plays for historical.
Yeah, rap plays.
Listen, I would love to see a rap play that does it well. That would be way better than like listening to a
Hamilton
seminar.
got a bunch of good reviews. Like a lot of people really like. They
Like,
thought it was weird with the rapping.
I'm sure it's
in
fun.
it, but I don't know.
I'm sure it's like a fun movie to go see.
Play.
Well, yeah, play or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, it's a musical. Yeah.
Like I said, I barely know anything about it, so.
Oh, it's a musical. I hate musicals.
It's the worst kind of musical.
What?
Like
You never
Joker
watched?
too.
You never watched the Repo Man musical?
No.
They made a musical Repo Man.
I've seen like
That's
two.
one where he comes and takes your dick if you can't pay for it.
I've seen
Repo Man's so
West Side Story and not Cats. Moulin Rouge. I saw Moulin Rouge.
I didn't see either one of them.
Yeah. Well, don't. You're not missing anything.
Yeah, if you want another musical to not see, don't bother seeing Joker 2. That was fucking ass.
Yeah, I've heard only bad things.
I saw a meme on Facebook where it has Jack Nicholson dancing to Prince, and it said the only Joker musical we ever need.
Yeah.
So it's a musical?
Yeah, it's a musical.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a musical.
Lady Gaga in it as Harley Quinn.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I showed a meme tonight. It had Goku and Vegeta standing there from the Saiyan saga right before they fight. And Goku says, "Let's fight somewhere empty so we don't hurt anybody."
And it's the Joker 2 theater.
And it shows them fighting in the Joker 2 theater.
Josh, you don't get how good Joker 2 was. She takes the lipstick out of her purse, and then she draws a smiley face on the window, and then he puts his mouth behind it and smiles.
Whoa. No
Dang.
way.
That's deep.
Yeah, dude, that's a masterpiece.
Yeah, I heard that Penguin's pretty good though.
Is that
a movie?
Is that a show or a movie?
An ongoing show, limited
TV
series
show on
on
Max.
HBO Max. It's based off the Batman movie from Matt Reeves, which I liked.
Yeah, it was a pretty good movie.
What about Twilight Boy?
The Batman
Yeah,
movie from
Twilight
Matt
Boy,
Reeves.
Nah,
Is that
no,
the
I
one-
like the Riddler.
Is that the one with
but-
Robert Pattinson or whatever?
Yeah.
Yep.
I heard that.
He's
I
a
tried to watch that
horrible
movie
Batman.
and I stopped in like 20 minutes because it was boring.
He's like a little fucking emo Batman. Like,
yeah, and everybody it got
sad
horrible
and
reviews.
whispering the whole
I
fucking
thought it was
time.
good. I thought it was one of the better ones.
Maybe I need to give it another try.
I love the atmosphere. I loved how relatable Robert Pattinson was. It was probably the most relatable Batman.
But I don't want a relatable Batman. I want a millionaire, bachelor, playboy,
billion,
big like strong Batman. I don't want some guy
want DC to stop yelling
George
at
Clooney's
everything
what
that they
you're telling
do.
us, Josh, right? You want George Clooney?
You want Batfleck?
You want the nipple suit?
Not my favorite Batman, but I like Val Kilmer and I like
You
Christian
would
Bale.
like Val Kilmer Batman. Oh.
We need Ruby Rose as Batwoman, and only for her to get replaced by a strong black woman.
So I watched the Flash movie and I thought it was absolute trash.
Oh,
Except
how is
for
Ezra
that
Miller
man.
not in jail? Like that?
Yeah, I don't know.
That baffles
But
me.
The Batman, Michael Keaton, I think that his Batman was one of the best ones, and his performance in that movie was fucking amazing.
Yeah, I like Michael Keaton better than Val Kilmer actually.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he is the best Batman in film. But we all know who the best Batman is, though.
Yeah, Conroy.
Christian Bale?
Evan Conroy.
Who the heck is
The
Evan
voice actor
Conroy?
for
Evan Conroy is the voice.
DC
Evan?
just
Yeah, the
sucks.
guy that just died.
So I've been thinking about this, okay? DC currently has 3 different Batman universes existing at the same time.
How else are you gonna have the conflict of multiple Earths?
Like they literally do Batman's origin story, then they just reset.
Right.
That is
Yeah.
all of DC. And then they flop around everywhere else.
No, I think they only have one origin story.
They
As
have
far as live
Batman
action.
right now.
We have
and,
3 Jokers currently. There's 3 current Jokers. If you're not even counting Suicide Squad. If Suicide Squad's going to have a 3rd movie, then there's 4 active Jokers.
There's not going to be a 3rd Suicide Squad. I don't think.
Like there's Joker from the Joker De La Fleur series. There's the Joker from the Gotham television show. There's Joker from Ben Affleck Batman.
Jared.
Yeah, I think those are separate.
Leto.
Yeah, and then if Suicide Squad gets a 3rd movie, then there's Jared Leto Joker. So there's 4 current Batmans in DC universe right now.
Yeah, Jared
yeah.
Leto. Joker. I'm 100% confident in that he is not coming back.
That's why
Yeah, I
like none of
didn't
their
even
stuff
mind
can
his
even.
Joker.
Although, did you hear that they were going to? They're supposedly doing another Masters of the Universe live action movie, and the first casting
Is
they
Kevin
announced
Smith
was
good?
Jared Leto as Skeletor. I'm like,
Oh my god!
who the
If Kevin
f would
Smith
make
is going
that
to be involved in
decision?
that,
They've been pushing him hard in all sorts of roles.
yeah, if
Like,
Kevin
he's
Smith
like
is,
a lead singer of a band. Like, who gives a shit?
yeah, if Kevin Smith is going to be involved in that Master of the Universe live action movie, it's going to be shit, just like his animated show.
But he's got a sex
Evan
cult.
Smith? You talking about Silent Bob?
Yeah. He did the animated Netflix show, but he marketed it very misleadingly. Like it wasn't a He-Man show. It was following Sheila or no, not She-Ra. It's like his love Tila, his love interest.
Yeah, I don't know
Is that
shit about any of that.
Yeah, people hated it when it was coming out.
Jared
that stuff
Leto
was
as
not exciting.
Skeletor. I mean, it could be very CGI.
He's skeletal looking. I'll give him that.
Yeah, he does look
Yeah.
skeletal. And
I want to know how they're supposed to pull off Robert Downey Jr. as Doom.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a stupid casting decision.
Because they'll just do what they did in Wolverine versus Deadpool, and he'll just be in the Ultimate with the Chris.
He'll be
Evans,
killed off later on.
Chris Evans, Johnny from Fantastic Four.
Yeah, I heard that Michelson was originally eyeballed to be that role, and he was already in the MCU too. But it's such perfect casting though that it justifies it.
Personally, I don't care about any really future.
Like last night, I was talking about this with my girlfriend. That guy from fucking Twilight. He's Batman right now, and he's also Wonder Woman's. He's also Wonder Woman's boyfriend from World War II.
Oh no,
DC
that's
at the same time.
Chris Pratt.
Oh,
that's Chris Pine.
Pine. Yeah.
But it's not Chris Pratt who plays that role. It might not be who I'm saying it is, but it is definitely not Chris Pratt.
Chris Pine.
Captain Kirk, the new Captain Kirk.
Yeah.
Chris Pine.
That's the guy who plays her boyfriend in the Wonder Woman movie?
Yeah.
Holy fuck, I thought it was that guy. Are you sure?
I am really sure.
Yeah. Chris Pratt is Star-Lord.
Yeah, Caldy. Leto has a sex cult island where only women are allowed.
And
I have
Didn't
an
know that.
encyclopedia of like movie knowledge, so I'm telling you it's Chris. I know that it's just Chris Pine, so you can look it up. But because he was in the first Wonder Woman, and then of course he's in Star Trek as the new Captain Kirk. He was the new Jack Ryan for a time, which I don't think he was the best.
Dungeons and Dragons.
For Jack Ryan. He was in Dungeons and Dragons. He was really good in Dungeons and Dragons.
yeah, I like that movie.
But
I can't even look at pictures of his cult without getting a over 18 warning.
what cult is that?
Yeah.
It's called Mars.
Jared Leto.
It's an island in Croatia. It's called.
Oh, his name's Chris Pine?
Pine.
Yeah, Pine.
Okay, that's why I was getting confused. Okay, I was like looking this up. I was like, what's happening? I was like, Chris Pratt's like the goofy guy. I was like, there's no way that's the guy from that movie.
There's too many damn Chris's that are acting right now.
There are too many Chris's that are inside of Marvel or DC right now.
Chris Evans, Chris Pratt, Chris Pine. Who else?
Chris Hemsworth.
That's enough.
Chris Hemsworth. Yeah. Now I'm reminded about that shitty Wonder Woman 2 movie. Remember the controversy where she kind of raped a guy?
Yeah.
Like Chris Pine, he's a ghost in that movie, and he possesses a guy, and they just have sex with that without that guy's consent.
Yeah.
I've never seen that movie.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, the first one was okay. The second one was god awful.
It does look like a legit cult. It's got him standing, looking like Jesus in shades and everything, dude.
Yeah.
And this is who Jared Leto?
Yeah, it's Jared Leto. It's called The Cult of Mars, or it's called Mars Island, and it's in Croatia. And it's like, I guess men are allowed, but it's like all women. And it's just
that Jared Leto dude's freaky. He's gonna be the White Diddy.
White Diddy, that's crazy.
Every time I see a picture of him, I'm like, this guy is soulless. Screw a picture. Whenever I see his face, I don't know how he gets casted. He looks soulless.
Yeah.
He looks like a vampire. That's, I guess, why he was
like a real life vampire. I get why he was Morbius.
Yeah,
that's why he was Morbius.
But also, he doesn't even act well because he's a real life vampire. He's not like someone who can act well as a vampire.
That's why I said I think his best acting role is Blade Runner 2 because he's an asshole in that because he's an asshole
weird,
in real life.
I haven't watched that. I think his best performance was as Joker.
I think
wasn't
he in Requiem for a Dream?
Yeah,
yeah. I think that was his best role. That's one of my.
And then of course you remember what was that TV show he used to be in that was on ABC?
TV show on ABC. I don't know.
They should cast him properly and have him be cast as like a fucking robot or something. Cause like he would play like a creepy fucking like robot or like Danny Valley human.
In My So-Called Life, that was the one.
I'm saying he could do a skeleton pretty good. Wouldn't even take that much.
Didn't you say he's doing a cult movie?
No, he's in.
No, he's in a cult.
He's in a cult because
he leads. He runs a cult.
30-Second Tomorrow.
Damn, fuck. He should switch that up and do a cult movie. He would be amazing for a movie about like a crazy dude. If he was Charles Manson,
he was the guy that got whooped in Fight Club. That's right. He said, "I'm gonna destroy your beautiful face."
Yeah.
Or I wanted to destroy something beautiful today. Yep.
Oh yeah, did you on an unrelated note? Did you hear that there's a severed head of the Mexican mayor who was elected 6 days ago? Like it's all, the picture is all over Twitter.
What?
But remember, all cultures are equal.
Right. Diversity.
what's going on over there at Twitter? Like, how are they not catching this shit with their like? You think they would have like the proper site bots to like catch just like gore? I don't.
Alejandro Arcos.
I mean, don't ask me. Like, they still have CP on there. Like, that shit's gross. It should. Like, that should be the first priority. Just making sure that there's some CP on there.
Yeah. I know. Every time I go on X, I see a dead person.
Yeah, dying gruesomely.
Less than a week after he took office. Wow.
And
Elon's on that Roseanne Barr type beat. Did you see that video of Roseanne Barr talking about how like there's like vampires and they're like sucking people's blood?
I don't watch Roseanne Barr.
I think I've seen.
Well, yeah, I don't watch her either, but it was a Tucker Carlson interview. She was getting interviewed by Tucker Carlson.
But that's her probably way of trying to kind of like tell people quietly what's happening in Hollywood with the whole Ace stuff, you know?
Yeah.
She's probably just fucking crazy.
No, she's not crazy.
Yeah. No, she's crazy. She's absolutely crazy.
I don't think so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel sorry for her.
I think she's definitely a bit wacky, but I don't know if I'd go so far as to say.
I think the Ambien excuse might have been real, but I think getting canceled after that probably like melted her brain.
Yeah, I feel sorry for her.
Probably
on fired, but like she is kooky.
No, I love Roseanne Barr. I loved her show. That shit was hilarious.
Yeah, that show's fucking hilarious. But
and I love listening to her in interviews because she's funny. But when you get her on a certain track, dude, you can tell there's a fucking screw loose. For sure. I mean, there's no getting past it. She's crazy.
It sounds like Alex Jones pre-Sandy Hook. That's the best way to put it.
Alex Jones always been crazy. He's always been crazy.
Yeah, but he had to tone it down a lot after Sandy Hook. And pre-Sandy Hook, he was getting into some crazy stuff.
Yeah. But
that's when it was like all Jewish crisis actors.
Is how much shit he's gotten right. That's what's scary. That this crazy motherfucker's actually gotten the scoop on multiple crazy things. So
yeah, but I'm starting to get sick of him. How many times can you just say everyone's a pedophile and then be like, "Look, I got it right this time, guys"? Like it's like.
Well, he's not wrong.
I mean, a lot of people are.
Yeah, a lot of them.
But with him, it's hard to tell if he's controlled opposition because he was one of the first people I know that talked about like the Bohemian Grove, right?
Yeah.
And the Bilderberg Group, and and I knew about that a long time ago too.
Frogs turning gay.
The frog.
He was right about that one too.
He was right about that.
Well, I mean, one of the like largest lawsuits in the world is looming over his head and will never stop looming over his head.
No,
Like he'll never pay that off.
right.
So I don't
Oh yeah, the Sandy Hook verdict.
What was that, $120 billion or something he's supposed to pay him back?
So at this point, I'm almost
I thought it was
100% sure
1 billion.
everything he does is for money at this point, and you can't even blame him because he owes so much fucking money. He just has to be a show.
Well, they took
I
his
wouldn't be able to take anything that
studio.
he says serious.
They took his studio, but he's on Mug Club now, so he doesn't need a studio. Like, if he's controlled opposition, why are they constantly coming after him like this?
Yeah, no, I doubt it's even that they have to control him. He just needs to try to make as much money as possible so he can make his collections.
Through controlled opposition, all that is people who didn't like the people at Bohemian Grove for whatever reason leaked to Alex Jones the information necessary to help break the story on Bohemian Grove. That's how it would be. It's not that he knows he's controlled. He just so happens to be, they call them useful idiots sometimes.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, that's exactly what I thought of when you said that, and he could definitely be that type of person.
All I'm saying is that as much as he has gotten right, as much as he has said things, and I still think, and I think the reason why the Sandy Hook thing happened the way it did is he really exposed things. There were some things that he said that were completely off, but there were still things. There's still lies that we're told about Sandy Hook. There are still lies that we're told about the Orlando Fusion.
Well, be careful. I don't feel like I don't have any money.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. And I think what happened is I think he went too far. He had to be made an example.
Josh winds up with the third largest lawsuit.
Right. I'm like, I'm broke, guys. What am I can't give you anything. What's up, Buff and Unique Preppy?
But I remember seeing the Orlando Fusion thing, and I in real time and thinking, "Holy cow! Did I just see what I just saw? Yeah, this crap's fishy as hell."
Oh, the Fusion nightclub shooting.
Right. We saw where they had like the guys that were.
Well, in Vegas too, the Vegas shooting.
Yeah. Right. Well, we know that guy was somebody that was.
You know what pissed me off is that
a government agent that was or government asset.
Eminem. When I loved it, well, I still love Eminem's music, not as a person, but anyway, his first couple albums, he's making jokes about school shooters and he's comparing himself to school shooters. And then in one of his more recent albums, he did like a dedication to the LA shooting victims, and at the end it was a gun control advertisement at the end of the video. And it's called I Don't Want to Be Alone in the Darkness. That song is about the Las Vegas shooter. And at the end is a gun control group ad in the video. And I was like,
hey, he's going to be a grandpa. It's time to take the Ice Cube route for him.
Yeah.
He's going to be in like, Are We There Yet 3 now.
You said you were worse than the kids from Columbine, and now you're doing a gun control ad in your video? Like, come on.
Well, he knows that he can no longer get away with the controversial stuff. But hey, maybe
I don't know. His newest album, he kind of went at the whole LGBT people. He missed.
Who are you talking about?
Eminem.
But you know, hey, it could be worse. He could actually say on a vice presidential debate that he's friends with school shooters.
Yeah. Well, and I gotta respect that he's called out Diddy more than anybody since the beginning.
Well, of course,
every album he calls out Diddy.
RAPER. Did he forget the R? Did he?
Yeah.
Or the other P? Did he?
Yeah, he just didn't forget the P. Did he?
That was good.
That was good. Yep. He said he's got so many essays. Essays.
Essay.
All right. Well, I'm going to hit the hay. It was nice talking to you guys, and I hope I can hop on some other streams in the future.
Yeah, sorry we went from politics to culture stuff. Yeah.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. All right. Later.
Have a good one.
Later, man.
What's up, Zach?
Hey, Zach.
What's doing?
Who's that?
Buff's just sitting there looking angry.
Yeah, he's looking.
Oh, unique prepping.
Yeah, unique prepping. His name is Zach.
Are you a prepper?
He is, yeah.
What, a doomsday prepper?
No, not doomsday prepper.
I thought it was a shit hits the fan type doomsday prepper, but he explained to me, no, it's
sustainable
just
living
being
prepping.
prepared. It's sustainable living, gardening, and
They're gonna get earthquakes going down. That's how they're gonna start the apocalypse, so they can get rid of bunkers first. So,
well, that's what the Bible says too. Earthquakes and weird weather.
Yeah, it's because the Bible foretold of weather weapons.
Yeah. Or Satan is making the prophecies happen.
True.
Through demonic men. Buff, is your mic not working or what? You can't hear anything?
He's just like in a solid state of. This is his Denzel Washington.
Does he even know he's?
No, I just had a fucking prompt by Discord. I just had a prompt by Discord to download a desktop.
a lot of watering. Yeah, I know.
Well, you
and
use
now
it.
I'm hearing echo.
You use it through the browser.
You use Discord through the browser?
You can
I
use Discord
typically go through the browser. Now it gave me the option to do an app.
Yeah, I would do the app. Close out your browser. You won't have the echo anymore. Or mute your browser.
But I have a little bit of an echo too, and I'm not using.
Oh, the echo is coming from JS.
Oh, it's because my headphones are loud as hell and they're right by my mic.
Josh, when the fuck is the next Resident Evil stream? That's the real question.
You have to bore the shit out of the panel to where
Either tonight or tomorrow night when everybody's done talking, or tomorrow night when I don't know. I try to do streams.
Oh yeah, I have a different Discord name.
I would do
I'm
it
Goon
more
in the chat.
I know. I would do it more in the week, but now my truck's brakes went out, so I got to ride a bike to work, so I don't have as much time before work before I got to leave.
What is your streaming schedule?
The only for sure times is Monday and Tuesday. And then throughout the week I'll do little ones here and there whenever I have some extra time before I go into work. What's up, Zach?
He does baby does.
Yeah, just a little, like 1 hour I'll jump on and do something before I go to work.
We need to prepare no matter what situation. It gives you a peace of mind where we don't panic.
Was that like an AI voice? What was that?
Yeah, it was.
That's Zach. He's got a type to voice thing.
Yeah.
You ain't never seen Kill Tony?
What'd you say?
So you ain't never seen Kill Tony?
Yeah.
I've seen Kill Tony, yeah.
That shit's funny. It's some of that shit's degenerate as hell, but it is so funny.
Yeah.
Them guys are so quick.
Tony is trans. Look at his face.
Do what?
Tony is trans. Look at his face. His gonial angle does not line up.
No, he jokes about being gay all the time, so I don't know. He does seem pretty feminine.
Yeah, and he does care about the fashion. You know, he'd be wearing some weird like vests sometimes. You'd be like,
Apparently, Red Bar found that vest, and that is the vest that Brad Pitt wears in Fight Club.
Yes.
Oh shit.
The black vest with the red stripes, and so Red Bar ordered it, and Red Bar was like, I don't know if you know who Red Bar is, but he does a stream where he just hates on comedians, and
yeah.
And he's like, I got the vest. It's the best from Fight Club. And it is the best from Fight Club, which is Tony's favorite movie, he says. So makes sense.
Speaking of movies, I watched half
the new Joker movie today.
You couldn't
Yeah.
get through it
Everybody's
all.
already ragged on it.
I'm just going to say I watched the first hour of it. I'm not impressed.
I'm not impressed.
What about the part where she takes the lipstick out of her purse and then draws the smile on the screen, and then he
Spoiler alert.
smiles?
Oh wait, no, that's in the trailer. It's in the trailer. Yeah, I haven't made it to that part yet.
So you're telling me that it's Academy Award-winning material, Buff?
Probably,
Just that scene.
If the fans hate it and it's a musical, probably will win some Academy Awards.
There is a lot of singing going on. Holy yeah.
I can't even
And
do
I
it
was
then.
expecting that. I was expecting that. This is like you just start singing for no damn reason. Like, okay.
Look at me.
Oh, we're
I'm
singing again.
psychotic as
Huh.
can be. In myself, life
For
is
some
swell.
Is that considered a musical?
Willy Wonka?
This one.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Oh,
a
yeah.
kids movie has songs in it, is it a musical? Like
That's a musical.
Like Snow White?
Yeah, Willy Wonka's a musical.
It's a musical.
Yeah, there's some good musicals out there.
I always say if it has if you have people who are singing more than twice in a song that is carrying any type of
But that means
narrative,
Lion King is a musical.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
I don't
Yeah,
consider. I'd put a different category on
animated
musical.
I'm with Josh. A musical is when it gets gay. Like the second it hits the gay threshold, it becomes a musical. Like, okay, there's too much singing, now it's a musical.
Well, no, if it's a kids movie that has a bunch of songs in it, then I don't consider it a musical.
Okay, I see what you're saying there. Okay.
I see what you're saying.
More or less like the Disney shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, like.
I see what you're saying.
Oh, there's like so many
So
songs in
so it
Shrek.
has to be a live action movie to be a musical?
No.
There's so many songs in Shrek, but if they did Shrek the musical, I would imagine it would all be singing. Like almost all of it would just be singing.
But now I'm
think your
questioning Willy Wonka.
definition-
I might have to say Willy Wonka is a musical.
It is a musical.
That's a musical to the extent because you're prolonging the plot with song.
Yeah.
To be fair, I never really liked Willy
define it?
Wonka.
What?
Yeah, it was scary. It scared me as a kid.
Dude, Gene Wilder's a trip, dude, man. I love that.
The Oompa Loompas freaked me out.
Perfect.
And
one of the best songs ever is "In a World of Pure Imagination."
like Wizard of Oz, I never considered Wizard of Oz a musical because it's a kids movie, but it scared
It's a
me too.
musical.
Wizard of Oz, those flying monkeys. I don't play with small.
So to you, a musical is something like what the guy was saying. Gay.
Yeah, I definitely gotta.
I think it's like Broadway. Like it's probably like Broadway shit.
Gotta categorize Wizard of Oz as a musical because every main character that comes up gets their own song.
Yeah.
Whether it
it's a
be from
musical.
Dorothy, Scarecrow, Wizard, all of them. Everybody gets a song.
Now it may not be a movie. It's because some movies have a musical aspect to them.
Did you see
Like,
Dylan
obviously,
Mulvaney? Dylan Mulvaney is
Going by
doing...
John M's definition, Spider-Man 3 is a musical.
No.
Oh, there's only one song in there.
No.
Well, this says that I'm just looking at Wikipedia because I am trying to figure out what the
Had
delineation
one
would
little
be.
jazz dance scene, and he wasn't even singing
And
in it.
it
the
says
best
that
part
it's
of that whole
distinguished
movie.
by equal importance given to the music as
Yeah.
compared with the dialogue movement and other elements.
Yes.
So that
anybody-
would disqualify Spider-Man 3, right?
And nobody classifies Spider-Man 3 as a musical. No.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out what the delineation point
It
is.
says
When does a
Wizard-
movie become?
It says Wizard of Oz
I'm
is a
sticking with the
musical.
gay thesis.
Yeah.
It is because it is a musical.
Is
A
Willy
musical is
Wonka a
defined by for me. When you look at a musical, it's usually if you think of a play that's 3 acts or is a story in 3 acts, where you have 1 to 2 songs in each of those acts. Also, where narrative is is done, or introduction to a character is used. So, for example,
it's not a musical in the sense of like Grease.
That's what we call, but those are based on musical plays, right? Grease is a musical play.
Google does say Willy Wonka and Wizard of Oz are both musicals.
Right? So there's musical plays, so there's Broadway musicals, right? So like you think of your typical classical musicals, you think of Sound of Music, you can think of something like Grease,
Cats.
you can think of something like Cats, something like Oklahoma, or one of my favorites, which I think is the greatest musical of all time, which is Just Singing in the Rain. Just Singing in the Rain.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, my favorite movie is a musical, Blues Brothers.
Have you never seen Singing in the Rain?
I don't like musicals.
Is that the name of the movie?
It's the name of the movie, yeah, Singing in the Rain.
Singing in the Rain.
Gene Kelly with the umbrella, and he like dances.
I always just think that movie is White Christmas.
Is Frosty the Snowman a musical?
You're confusing Gene Kelly with Gene Cosby.
I haven't seen that movie in a long time.
I mean, yeah, Frosty literally gets resurrected through music. I feel like it has to be a musical.
It is a musical.
I mean, I think Caldy summed it up the best. If the singing moves a story forward,
yes. If singing prolongs the plot.
This has completely destroyed my whole worldview. This is wild. Sweeney Todd.
Oh, so is Shrek a musical?
This fucking new Joker movie is a goddamn musical.
Well, the only singing that happens is like in the very beginning with Donkey, but that's not moving the story forward.
And a lot of the
No, there's not. At the end of the movies, there's a lot of singing, but there's no singing in it.
It's actually not original music. It's actually like pop.
Oh, Fiona sings.
Yeah, there's like no original music throughout like almost all of Shrek.
And they use a lot of it in like when they're walking.
Because there's the singing bandits too. There's the bandits that rob them that are singing.
Yeah.
Like if music is done in a cutscene,
The Merry Men.
Musical.
Yeah, there's I mean, I guess it's smaller, but there's the song whenever they open up the box where the people.
Oh yeah.
Shrek 2 has way more music though. Listen, a guy in the top. Yeah, you're muted. He just realized.
Okay, I got the real question. Is 8 Mile a musical?
But you watched half of it. What, did you leave? Were you at the theaters?
I wouldn't call that a musical. That's more of music.
We can't.
If you say rap is not a music, if you say rap is not music, then no.
All right, so look here.
We can't actually, by legal
Shrek is
terms,
not a
tell
musical
you
because
why.
Shrek does have a version called Shrek the Musical.
Yeah.
I thought so. And I figured most of it's probably just them singing all of it, like all of the movies sang.
There is a Lion King musical, and I saw it at Disney World.
Now, Team America is definitely a musical.
No, I love Team America.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a tricky one.
It's been a long time since I've seen that movie.
It's so good.
That's a tricky one. Well, then South Park the movie would have to be.
I can't have sex with you unless you promise me that you'll never die. I'll never die. That's awesome.
Yeah, that would make Robot Chicken a musical.
All right, we're hitting the note too many times. This is like member berries.
Yeah.
Everything could be a musical. Let's just make that statement clear.
Oh, and by the way, I don't know if you caught any of that, JS, but we're no longer, me and producer are no longer doing Internet Outlaws.
What is that?
So I'll be doing my show. The show I did with that guy Lobo Gris, but we're no longer doing that anymore. So I'll be doing my show on Sundays at 10
Amicable.
o'clock.
Why was
The
there a
breakup was bad.
Is there some spicy drama or?
I saw it in his eyes. There's a big drama. He gave a look like he hates that man.
We found out through extensive investigation, and this dude's he's a pedo, registered.
Damn, the guy he was working with?
The Lobo guy?
Yeah.
Well,
he is registered offender. Yeah.
I hear
he's
there's
not
a scene that
he's
happens
not a good
in
guy in DC Comics.
I hear there's a scene that happens where he's on the receiving end.
Wait, who did this? Would you do background checks on? You do background checks on me?
No, I don't know if you know BBB.
Yeah, I know that.
Brain
Well,
Bender's
I've seen
Banter.
that. I've seen her on your channel.
She brought it to my attention because of a phone call she got from somebody. Well, I already talked to her about it. She didn't want it to be known, but
You know, you should never do content with women. You know, she might be. Are you sure you gonna take her word for this, or?
Well,
because you're making a
deeper.
strong allegation against somebody that you're friends with.
No. It went deeper. She got a call from his parole officer about his internet access, and like this guy, as conditions of his parole, he's not supposed to have access to the internet.
Why would his parole officer call her?
Because he works for her. She runs she runs a trucking company, and he's a security guard for her. So they got in contact with her. But we're looking at this is like, whoa, is this true? Is this true? And another channel, a friend of hers, her producer dug into it, and we found this dude on Megan's Law, meganslawcalifornia.com. And yeah, it's him. And under the California code that he was charged under, 2A8.5, continuous inappropriate contact with a minor underneath the age of 14. It was like,
so you got his like docs, and you've got his like court filing.
Oh, his picture is there. His address, everything is there. It's public record. It's public fucking record. So
and it's publicly tied to his account, so you like knew it was him too.
His picture is on there, and the birth date matches him, his age, and the address matches. I'm like, yeah, he did say somebody lived there.
Part of me is like, yeah, dudes on the internet, I wouldn't be surprised if they were doing some creepy stuff. But then part of me is like,
you're a dude on the internet?
I'm a dude on the internet too. Right?
Josh sounded afraid of getting hit with your homegirl's investigation.
No,
he was like, "What investigations are getting handed around?"
No, I got all kinds of cases, but I'm not. I'll talk about it.
JS has been an open book about his past. This guy, we didn't know shit about. It was just like, what the fuck? Yeah, going through all the investigations.
I ain't never been no diaper sniper.
Yeah, we found all this crap. So yeah, that show, done. We're done.
What was the
How
show
long have you
about?
been working with him?
What was the show about?
Well, no offense, Buff. I never watched it, so.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I noticed you would always join in when I started.
It was because it happened. It came on when I was sleeping during the day, so.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, we're done with that dude. It's like a variety show. We talk about everything, so I'm taking over that time slot now. Fuck him.
What is your show about?
There's another the girl that found out that put her producer on it. Dug into it. Found all this stuff. Revealed this to us, and was like, "Yep, here it is. It's official." So we've cut ties from him. We're done. Fucking, you think you know somebody, and of course you don't. But yeah.
No, I don't think
crux
I
of it
know any of you
is
fools. You might all be
when
bots. When the grid goes down, you're all dead to me.
we tried to we did a stream last night on this other girl's channel, Keebler, and we were calling him out. It was like, hey, you need to come explain yourself. And he's just like, oh, okay, give me a sec. Like he's gonna come on and try to defend himself. But instead, he proceeds to delete his entire social media presence. Facebook gone, YouTube gone, all that shit gone. It's like, well, you know, this is not something guilty people do. But yeah.
But did she fire him?
She's in the process of dealing with that right now. Zach has
Why?
something.
How did she not know? Okay, go ahead, Zach.
Oh, I'll tell you then. So.
Nope, Buff is telling the truth. He actually unsubscribed to me, so I believe him.
Yeah.
Wait, you weren't even there and he just unsubscribed to you? That's what?
He deleted his channel.
But so how did she not know when she hired him? She didn't do a background check when she hired him?
Because she didn't hire him. She uses a second, third party company.
Like a temp agency?
A temp agency?
Yeah.
What's the job?
They cleared him.
Security at a trucking.
Bonded him. Yeah, he's a security guard. So it's the company she goes through to get employees for random things.
At least he's not a security guard at a Chuck E. Cheese.
No, jeez. But yeah, they sent him to her. So yeah, she didn't.
I don't know what type of jobs you're allowed to have when you get charged with something like that. Like are you allowed to be a trucker? I mean, he's free in the world, so they have to expect him to work somewhere. I don't know where the fuck someone like that's allowed to work.
A temp agency would be where somebody like that would go. But
yeah,
and there is a lot of time, like people will get into jobs that through temp agencies that they probably shouldn't be in. But I don't know.
Yeah, whatever.
I don't know the guy, and if you did your due diligence, then I'll believe you.
Yeah, that's why I streamed tonight.
You never even watched the show. Fuck him.
Right.
That's why I streamed tonight, because I had to fucking get that shit off my chest. And
How long did you run that show with him?
We were doing that for about, give or take, 3 months, I think.
Oh, so it wasn't even that long though.
Yeah. Just had to disassociate myself away from him. So yeah,
you were
producer didn't even join with us.
You were PDF adjacent for 3 months.
Yeah. But it's not like I sit here and run background checks on everybody I meet on the internet.
Yeah, how the fuck did you how'd you find out about it?
He just went over all
He just explained all this.
And her friend. Yeah.
Well, no, he explained how he did it, but like, what was your suspicion? Like, what made you want to do the background check?
No, he's friends with another lady who works.
Somebody else. Yeah.
Why did she just like was like, fuck it, I'm gonna background check this guy?
No, the parole officer called her.
No, yeah.
His parole officer called her and told her all this stuff.
See, I thought that she was like in contact with him. All right. I just misunderstood it. I get it.
No, yeah, she got a phone call and started looking into it and gave it over or let another girl that she streams with know about it, and that girl dug into it heavy and then found all this shit. And I was like, holy fuck.
This shit sounds crazy and almost unbelievable, but you do sound like you're selling the truth. I'm just saying it sounds crazy and unbelievable. Like this the fact that like everyone involves a streamer, that's wild.
That's how everybody knows everybody.
It is what it is.
Truckers like streaming. Mayhem's a trucker. Jamie's a trucker.
We're bored.
Buff is a former trucker.
We're bored.
Truckers like, I don't know.
But yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. That BBB person jumps off the streams whenever I join your stream. She'll leave. I don't know if she doesn't want to be associated
Oh,
with Trump supporting
oh,
controversial.
Later,
she's a
Cody.
Trump supporter. She's a Trump supporter. She's just all over the place. She has a lot going on.
But I know her channel's pretty big. Doesn't she have
Yeah,
like she's got like 100,000
she's
subscribers and
no, she's like at 89, I think 90 now. But yeah, she's getting on
yeah,
up there.
and she
She's
was
getting to
I
her
think she
silver
was
play button.
75 when I checked like a month ago. So she's going quick and because she doesn't do anything political or
Yeah, and Josh wants a
religious.
debate.
I don't want to
He
debate a
needs some
woman.
of that. She's coming up out of his community. Like the fuck.
No, she's not from my community. She's from
No, I'm just fucking around. 75 to 90, and he ain't getting none of it. Come on.
I don't debate women.
I met her through somebody else, a friend of mine, radio guy here in Georgia. I met her through him, and lo and behold, me and her have the same birthday, so we're twinsies.
But I can see why her channel is doing good because she's not talking about it. She just does like puzzles, mind bender puzzles and stuff, and it's like it's a niche. People like that stuff, and she doesn't talk about current events or politics or religion, and it's just puzzles, basically.
Oh, and Mosman, I made sure I promoted the cantina for Thursday. The where are we at? Third round of the horror movies?
No, it's going to be technically the second round because what we decided was to extend some of the second round into the first round. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll do more. We'll hit more.
I'm kind of excited for Event Horizon versus Alien. I don't want to. I know Buff's upset about it.
I might have to change that just for him because I can't handle his.
Wait, what are you arguing? Which one's better?
They're doing like a bracket tournament with votes in the audience for the best. Sorry, I'm explaining your show.
You're good. You're good.
October Madness.
We're just doing a
Dude,
bracket.
I just watched Event Horizon for the first time like 2 months ago. That movie was nothing what I was expecting that shit to be, dude. I was like, this is gonna be a sci-fi movie where they go fucking with a black hole. I heard people talk about it. Let's check it out. And then I watched it. I was like, what the fuck, dude? That shit was insane.
I've only watched it once when I was a kid, and I think it scared me more than any other movie has ever scared me.
Dude, it was a trippy ass movie. That ending was.
I don't even know what you're talking
crazy.
about.
Oh, you got to watch it. You got to watch it.
Yeah, Event Horizon.
It's a really good movie.
Interstellar. Is it like Interstellar?
No.
Like Interstellar if it was a horror movie.
Yeah. I guess you could make that. Yeah, it's good. It was good.
Yeah, they go through.
It's got Morpheus in
there's
it.
Demons and there's freaking. Oh, it's crazy. Yeah, Lawrence Fishburne.
Yeah, it stars Lawrence Fishburne and Sam Neill. Sam Neill from Jurassic Park.
I don't even know if they're demons. I'm not trying to spoil, but it's just it's crazy psychological thriller.
Exactly what they are. Yeah.
Well, they're from some alternate universe timeline kind of thing. There, a universe, I guess. Yeah.
They were experimenting with
Easy
the
movie.
ship, with the drive that was in the ship. It jumped, and then it disappeared for like 12 years, I think. And then it popped back up, and the signal was going out, so they go to investigate it. Once they get there, they discover that crazy shit starts happening, and at the end of the movie, you basically learn that.
Don't spoil it. Oh, don't spoil it if he hasn't seen it.
It's probably
it's a good one. It's a good one.
It probably has one of my favorite Lawrence Fishburne lines where he's like, "Fuck this ship." Yeah.
What was the opponent? Alien
versus Event Horizon, and it is a tough matchup because Alien is so iconic, and that's a iconic monster. But Event Horizon gave me nightmares for like a week afterwards. So
I'm of the first Alien was the only good Alien
Well, that's
until Alien versus Predator.
I think it is Alien 1 is what.
That's what the whole point of this is for people to get on and talk, and then get on the panel and talk, and get in the chat and talk.
I've never even seen either of the movies, but wasn't Alien versus Predator originally seen as like terrible, and now everyone loves it?
Yes.
Well, I loved it when I was a kid. I loved the shit out of it, and I've watched it
wasn't a
recently, and I still love
You
it.
were a kid when the first Alien versus Predator came out?
Yeah.
So was I.
Oh my god, I feel old.
It wasn't a great movie, Alien versus Predator, but it was.
It had some decent
I got in
moments
trouble.
It wasn't until Alien versus Predator 2 when they're supposed to be in Gunnison, Colorado, and I can tell.
No, that one was gay as hell, dude. You know, Requiem.
I'm like, there's no ferns in Colorado. It's
Yeah, it
too
looked
fucking
like they were
dry
off on the
here.
West Coast somewhere, right?
Yeah, that was horrible.
And then the
sequel.
plot.
Yo, the sequel is terrible.
Yeah.
Hold on, what about you, Zach? Which one? Event Horizon or Alien?
So if you don't have to tell me, but just how old were you, Stefar, when Alien versus Predator came out?
I don't know exactly. I don't know what year it came out.
It came out 2004.
Yeah, I would have been 11.
Wow.
Oh my god, I feel really old.
I was gonna say 12, but I would have been 11.
So you're like the same age as me. I'm turning 37 in 2 weeks.
I think I was
No.
like 22,
No, I'm
23.
turning 32
I think
next
you're the
year.
same age that I am, right, Buff? Right? We're both born the same
Yeah,
year.
we're pretty much the same.
Oh,
age,
yeah.
I was like
I would have
43.
graduated in 2006, so I would have been 16. That sounds about 15.
Did Zach give his answer?
He probably is. Yeah.
Y'all old as hell with y'all boomer asses. Damn.
Event Horizon.
Oh,
Horizon.
interesting.
Right. I hate. Yeah, it is a tough. I kind of don't like that matchup either because Alien should make it farther, but I have to pick Event Horizon because it was so much scarier. Alien was scary too, but yeah, that's.
Yeah, I just don't think they belong in the same category because they don't.
All right.
But eventually they might get matched up together anyway. Even if
I'll restructure it, okay, just for you. But
Yeah, I mean they will be matched up eventually anyway. But
do your thing. Dude.
I'm excited about having to choose which one, the Omen or the Omen or Rosemary's Baby. I mean, that's gonna be a hard one to do.
If you say
tell me what's coming Thursday, and I'll watch both of these movies.
Well, there's quite a few that we have coming because we're going through a lot of movies.
Yeah.
It's not just one movie.
No, it's a whole bunch of brackets, and then they move on, and then in the next episode you do the next level.
Well, do you have the bracket?
I already have the bracket done up. I might have to remake it because.
Are you in his Discord?
No, probably not.
Buff, would you be happier if it was Alien versus Predator?
That would be a good match.
Yeah, that would seem like
not a horror
Alien
movie.
one. Alien
Predator
1 versus Predator 1.
I mean, that's the problem.
Predator is not a horror movie, really.
Predator 1 is at least a horror movie.
I'm
Predator 1 is at least a horror
I mean,
movie.
Predator 1 was Arnold Schwarzenegger, so
I think Alien wins that one easy.
Yeah, but he doesn't do anything till they all get like picked off for the whole like first half of the movie.
Yeah, so
it's just like
this
Arnold and three guys.
No, match it up with that new
Thursday
Predator
was
movie.
The Exorcist versus Insidious. Event Horizon.
All the new
versus
Predator
Alien.
shit is terrible.
No, that new one they had.
Hold on. Let him go through the brackets.
The Omen versus Rosemary's Baby. The Amityville Horror versus The Conjuring.
I don't know Rosemary's Baby.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
I haven't seen like almost
just
any
on
of
principle, you
these.
probably have to vote against it because you know about who the guy who made it, right?
No,
probably not. No. Have you
He's
ever heard of a
voting for
guy by the
Kamala.
name of Roman Polanski?
I've
I have
heard
heard
of
that
Roman
name.
Polanski.
Yeah, that's all I'm going to say about that.
Okay.
There's a reason why he can't make movies in the United States anymore.
They were too based. They called out the Jewish oligarchy.
He's a PDF file.
Oh, yeah,
and by the way, Charles.
yeah.
And by the way, Charles Manson murdered his wife too.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's true.
That's crazy.
I was just gonna feel bad because I think there was another bracket, and I was like, I have to go with this one because it's more iconic.
Yeah.
And then Alien vs. Event Horizon, I would be like, Alien's more iconic, but I have to go with Event Horizon because it was scarier.
So what we'll do is we'll just say it will be who what's the scarier Sam Neill movie? Event Horizon or In the Mouth of Madness?
Okay, I don't.
And The Mouth of Madness would win that one because that movie's much more mind effing than
Yeah, but who's seen it? I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I've never heard of it. That's why I need to know what movies you're going to be talking about. So
I'll send you some stuff on Discord for that.
Yeah, I'm about to go.
Send me an invite to your Discord.
And I'll do that too. Yeah, let me do that here. Yeah.
I was gonna post some ideas in your Discord, but I don't know if you already have the brackets all made up or whatever.
No, you can post some ideas. Feel free to do it. Yeah, I don't
It's
care.
just Midsummer, Hereditary, and Puppet Master.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Puppet Master.
I think like Puppet Master, Leprechaun, and Chucky.
I have a separate bracket for the ones that are horror comedies because to me.
Oh, because Leprechaun's a horror comedy.
Yeah.
But you could do Puppet Master versus Chucky, and it's like the battle of the dolls.
Yeah.
You got to do best YouTube free movies, so then the audience can participate.
I watched It Follows this week. That was pretty scary. My brother said.
Is it just like another one of those movies where like you either fuck someone or like see someone die or
no,
I don't know, get touched by some chemical and then something follows you?
No, that's It Follows. Is it's basically a play on STDs. You have sex with somebody, and you pass the.
Oh, it is one of those movies.
Well, it is that movie. That's that movie.
Yeah, there's like copycats and stuff. I was just saying there's like a shit ton of movies now that are like that where it's just like someone slowly follows you throughout the movie.
Yeah, that's what it was probably the origin of that is like you have sex with somebody.
When you were a kid.
And then I'll probably have to do eventually
did you ever used to have friends that would ask you
from Dusk Till Dawn versus John Carpenter's Vampires? That's going to be an appropriate one for Buff there.
Did you ever used to have friends that would ask you, like, would you accept $10 million, but there's a snail following you, and if it touches you, you die? Those movies literally just remind me of that question. Yeah, those movies are literally just that question.
Yeah, that when I saw the movie, I was like, I would do van life, and I would just figure out how long it takes something to walk across the country, and just drive cross country, and then have an alarm set up like a day ahead, and the day before it gets to me, go back to the other coast. You know, it'd be fine. But I think it could teleport because
in movie logic, you would get like hit by a car or something and wind up in a coma for a day, and then you'd wake up in the hospital and you'd be like, "What day is it?" And you'd be like, "Oh no!" And it'd be like running down the hospital hallway at you.
They like drive.
Sprinkle.
They drive really far, and then like the next day, it's there. And I'm like, how did it walk so far so fast?
Can I just sprinkle a trail of salt behind me everywhere I went?
A trail of
For the
salt.
snail one, yeah, that would probably get rid of the snail.
Oh, for the snail, yeah.
Yeah, just kill the snail.
Snails are very slow. I'll take 10 million for the snail following me. Go ahead, Zach. He's gonna say goodbye.
I'll be live Wednesday night at 11:30 Eastern, 8:30 Pacific. I'm having a guy on from South Africa.
Ooh.
Is he gonna? Are you gonna talk about some controversial issues?
Is it Chris Lestrange?
Did he say that he wants you to take over his fortune? All you got to do is send him $3,000 so you can inherit $50 million.
Isn't that Nigerian princess?
Oh yeah, it is Nigerian shit. Never mind.
He can make that mistake.
South Africa.
But you're black.
Won't you be in what's the name of that movie? District 9 Part 2.
Yeah. Welcome to Quickie Mart. Would you like a red Slurpee or a green Slurpee?
Is that you, Zach? What the heck?
He has an Indian accent, and
that's pretty good.
He could switch his thing to Indian. Damn, I would use that all the time.
Yeah, dude, I'd have like a Chinese accent. Just something just don't make any sense.
You guys seen that video? I think it's like on YouTube or Facebook where it goes, how a Chinese person names their kid, and it's like a pan dropping down the stairs. It's like ping pong, ping dong.
What up, William? Did you just get here? Oh, I haven't looked at the chat in a minute. South Park won an Academy Award for Best Song in a Musical. I remember that. That's crazy.
Oh, what's up, Will?
What time is your show there, John, on Thursday?
We do the J&M Cantina
9
Thursday at 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock Eastern.
Eastern, yeah. And I do it with Mayhem, who's a truck driver.
Yep.
As well.
Yeah, so it's on
J&M Cantina. Come in and have a drink.
Yes.
It's on what John
Basically,
Mosman
I've heard of it.
Productions and Mayhem Studios, both those channels.
It's mostly on his show, on his channel now, but I occasionally I'll broadcast it on mine too to bring people. So this whole month I'm putting it on mine too, so that just my way of trying to help out, with that. But
Josh, do you watch Lex Friedman?
A little bit when he has somebody. I think he's
Did
boring.
you see the Trump
and dry.
interview?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
I can't remember it. Trump's been doing so many interviews and so many podcasts. They all kind of blur together, and it's kind of the same thing in all of them. But if it was Trump,
Too many?
I probably liked it. Not too many, but so many. But if Trump was in it, I liked it.
is that true?
Yeah.
We can't tell you like Trump.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to tell that.
You can't see my hat, my flag, and I got a whole bucket full of Trump gold.
I thought the worst part of the interview was when he asked him to, when Lex was like, I hate the divisiveness in the country right now. Do you have any words of non-divisiveness for the left? And he goes, they're all communists. You got to get them out. You got to get them out of here.
Let's go. I'm pro divisiveness. I don't think oil and water mix, and nor should we try to make it mix. I'm not. America is not supposed to be a melting pot.
Although it has been for how many years?
Yeah, well then that's a problem.
It's a controlled melting pot. We've lost control. It's
Right.
too much is being mixed in too quickly.
Well, and not only that, but also the people who are coming in aren't the type of people that we want for immigration.
There's been a much higher percentage of criminals crossing over.
Well, and not just that, but I think about too, like I was telling this with my wife, like back in the day, like Italians were not liked when they first came to this country.
Oh yeah.
But they had put like this eternal structure on themselves to say, because I know somebody whose great grandmother was one of the people who had immigrated, and they told me she constantly told everyone in the family, you will speak English.
Mm-hmm.
And they were so animate about you doing it that if you went to her house at dinner and you didn't speak English, she'd kick you out of the house.
Yeah.
Listen, bud. I've seen The Sopranos. I know how an Italian family works.
And you don't get that with certain. I'm gonna say this: certain people in certain parts of countries down south. You don't get that, and I don't think people realize that.
Well,
They don't come here
Yeah.
for our culture. They don't come here because they love our culture and they love the way that we do things. They come here because they want free shit, and it's the land of opportunity, and they can make a lot of money and send it back to their families, and that
Yeah.
doesn't work. My mom, I was conceived in a Turkish military base. My mom was there with my dad, and she said when she was in Turkey, you had to dress. You couldn't go out, wearing what American people wear. You had to like dress kind of like them. At least show that you're trying. When you went to a restaurant, they're not going to kick you out because you don't say the words exactly right, but you had to show that you were trying to blend in with their culture, or they wouldn't serve you. They would, and I was like, that sounds based. Like, that's how it should be.
Yeah, they leave a third world country. They come here and vote for the things that gave them the third world country.
Who are they? I feel like you guys are talking about. I feel like Josh is describing like Hispanic people, so like Mexicans, and then you're saying third world country.
I'm not just
Yeah, I'm
I'm
talking
not
about
just
like
talking about Hispanic people. I'm talking
then
about
we're talking about South Americans, Central and
Yeah,
South
that'd be
America.
like Brazil or some shit.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about Middle Easterners, Asians, Africans, um, South Americans, even some Europeans. If they
Yeah.
don't want to assimilate and to our culture and speak our language, and we need to have an identity in America.
But my point is, I am actually specifically talking about a certain demographic group that comes from, because see, people don't realize how diverse a country like Mexico really is. So,
But it's not just Mexico. We got
I know,
little
I know,
Somalia in
I
Minnesota. We
know,
got
I
Haitians
know.
in
But
Ohio.
we're not getting the quote
So what are you
unquote
saying, Josh? We
cleanest.
need
We're
to go
not getting
break.
the best of their people. We're getting the people who
They're not sending their best, folks.
they're.
Do we need to go break up Chinatown? Is that what you're saying? We gotta go like
I
go
don't.
into
Yeah.
Chinatown, break them up.
I don't know if we should have the Chinatown.
Well, you can see what happens. What happens when we do maintain these type of diversity hubs, and it leads to more tribalism. That's the reason why
Yeah, but
everywhere
that
else
was a big
outside of Western
influx of those
civilization.
people came and established their own little home
Yeah.
there, and they stay.
And
So
that's why there's not an assimilation there. And so kind of the whole point is that you will always have people who come from where they come from. That plays a part, right? They have a bit of that culture that comes from being from the region. But most people who have migrated to the United States have foregone the culture that, to some degree, where they've embraced certain American standards.
You know what I like diversity? I like diversity in food. I do like all
oh
the
yeah.
different foods.
I like diversity. I
The
like
steps
diversity of
usually
ideas.
the steps
But
usually happen like generationally, right? Like the first generation, even when
I
you're talking
like
about like whenever Italians came here, it wasn't like the first generation Italians learned to completely assimilate. They had kids that grew up in like American schools and they became more Americanized,
No, but they
and then they
wanted
learned
to
English.
assimilate.
but they want to, and we do know
and
that they
why do
did
you
put
like
that pressure on them.
diversity in ideas? Like, it's cool to learn about their ideas, and I'm glad that they have those ideas where they're from, but once they start getting in politics, we don't need diversity in ideas. Like,
Says the guy that is an O'Brien sycophant.
yeah,
You authoritarian little bitch, you.
Yeah, Josh, what are you even saying?
I'm saying we need a unified front in our politics.
And you want you don't want necessarily an ethnic state, but you definitely want a religious type of ethnic state.
I
Right?
Well, I
care.
mean, there has to be some sort of central identity. There
I care.
has to be.
Yeah, I care more about their ideas, politically and philosophically and theologically, than I do about their skin color and their food and how they dress. I don't. You want to bring your food over here? You have different skin color. I don't care about that. That's fine. But
just don't get in the way of us making our quote
but
unquote
we can't have these
Judeo-Christian
different
values
diversity in
defended
ideas.
like
We
those.
can't. That's a problem.
Right, that's
In what way?
exactly what
Like,
Anakin
what
Skywalker is
diversity in
saying to
idea?
Padme is that
Yeah,
this is
and
the
the
problem
Empire
with
was
white.
based. I'm pro Empire.
Oh my god.
Screw those rebels.
Fucking rebel scum.
Those rebels were America.
Yeah, Zach.
I think the rebels
John
were
risking
France.
it. Josh risking
Unlike
it all
knee
for
pads,
Rebels
Trump
were
speaks from his
France.
heart.
John Doyle.
Oh.
She uses her mouth to get on top.
Wait, what?
I heard. Play it
Trump
again.
versus Kamala.
Hold on. He's gonna play it again. I heard something about knee pads and.
Unlike knee pads, Trump speaks from his heart. She uses her mouth to get on top.
Kamala. Yeah.
That's right.
I swear to God, I can't wait for this election to be over because I'm so tired of seeing all these damn political ads on YouTube. I swear, man. Jeez.
It's gonna get crazy. We still have an October.
I think we're gonna
surprise.
lose. So I'm ready for it to get over too.
Yeah, I'm not super confident either. I don't know.
We're done with.
When I see that call her daddy comment section and I go through it and there's not a single pro Kamala comment on a women's podcast.
You're the third person I've heard talk about that.
Yeah, we were talking about it.
podcast you
We were talking about it earlier tonight. Kamala went on a channel where they talk about blowjobs and sex positions. And they focused on tampons and abortion instead of immigration and inflation and
I mean, those are their losing issues.
right.
Abortion is like their winning issue right now. So.
That's the only thing
Well,
that Democrats
I'm just so
run on
lost.
is abortion.
Didn't they cheat? Isn't that the whole theory that you guys are running on, Josh? Is that they cheated, right? So why wouldn't they cheat again?
They probably will. There's already, if you look at the there's a case in Georgia and a case in Arizona, 2 swing states right now, where hundreds of thousands of people are not properly registered to vote. That they went through their voter rolls and they found all these people who aren't properly registered. They shouldn't even be registered. And they said, we're going to wait till after the election to deal with this. That makes sense. Something like 230,000 in Arizona. In a state where 1,000 people are going to determine the electorate in Arizona. A huge
that
swing
sounds
state.
about right here in Georgia. That sounds about right here in Georgia.
Yeah, and it's happening in Georgia. And if that's just what we know about, that they've talked about this and there's reports of this in Georgia and Arizona, it's probably happening in every swing state. I had a meme. It was a meme, but it was a fact meme, and it was saying every swing state.
Fact meme.
Yeah, fact meme. Every swing state, immigration's 400%, 700%, 300% up since 2021, and California, there's no voter ID. You don't have to have voter ID. Like, it's crazy. So they use legal means. I can't say that it's stolen. The Democrats just played the game better.
I swear every time there's an election here in Georgia, it's always Fulton County that has a water main break that ends up affecting the polling there or the voting. Fulton County is the county that Atlanta is in. Just seems to always happen weirdly. And then
No, I
we
can
have that
confirm your
whole
conspiracy.
issue.
I'm in Fulton County. I'm the
We have
guy
that
who breaks the
issue.
pipe.
You're the pipe
We had
breaker.
that issue a couple years ago when it was like, well, I think it was like 2 years ago with the whole when Kemp wanted, our governor Kemp wanted to they enforce the voting law of, yeah, you need to have an ID. And of course, the blacks came out calling it racist. Oh, rah, rah. So the MLB in turn didn't. We were supposed to have the Major League Baseball All-Star game, and they changed it.
Oh yeah.
Oh well, oh your voting laws are they're
Oh
just
yeah,
so
that was.
unconstitutional and restrictive.
They're
So
racist.
they moved the game to Colorado
Colorado,
that
yeah.
has stricter
Yep.
voting laws than
Yeah, I
we
remember
do.
that. I remember
That's
that.
when
I was thinking the same thing.
the Nuns of Columbus or whatever came in and drag at the baseball game
Yeah, I think. Yeah,
or whatever they were called.
I remember something to that
Yeah.
effect.
Did you see Carrie Lake versus Katie Hobbs in Arizona? Katie Hobbs was afraid to debate. She didn't do any publicity. She didn't do any campaigning. And Carrie Lake was everywhere. She was on every show. She was
Yeah.
nationally loved. Everybody loved her. And somehow Katie Hobbs won somebody nobody ever heard of. And I don't know.
Well,
It
that
seems
doesn't sound
fishy.
familiar at all.
Well,
Yeah, well-
I did think that was funny that Colorado got the and we had tighter. I mean, and we're a blue state, and it went in tighter voter registration law. It goes to show just the
The beautiful
flippantness
backlash.
and the
beautiful
hypocrisy. You know,
I'm
the beautiful
planning.
backlash
Go ahead.
of that.
Go ahead,
Oh,
Buff.
just right quick. The beautiful backlash of that was private businesses, small businesses, 51% owned by African Americans in Atlanta. And the backlash was,
Missed out
oh,
on that business.
you're hurting black businesses, you jackasses.
Yep. And then they went from like one of the blackest cities to one of the whitest cities.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, there was so much to that was just ridiculous on its face.
They
I
know
mean,
how
we
to
might
start
be,
businesses, but they don't know how to get an ID.
we may be hitting that critical point to where you just do what Kamala Harris is doing and you can win. If the voter base gets too disconnected from the truth on the ground, then because I mean, who's thinking about Western North Carolina right now that's been fucking just wiped off the map? You know, the hurricane passed through there, destroyed everything. It hadn't had a storm like that in over 100 years. But if you don't live in that area and shit doesn't affect you, your life continues on as it does. As people get more and more separated from the rest of the country, weirdly enough, even though we have all this new ways of connecting with each other, and we will hit a point in which people just vote for the one that sounds better or who's being sold better instead of the person who actually is better.
Yeah. Has Biden or Kamala been out to North Carolina yet?
He
Yeah, I know
finally
Trump
went
Well,
Sunday, I
Trump was
think.
in Georgia. I know Trump was walking around on the streets in Georgia in a hurricane hit place.
I remember looking at it. I think Biden went finally. It was Sunday or Saturday. Finally.
Yeah.
And the White House is mad with Ron DeSantis right now because he won't
I see you,
answer
Zach.
their phone calls.
Go ahead, Zach.
I'm gonna hop down. I'm hungry.
All right, go eat.
See you, man.
Fair enough. All right, Zach.
Go eat some food. I'm planning a 24-hour election day stream. I'm hoping it doesn't have to go the full 24 hours. If the election goes how it's supposed to go, it should just be, maybe 12 hours. If I start at noon, by midnight, I should be able to wrap it up.
Well, they have mail-ins again, right?
Well,
yeah, this shit, we might not know for a few days. I mean, especially because some of these polls are so tight. It is insane how close these polls are. I mean, Pennsylvania, Harris is up by 0.4%.
And then especially for like anyone who's Republican, considering like mail-ins been completely demonized, you basically just have to wait for mail-in because it's definitely going to always swing heavily towards Democrats.
Towards Democrats. But it's demonized because it is not something we should be doing. And people have tried to put stuff in place.
I'm not saying if you
We
guys
shouldn't make
switched
it too
over
easy to
to it.
vote.
I'm not saying if you switched over to it, you would win. I'm just saying it's gonna be heavily leaning Democrat because of that. When
It
Donald
won't
Trump's
lean
like it's
as heavy.
completely rigged.
Right, and it especially helps when you have a white van that shows up 2 hours after the polls close with a bunch of those votes in a
Because
box.
as a Republican, why would you vote mail-in when Donald Trump's literally saying they will throw away your mail-in ballot?
Well, that's what I said in the last election. I said make sure you show up in person. I said on Facebook, I said I want my vote to be counted, so I'm going to show up in person. This year, I'm voting when I get my ballot in the mail, which I know I will. I'm going to send that piece in, and I'm going to show up on election day and try to vote again. And if they
there's
say
a word
no,
for that. You can tell them that you did a mail-in vote, and you can still cast that vote at the polling place in case the mail-in vote didn't something happened to the mail-in vote. Yeah,
that's what I'm going to tell them. I'm going to say I sent in my mail-in vote, but if you have me and my vote is counted, then I'll go home. But I want to vote here too, just to make sure, and I'll do it both ways.
Now, here's the thing, though. Are you going
I
to
swing both ways.
I know you do. Are you gonna vote paper, or are you going to use a machine?
Here we have their computers.
Yeah. So no matter what happens, I'm
Right.
sorry. I don't
Yeah.
trust the fucking machines.
Right.
I
and
live
it's
here
crazy.
I live here at Ground Zero, where I saw what happened with those Dominion machines, and I'm telling you,
It's crazy. The Democrats now act like that's nonsense, even though 4 years before there was a whole documentary on Netflix about how easy they were to hack and how the previous election was hacked.
But it's not convenient for the narrative for this year. We'll just forget about it.
Yeah,
and
that
then we'll
never
claim
happened.
that Donald Trump's the only one that's ever accused the other side of fucking. It's like, come on. That's
all
why
dishonest.
It's a memory hole. It's
why I just people like fucking Destiny just fucking gripe my fucking asshole because
but you gotta remember,
because I know he knows better. I know he knows,
Yeah.
and I know he's talked about this stuff.
Yep.
And he
you
just
gotta remember though,
yeah,
Russian disinformation.
Well, or you're in on the game and you have to memory hole people. You're the thought police. Right. Shout out O'Brien.
I mean, like, there were like 14 people indicted around Trump that had direct contact with Russians.
I know, and that other lady, that Tina Peters lady, was just put in jail for 9 years because of it.
I know. I live in that county. You know that, right?
Yeah. So what's up with that? What do you think? So my conspiracy brain is like, this is just to make an example of a whistleblower.
100%, 100%. Now, I'm not going to tell you that she didn't help.
She did something illegal. She did something illegal. She
definitely broke protocol.
Right. But was she doing it because she's selfish and she wants to be famous, like the media is telling us, or was she doing it because she saw something that she thought was wrong and wanted to expose it?
I've talked to her. I've talked to her personally about it. Because I interviewed her, and there was a time I was working on a documentary about it, and I was going to cover some of it on my old YouTube channel when I was doing First Amendment auditing and kind of like I did a lot of like local politics stuff. So I talked to her about it, and I can tell you what I got from her was that she truly felt this was a concern, and that she was concerned because she felt it as her personal responsibility to protect the integrity of the voting in Mesa County.
Yeah, and that's why I compared it to Snowden. I'm like, Snowden didn't do what he did to get famous. He did it because he felt a moral obligation to expose this, even though he knew it could destroy his whole life. and now he has to hide out in Russia for the rest of this. This lady's gonna do 9 years in prison, and the media is like, she just wanted to get famous. Famous in prison, like. And
No,
now,
if you were here, you would see how hard she was fighting against it. You saw how I was in most of her
that's kind of what I
trials.
figured. Like, it's just
And she was fighting it hard. I mean, you can tell when they arrested her at the bagel shop that she was just like, now again, it didn't help the kind of guff she was giving the police, because, the police were there just doing their job. They're just
O'Brien
serving. Yeah, like you, they're serving a job, right? And really, you don't fight the police. This is what people don't realize. You don't fight the police when you're being detained by them or arrested by them. You have to fight them in court afterwards in how they process everything. Of course, it helps when you don't have to deal with qualified immunity. But, but it's just all of this is crazy because of all it's everything the Democrats have accused Trump of, they've done, and it's that's the insanity of it all. And they have the cheek to think that they're the advocates of democracy. The dissidence on it is just completely, at this point, I just can't even like.
What have the Democrats done? I'm confused.
Okay. How far back do you want to go?
We just talked about. Where do you want to start?
Hillary. I mean, considering we're talking about like this election cycle, probably like this election cycle.
Okay, well, it's not just about this election cycle, because we don't know what they've done with this election cycle yet. What we do know is that the last 3 DNC primaries, they've not elected their representative. They've all been selected. They've even had issues where a person who was very popular with a lot of Democrats, like Bernie Sanders, had become basically he was basically offered some money to go away and not fight Hillary, even though it was pretty clear there was some very inconsistency being done by Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
What's this group? What's the name of this group? Is this like a government group?
The DNC party?
Isn't that like privately owned?
Isn't that
like it has investors, right? That's not like governmentally funded.
There's a lot of money behind the DNC. What are you talking about?
My point is, you cannot
argue for if it's a privately owned business, like you can do what you want.
Not democratically elect your representative for the primaries, or to
it is the DNC, the Democrat Party.
Well, I mean, they're allowed to decide whoever
the people
they represent.
That run
I know they're allowed to decide. That's my
the same
point.
People.
I know they're allowed to do it. I'm just saying you can't claim democracy when they have had controversy in their last primaries, especially the one against Sanders and Clinton. The fact that there wasn't like there was too short of time, so someone said, "Hey, how do we deal with the Biden issue? He's our man." If there was a Democrat, they'd just say, "Let's stick with Biden. He's our man."
I feel like that's a rich claim.
He's going to lose.
I feel like that's a rich claim to make while Trump didn't show up to a single Republican primary.
But he still got voted for. He didn't
show
up to a debate.
He still got the vote.
Like one of the only times that's ever happened. He just didn't show up to a single debate.
He won without showing up to a debate by being voted for. So
he was voted for.
He didn't. That's how much more of the support that he had. He didn't even.
That's not the same thing as.
And the whole point of us going into this is that the Democrats, all the shit that they bitch and complain about, they have themselves done. So you can, even if we were to grant you whatever BS you're trying to play with there, even if we were to grant it, the point is that the Democrats cry wolf when they themselves are the wolf.
Yes.
You what?
Always accuse your opponent of doing what you're doing.
Rules for radicals.
And all this so-called Russian
I
collusion.
feel like you're just
let's
like
not
giving out the.
forget, it was all
That's your
predicated.
tactic.
It was all predicated on testimony that was bought for by a foreign agent that purposely lied who purposely misfed information to the FBI, and who the FBI misrepresented that information on purpose to a judge, and they used a foreign agent to.
You talking about for the FISA warrant?
Yeah, for the Steele dossier. Yeah.
Oh, that bullshit there. That still does.
So the idea that they would use a foreign agent to help them accuse Trump of working with a foreign like you can't make up that shit. I mean, that's, and obviously let's not forget too that the Clinton Foundation and how much money they were smuggling in for Putin and the patrol and not just them, but also especially for the Ukraine as well through their foundation.
I mean, I don't even know what you're talking about there, but even when it comes to, like, you guys are saying, like, they just accuse Trump of, like, everything they're doing. Like, that's how I feel. When Trump's, like, accusing the Democrats of voter fraud, and he tries to open, like, 65 cases, and all of them fail on standing or evidence, and then he's literally caught on phone call calling the state of Georgia going, we need 11,000 more votes. There needs to be 11,000 more votes. I feel like that's a lot more damning.
How many more votes did he need to win?
11,000.
So why wouldn't he say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny how those.
Well, I mean, he's also telling him things like if you can't find the 11,000 votes, you're not going to win this upcoming election. You realize that, right? All of the people that voted you in, they're my fans, and if I don't win in the state of Georgia, there's no way they're re-voting you in. You need to find those 11,000 votes. That's almost like a word-for-word quote there.
Yeah, you do realize how funny it was how these magical votes showed up for Biden at 2 a.m. in Fulton County.
But here's the thing.
It was
so
mail-in.
It's
not funny. I mean, it was expected.
Who was he
No,
talking
they
to?
came in suitcases.
Who was he talking to?
Were they supposed to come in like cardboard boxes, or were they supposed to come in like pamphlets?
No, but there is an order of custody supposed to be followed, and they demonstrated in multiple areas where they had lost the track of the paper trail essentially.
Well, that
of
might
where
make more
the
sense to
ballots
me. You
had
get
been.
why like suitcases didn't make any sense to me as like an argument, right? Just like
Yeah.
saying,
No, I mean, they have to
why
carry
are
them
those
somehow,
polling?
but
Why are
usually
the
it would
polling
be in
centers
a box that
denying
should be.
access to the poll watchers that have the obligation to be in there and watch the poll? Oh, the Wuhan. No, and you're putting up cardboard boxes and shit to block the view of the windows. That doesn't seem fishy at all. Just saying.
My point is, there could be. I don't know. There could be things that I will say that on the surface, and again, trying to understand the context of it. But I think Trump probably comes off in some regards worse than he should. But I think the other thing too is, like, who is he talking?
My biggest
at?
fear
Is
is
he
that
telling
he
to the
thinks that
governor
they're cheating.
of Georgia. Who is he talking that to? Saying that to?
Oh, my biggest fear is that he thinks that he's cheating, so
Yeah,
he's
and they
starting
think
to cheat,
that Trump is
and
going to
like
be a
the
dictator.
retaliation. Like
So,
that's my biggest fear of what's happening.
The
Is like
opposition thinks crazy things about the opposition, and they admit to. I don't buy into they've stolen,
Saturday,
but I do. They did for a fact rig that election. It was they wrote about it in Times magazine. They wrote
I
the secret
completely
cabal.
disagree with that.
Biden.
You can go read it from the
Biden
horse's
even
mouth.
bragged about it.
Yeah, I'm reading this
Biden did
transcript
not
right
brag
now.
about stealing the election.
They didn't go in and change a bunch of election laws right before the election unconstitutionally in multiple states. They didn't do that.
I don't even. Which constitutional like amendment covers
Pennsylvania
the?
was the most consequential.
Which one covers like voting in states?
Well, each state has its own voting laws. Is what?
Yeah. That's what I thought. I was like, the Constitution. I'm pretty sure that's like not. That doesn't have to do with
Of the
voting.
states,
State
constitutions.
constitutions.
Oh, the state constitution. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't. Which states? Like, I don't even know which ones you'd be claiming.
Pennsylvania is the biggest one that they claim.
Pennsylvania.
Yep.
Well, I'd have to look into it. I couldn't even continue that part of this conversation with you until I look into it.
Were you talking about his call with Raffensperger or Raffensperger when you said 11,000? Because I'm reading that
No,
transcript
that was
right now.
I don't remember the exact name. It's whoever he called Georgia during. Yeah. He called them during the January 6th rioting thing. Yeah. It was on January 6th. He called them.
Yeah.
So it was the January 6th phone call to Georgia.
The way you quoted it,
I don't remember who the guy
misleading.
was.
It's a pretty long conversation. He says.
No, I didn't say that's the whole conversation. The conversation's probably about 15 minutes long. It has about 6 individuals that speak throughout it. Yep. Some are Trump's lawyers.
Mark
some
Meadows,
are members of the state.
Mark Meadows, Ryan Germany, Brad Raffensperger.
I wasn't trying to represent the entire phone call when I said that.
Right, but what I'm saying is he doesn't say, find me 11,000 votes. Just
he says you need to. He says you need to find 11,000, and then he switches and then he goes, it's very imperative for you to find 11,000.
Right, and he says,
might not even. I think he says indicative, but either way.
But yeah, that's after a very long conversation where he says we have anywhere from 250 to 300,000 ballots were dropped mysteriously. He talks about forged signatures. He talks about being in the 505,000s of people who went for vote and told they can't vote because they've already been voted for. And he says the margin is 11,700. And he says, Brad, I think you'd agree that it's something I think everyone that number agrees on, that we have way more than the 11,000.
Next time you stream, you should watch this phone call.
I'm reading the phone call right now.
I know. I'm just saying it's like a 20-minute phone call. I'm just saying it would be like next time you stream, it would be a good thing for you to watch.
Covering it right now.
I can.
I'm just saying. I don't know if he wants to read the whole 25 minutes transcript.
That's like a coach telling the guy that's up for bat that he needs to hit a home run. So that means the coach meant he needs to take steroids in order to win the game. No, the bases are loaded and he needs to hit the home run. He needs 11,000 votes in order to win.
He says, "Look, fellas, I need these votes. Do we know? It's and again."
Right, but in the context of the whole conversation,
right?
He goes into all the numbers. I'm looking through all these numbers: 18,000 vote scammer, 4,500 voters who weren't on the registration. So
even if that were the case, that still doesn't refute my fact because, I mean, there's been a long sordid history of the Democrat Party getting ballots from and getting votes from dead people. That's why they always say, if it's dead, if it doesn't have a heartbeat and you count their vote, there must be a Democrat. That's an old saying for a long time. You have also the fact that the Democrat Party is has made a lot of different stances and has shown itself to be against voting, so much so that even Tim Walz, when JD Vance is saying, well, maybe we'll just leave that back with the states and the people, and he's shaking his head. Because again, the Democrats don't want democracy. They want to have an oligarchy. And there's
they want control.
There's a lot of people in the Republican Party that are the same. You're not going to get a disagreement on that from me because I that's why I'm not a part of any party. But the Democrats it's rich for them to say that they're for democracy when they're the ones that are doing things that are constantly trying to change the rules in the game.
Yeah, say that would be a rich thing for JD Vance to even shake his head out after getting a bunch of controversy, after saying certain Americans' vote should be worth less than others.
Okay,
they should.
My point of what I'm trying to say is that when he shakes his head, it's indicative. When Walz does, it's indicative to the view that the Democrat Party has.
No, I mean,
and you know what? That's fine. If the Republicans, I'll tell you when the Republicans are hypocrites because they're hypocrites. Whenever they say they're for small government,
you got to remember, John is one of them slimy anarchists.
Well, they were at some point for small government. They definitely aren't at this point. Yeah, both sides are just for big government, and it's about if whether or not you're owning the libtards or if you're not owning the libtards. That is.
That's the internet side of it.
That's kind of what's become the public side of it.
A little
I
bit.
still
but
don't think that most of the public knows what the fuck is going on.
No.
I think that most people are like I was saying earlier, I think that most people are detached from what's actually going on. And when you start talking to people, you just say something like, if you get into like the Russian collusion hoax, people still buy that. George Floyd, just look at that. People still think this dude was killed by being choked out, essentially. There's so many things that gets laid out, and once you put it into the zeitgeist, you don't have to worry about it. That's why the initial headline is important. The retraction, nobody gives a fuck about. The story is already in the public consciousness, and now it will be used. All of the bullshit. That's how they rig this shit. They put this stuff out there just willy-nilly, and it's funny because it is only in one direction. You can't find it going in the other direction. If there was some stories that was going negatively for the Democrats, and then it's like, oh, he's actually wrong about that. When has that fucking happened? Not once. It happens
It's usually
one
like
direction
progressive.
every time.
It's usually progressives that get called out for that shit, but like, I mean, AOC was a progressive, but like not really anymore. Bernie Sanders was part of that wave, but then kind of got out of it when BLM people were kicking him off stage.
And what happened? What happened? The Democrat Party, which is all about fucking inclusion, and
especially when we're talking about progressives, like progressives are unworkable.
They fucking don't give a shit.
And their votes should be less.
And they don't give a shit about the progressive liberals.
I think that would be absolutely stupid. I've seen decent arguments for like lowering voting levels. It would be like military service or something like that, or like owning property, showing that you have some type of like investment
owning
into
property,
the country.
IQ over 110, pass a civics test.
You have to have a certain amount of percentage of white, Josh.
Straight white Christian males.
He just said it. I knew he was gonna say that.
Oh yeah,
that's why I like you. You're just like, I'm gonna double down on it. I don't give a shit.
We got a lot of criteria. You got to own a business and property. I wouldn't be allowed
Josh
to vote.
has had me on stream before. He knows I'm not gonna fucking wig out.
No, I respect you. I respect you for coming in here because you stay cool and
yeah.
It's kind of like a pile on, but you know you're chill. I like it.
It happens. I get.
I think it makes your streams more interesting too if you have someone from the other side, like giving some.
I mean,
I'm not even really from the other side. I wished Nikki Haley would have fucking won it all, but she won 2.8% of the delegate votes, coming in second place. I mean, so
yeah.
But let me just level with you. Don't you just think Trump is cooler? He's funnier.
Nikki Haley? I think Nikki Haley could do a jumping jack.
Than Kamala. Between Trump and Kamala, how could you vote for Kamala? Trump is just a badass. And he's the content king. Like, come on.
I'll give you content king. I don't know where the badass is coming from. I think
he got shot in the face and then stood back up and poked his head back out.
I have a clip.
Badass. Come on, dog.
And then he went back to Butler and he said, "This was what I was supposed to be showing you guys."
Listen, that was short. It was blurry. The most badass Trump moment is the WWE stuff where he's like tackling people.
Yeah, let's go. Like, come on. I have a clip of Trump going on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Did you know he had a cameo on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
Oh yeah.
He came in and he was gonna buy their house, and they were all like creaming over. They were glazing it.
No,
they're like, "Oh, hi, Mr. President. Hello." Oh, or not Mr. President, but they're like Donald Trump. Oh my gosh, wow.
No, I think that's what sucks for most Democrats is that a lot of people actually like Donald Trump as a person. But I mean, I agree. I just think he's not a good leader. Like I said, I would have rather have seen any other Republican candidate have seen the nomination.
That's the big reason.
Okay, so what makes you think he's not a good leader? Did you miss out on the 4 years he was president? And
they claim that was
pretty
Obama's
fucking
comment,
cool.
a comment that he was handed.
Well, now
even though it
they're
was his tax
rewriting.
cut.
They're rewriting history. He was a bad businessman. He had 6 bankruptcies. He was a horrible. I saw Chank on Piers Morgan freaking out, like losing his mind.
Freaks out. He always freaks out.
Yeah, dude, I don't take that dude seriously at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't take
Chink
Chink seriously. Chink, Gunk. I don't know how the fuck to say his name. It apparently begins with a G.
Guiger?
So I don't even know how you say his name.
I think it's Chank.
It's Jank.
Okay, 8-bit trip. What country are you in?
America.
He's American. Like,
Are you
like acting like he's like.
You voting for Camel too?
Yeah, I'm voting for Kamala.
No.
Why?
Come on.
He just gave you all those great points about WWE and.
Why? I will literally give the exact same argument as a lot of people. It's literally just because she's not Trump. Like I said, I would have rather have seen any other Republican
you can
candidate.
stop right there and shut right the fuck up. What a great argument. She's not Trump.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. That's the reason why. That's the reason. That's the only reason why she's going to
I think she's like a stereotypical Democratic politician. She will tote the line. She won't push any barriers.
No. She is going to be an absolute puppet. She is.
I think for a lot of people that are sick. I think for a lot of people that are sick of Trump, that's exactly what they're looking for.
Well, what if you could
A
see
skin suit? Someone that just can be manipulated by the dark shadowy people?
What if you could see the future and you saw that if Kamala becomes president in the future, we're in World War III and inflation continues going up and all the problems keep getting worse. Whereas if we get Trump, he comes in like in some hypothetical world, you could see the future. And would you still vote for Kamala?
What? He won't
just
say what
because
he's gonna do. He says it's a secret.
And no, hypothetically.
He gets in and he says what, and he does what? Every time he's asked about it, he goes, "It's a secret."
Trump gets in and he gets NATO and he gets Ukraine to come to an agreement to not join NATO and Russia and Ukraine.
Hypothetically,
he comes up with a ceasefire for the Middle East.
But when
and
people ask
makes a
Trump
deal
how
there.
he's going to do that, he just says he's going to do it. He just says it's a secret. He can't tell them how he's going to do it because it's a secret.
He's talking about hypothetically.
He's on a
saying
debate
if you could see the
stage.
future.
Yeah, if you could see the future, you could see that this is how. Would you still vote for Kamala just because she's not Trump?
If in the future that Kamala leads to World War III and Trump somehow gets us away from it, then I
Biden's
would.
already done that.
I would rather Trump be the president then, but I don't think that that's what's happening.
Okay, well, let's look at past. Let's look at past, and instead of looking at the future, let's look at the past. Let's look at what happened over the last 4 years compared to what happened over Trump's 4 years. And let's vote for Trump, buddy.
We've had 4 years of an empty skin suit. Now you're asking for another 4 years of an empty skin suit.
I mean, he got way more legislation passed than Trump did.
He didn't get shit passed. He didn't do anything.
What, by executive?
Have you seen that guy?
Does the infrastructure bill not exist in your world? It's the largest infrastructure bill that's ever been passed.
No, he didn't do shit.
And how
He
much
is an empty vessel.
How much
He's a
infrastructure
puppet.
has been
He does what
developed?
they tell him he can do.
$2.9 billion worth of infrastructure.
We had a train crash.
I think it's getting backed by like
in
another
East
$2 billion.
Palestine, Ohio.
I hope
The
Trump
Democrats
becomes
You talking about that
president.
inflationary bill?
Wait. As
We
like
had
being
a
real, is there no
strike
construction
here?
going on around where you're at? Like, because
We
there's
just
a
had
hell
a
of construction
strike
going on in the
here.
roads where I'm on.
Have the rail yards that he didn't
I just
show
want to
up?
The
see.
roads is a
This
state
idiot
matter.
I want to
just
see Trump
now
win,
showed
and
up.
the Russia-Ukraine thing ends. The Middle East thing. You know, there's still going to be drama there, but it comes to more peaceful terms, and
How
prices
how
go
can you
down,
possibly
gas goes down,
into the
and I
Middle
want to
East?
see how you guys cope with it.
2 wars started underneath your little precious Democrats
Wait,
there.
The only
Do you
thing we have to
think-
go by is a
Started
pass.
underneath Trump. Hold on, let me count. Oh, I might need to take my socks off. No, I don't, because the number is 0.
All right, listen, you're gonna have to go ahead and -1 there. The Ukraine and Russia war started in 2014 under Barack
Did
Obama.
not start underneath Trump. No, it did not.
No, I'm saying it started under Barack
Right,
Obama.
there was
I said Barack
Crimea and there
Obama.
was Georgia.
That was
No.
Yeah, but that war
Tensions.
was cold.
Tensions arose.
But there's always been
There wasn't
tensions
tensions
but that
arose.
was
They
There
took
was
over a
not.
whole
huge
segment of the
catalyst for
There
country.
was
change.
not an
Right.
infiltration
He's
that
right
kicked
about
There
off
was an
the war
invasion. There was an invasion.
underneath
That took
Trump.
place
It
under a
started
particular
underneath
person's watch.
Not under Trump.
Biden.
Well, I mean, wait, where?
Again,
Because
buddy.
we talked about this earlier. Because I mean, there were definitely invasions under Trump. Like
Yeah,
Name
but
one.
Major.
not like under Biden and Obama.
It's not like they
the
were
Turkish
sanctioned by him. It's
genocided
not
the
like he was
Kurds.
like calling Putin.
You're
out
kind of
going,
making our
"Come on,
point.
man." That was actually what everybody's fear was with Trump. If you don't remember, maybe you were fucking still in high school. I don't know, but they were saying shit like, "Yeah, he's gonna instigate shit in North Korea, and he's gonna," they thought he was gonna be this kind of mad cow rebel kind of cowboy. And sure enough, it's Biden.
Yeah, hats off to him. He didn't even instigate war with them. He was taking pictures, saluting their troops. I mean,
Yeah, he talked shit to that man, and then went
What did
went to his
Rocket Man over
country.
there in North
Went into
Korea
his
do?
country.
Yep.
Called him Little Rocket
Visit
Man,
the
and then
fucking
stepped into his country.
demilitarized
Do something.
zone. And what did he do? He stopped firing rockets.
The sad thing though
fucking
Was
is
Obama
that
president
it-
from 2008 to 2016?
North Korea
Yeah.
has not. Just to point out, though, North Korea has not.
Hold on.
stopped testing
Was
missiles.
Obama president from 2008 to
That's not what I said.
2016?
Yes,
Was it?
Obama was.
So-
Yes.
so
Okay,
let's be
so
honest to what he
Russia
said.
invaded Georgia in 2008. Russia invaded Crimea in 2014. Those are both under Obama. And then Russia and Ukraine happened under Biden.
Crimea is Ukraine.
Where's the
Josh.
gap?
Crimea is Ukraine.
Okay,
Crimea is in Ukraine.
Okay, yeah, right. You're right. Okay. So essentially Russia invaded Ukraine under Obama, Georgia under Obama, Ukraine again.
No, I said Obama. I didn't say it was under Trump. I just said it wasn't under Biden. Like
Right,
the
he
Ukraine
said-
war started
but
under
Ukraine again
the
under
Ukraine
Biden.
war started a while ago.
So
Yeah.
who did Russia invade under Trump?
Russia didn't invade anyone under Trump.
Yeah,
That is correct.
sounds about right.
So
I didn't
Russia
claim that,
didn't break a
but,
ceasefire or anything like that.
When did the Abraham's Accord? Who did that with the Middle East?
The Abraham Accords?
Yeah, that was
Jared
Trump, right?
Kushner. Bagel.
Those have existed for and have been renegotiated over and over again for a while.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, 8-bit drill bit.
He did have to do with those. He's the one that moved the embassy. If that's what you're asking, he's the one that
He
moved the
moved
embassy.
and he brought in 2 countries, I believe.
Tell me this, 8-bit. Why should I vote for Camel 2?
Why should you vote for Kamala? Probably
She's not
because.
Yeah, don't you dare say she's not Trump. Don't you dare.
All of it would basically come down to that. Yeah, it would come down to the fact that he doesn't believe in elections. He's getting old. He doesn't believe in basic science. He's denying climate
Go
change.
back to what you just said there at the first point. What do you mean he doesn't believe in elections? He can.
I mean, he's denying our elections.
He did
I didn't.
He conceded.
I'm sure if him and a group of friends pulled straws at the office, he would believe it was real. He wouldn't be like, Kamala has affected my straw.
See that right there, though. That kind of statement that's a statement where you're taking your biases and concluding something outside of the facts, and that's fine. You can have your opinions about him.
Oh, JS, can I say it there?
8-bit, you do seem to be at least a I don't know if you would ascribe yourself a liberal or not, but you seem to be someone that would be principled in what you stand for. Would I be?
No, I'd like to think so. I think everyone would like to think they're principled in what they stand for.
How does someone that is principled on issues still support a party that has gone and turned face about? Maybe you weren't around 20 years ago, but I was, and I remember when the Democrat Party used to be against Big Pharma, when the Democrat Party used to be against war, when the Democrat Party used to stand for a lot of different of those things. And let's just be honest, the Democrats have betrayed even if you were to believe the mandate the Democrats believe they have, that they believe the country wants them to do, they haven't even delivered that.
I mean, if you're
And
talking about
what you get with the DNC is just a bunch of party brokers who are trying to cement power and are willing to do anything and sacrifice anything to get that. Now, here's the case. Now, you can say there's flaws about Trump, but would you say that's the same as Trump? If you do, that's fine. Okay.
Kamala.
But then here's the thing. Then really, is there really any real choice in this election? But if you want to believe,
I don't think a lot of the same
that Democrats get it all
exist.
right, that Democrats don't do anything corrupt, that Democrats, everything that comes out of their mouth is an ever-living fucking truth, and everything that Trump says.
No, I would
is
never
lie,
go to
then
say that.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. You're living in.
No, nobody said that.
I don't think the Republicans are super different, but Trump.
I don't think they are either.
Trump is not establishment like that. He's different. He's
outside the system.
Yeah, but what were you
And
gonna
just
say,
to be
Buff?
clear, was that
He knows how to
was that
use the
John?
system.
Hold on, Buff's got something to ask me.
Well, just real quick, can I say it there because he brought up the whole thing about maybe they drew straws. Can we put that as a straw man argument?
No, Buff, that's not what a straw man is.
Oh my gosh,
Buff doesn't know what a straw man is.
But,
I'm still learning.
He gets what I was saying, though. It's just, he's joking.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, the guy that was talking before, was that John, who was just saying all that?
Yep, John, yep.
I feel like you were responding to someone who maybe you've seen online that you just like are angry at, but like a lot of the stuff you were saying there, I just like wasn't saying.
No, I'm just saying,
And, like,
because the reason I'm saying this is because if I struggle with good intentioned people who have principled liberal ideals and still believe that the Democrat Party is the party for that.
Or that
It's
say
not that I
that
think-
I'm
I
going to
don't
vote
think
for
either
Kamala
party's
because
the
she's
party
not
for it.
Trump. That's not a good principle. That's not
I just
logical.
well, I mean, the reason why is because I feel like Trump's like actually a fascist in the way that he sets up the system of his government. He just fires everyone he doesn't like. He replaces them.
So
Do
show
you
me,
know what a
show
fascist
me how
is?
he's a fascist. Give me an
So-
example of how he has acted as a fascist in the past.
He failed at about almost. I couldn't even say half. Almost everything that he tried to do throughout the 4 years he was presidency, blamed it on everyone around him, fired all of them to the point to where nobody that worked with him before is working with him now.
Yeah,
But
92%.
there's a
of
reason why that is. You do know there's a reason why that is, and that's because they were kind of married to him in a kind of backroom deal that was done for the Republican establishment to be in support of the Trump.
Well, I get the idea is that he was draining the swamp, but I feel like he is the swamp. Like he's creating the
He's
swamp.
not the swamp. He's not the swamp. But he definitely
Pelosi is the swamp, the one that's making the backroom deals and then buying and selling her stocks and then being one of the best traders that's ever hit the market. That kind of shit. And it goes even deeper than that, obviously. You've got the CIA and the FBI. I mean, you got the Carter Page shit before Trump was elected saying we can't let this man have win this election. And then he gets tied up in all this FISA shit. And then Russian collusion gets spun out of that. Yeah, he was halted his entire presidency because there was an internal coup attempting to take over. And Donald Trump was not part of that establishment. He
And you
was
could say that
the
he was
vinegar
so-
in the water.
He was so not swamped that the people that people who told him that these people are reliable, people like that war hawk Pompey, he was told that
I could
they would be
agree.
legit. And here's the thing: this is what motherfuckers like that Tim Waltz doesn't understand is he's like, well, I think it's good to listen to people. Well, he did listen to those people. He listened to the wrong people. He listened to Fauci. He listened to Pompeo. He listened to all of the wrong people who were giving him advice. And when he realized that they were lying to them, when he realized that, he had to divorce it because because they'd already forced him out of the person he was working with to begin with. So
it's just such a hard sell. I mean, you're talking about like Mike Pence, dude. Mike Pence is his running candidate. Like, what incentive? Who has better incentive to go with Donald Trump? Like,
well, Mike Pence was caught up in that whole January 6th stuff.
But here's the thing, Mike Pence, on the surface, from everything that we know, if we're giving him, if we're going to give him accreditation or give him any kind of due diligence, we would say that he, at best, saw things differently than Trump, and Trump felt like, and again, I won't deny that the attitudes and the feelings that Trump sometimes puts out there, like maybe this is where you see where he doesn't understand how the stew is made and doesn't understand the procedures, all the procedures and whatnot. But and so maybe he got a little personal about it. But let's just be honest. Pence never liked Trump from the get-go, and he was handcuffed. They were handcuffed together. That was part of that back deal that they made to get support and to do all these different things. And Trump felt like, hey, if I just go in there and I start doing my thing, then I can work with these people. But he didn't realize that because of his ideas and because they were literally about draining the swamp and they were about understanding the problem of bureaucracy that we have, that the bureaucrats would stick together and would literally betray Trump and do everything they can to misrepresent Trump. And then they would put it on MSNBC, and people like you are watching it and believing it wholesale because they're already establishing a narrative to you that's just not there. I believe that he failed at draining the swamp. That's actually one of the reasons why I was like, whatever reason I was to vote for him in the first place, I don't know if I can think he can do it. I don't know if he can do it because
with that and bump stocks is why he's criticized from the right. So,
but at least he's trying, even if it's an
uphill battle the whole way. It's all
at what point is he too old to drain the swamp?
That's why he's got JD
when he gets
there.
When he starts looking and acting like Joe Biden, it's a clear sign then.
I think JD is a great, like, at first I wasn't sure about it, but as I'm looking into him, like, everything that Trump lacks, he's got the youth, and
and let's not forget that Democrats didn't care about age 6 months ago. I mean, this
you
guys decided to pick and choose when something is relevant, and that's because when it's
I don't really care about age either. I don't think there should be an age limit.
Competence is what I care about.
I don't care either. I think what I care about is not the sex, the race, any of that. It's who is the best candidate, and that's one of the reasons why I don't like to vote, because we're never given who is the best choice. We're always saying, vote for the person you don't want. Usually your vote for somebody is because you don't want the alternative. And that to me is a system of fear. It doesn't propagate the country further. It only puts us in the continual cycle of where we are now once again being used by the same two-party system.
I really don't see a better choice from all the options than Trump. Like,
well, there's definitely going to be things that are going to escalate under Kamala.
Just about everyone else that was in the primary.
A woman has her head up.
Just about everyone else who is in the primary except for Vivek. And maybe Chris Christie. Chris Christie's a fucking nobody. He wouldn't have done well either.
None of those. The only one that could have come close to what Trump can do is DeSantis.
Yeah,
I mean, Nikki Haley fucking, as little as you can consider any of them destroying any of them.
Nikki Haley is a bought and paid for warmonger.
Yeah, but if Trump wasn't there, Nikki Haley would be running.
Yeah,
if he didn't come in
Florida.
Listen, I'm from South Carolina, so I would have loved to have seen her go further. So that should.
You wanted to see her go further?
Yeah, I watched every single Republican debate. I think she won all of them, and then that's why she won the fucking primary under Trump. but it was like a whole nother. Collaboratively, all of them got like under 5% of the votes.
Well, he didn't even debate
it was
against
insane.
Nikki Haley. So
yeah, he didn't even show up or say anything. He just fucking won
didn't need
95% of the Republican vote.
He was essentially the incumbent. The incumbent doesn't have to go out and debate.
Was
for
the swamp
primary.
not drained?
I was mad about that when I
No.
found out Trump wasn't going to be at the primary debates, but after I
No,
saw
looking
how it
back-
played out, I was like, oh, that was the smart move. He made the right decision not to go to, like, why would you go make yourself look bad when you don't need to?
Why would you make people think that these people even have a chance against you? I mean, you just
Right.
got to think about it optically.
Right.
He was probably afraid that like Nikki Haley would have hit like a quip on him about being old or something, and it would have made Republican voters think about the fact that she's
Well-
like 40 years younger than him.
Yeah, and he would have
no,
he would have
he
ate
would've
her up
attacked
worse
her.
than Vivek did.
Yeah.
I
He would have attacked
really
her,
don't
and
think
that would have
that
looked
would-
really bad for women.
Vivek got booed on stage while he tried to go after Nikki Haley.
No, when
Literally
Tim
booed on
Scott, Vivek, and DeSantis were all going at Nikki Haley.
Right.
Oh,
but the
wait,
reason
that
why
was the
Vivek
first debate. That was the
booed
first
is
debate,
because
wasn't it?
Yeah, she was the
Vivek-
presumptive.
Vivek was
Yeah,
booed
no,
because he said
I forgot
he
about the
said
first one.
He
Yeah,
said
yeah.
the true thing out loud.
Well, look, I got to get off here. I've been on
Yeah.
here way too long. So
Yeah.
it's been fun, 8-bit. Appreciate the conversation. Thanks for having me up, Jess. I'll see you next
Oh yeah,
time.
see you in chat.
Later.
Take care, Stefan.
Nice to meet you, Stepfire.
You too, Buff. We'll see you.
Nikki Haley. What the?
Because I mean, if Trump loses, I think Nikki Haley would have won. So I just want to put that out there.
Well, anybody. Here's the thing. Against Biden, anyone was going to win. That's why they took him out.
Well, actually, there's a chance Nikki Haley still would have lost because there's a chance Trump would have just said fuck it and ran as an independent because he has 95% of the party, so he might as well.
He could have done that, but we don't know at this point what would have happened. I mean,
I don't think there's any way he would have ran as an independent. What's up, Weaker Wally?
If he had to, he would have.
probably, but
If there's
I
any
think
politician in
the big
America
thing
history who
that's-
could win
that's
as an
the
independent, it would be him.
insanity in all of this is just that people have been shown, like, everything that the media has said in this cycle to be utter bullshit. Whether it be like how competent Biden was, or and just everything coming out with this is just hit home that this really isn't about Trump versus Harris. And it wasn't really Trump versus Biden. This is Trump versus the system. This is
Yeah, it's
this is
MAGA
really the
versus
elites-
everyone
this is
else.
The elites versus
Let's
the everyday
go.
people.
MAGA versus the world.
And not just MAGA, because I don't think
Literally,
MAGA,
yeah.
But I think-
I like to look at it as freedom versus communism. Shit.
well, no, it's not freedom versus communism. That's not the right
Yeah?
word. No, it's basically
People in America think we are so much closer to radical systems than we are.
It's
I mean, I think
basically
this-
an oligarchy system is what we're looking at, and so, and we're just gonna get to a point, and I think this is the thing is
You don't help that when you call Trump a fascist.
Like I said, I wouldn't say it about Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis. I probably wouldn't even say it about Vivek because he hasn't led anything yet. But I mean, Trump has a explicitly bad leading record.
okay. So what makes him a fascist in your mind? Bad leader. He's bad. He's maybe ineffective at his job. I don't think those things make you a fascist. But
Saying
tell me what else.
fake media, fake news.
Well, this weird appeal, I wish they would have never done this because I don't
Which
know
Hillary
if you guys remember
started
this.
that, by the way.
8 years ago in the MAGA movement, this whole like deport every immigrant, they all need to be gone, literally didn't exist. This has gone like
No.
ultra radical.
We deport
And, like, the last
every
year-
no. That's a straw man on the position. The position is deport every illegal immigrant.
Straw man.
Is that a John man? Is that a straw man on John Dorothy's position when he was on stage with Destiny?
No, that's a straw man on the Republican MAGA Trump position that we want to deport every immigrant, We want to deport every illegal immigrant, and for a time period, put a moratorium on legal immigration so that we can figure this stuff out. We need to deal with the visa overstays, because there's a lot of people who are here illegally who didn't come illegally across the borders, and we need to deal with this. And while we fix
rid
our
of illegal
Go ahead.
So
get rid of illegal immigrants and reconsider what the definition of legal immigrants is currently.
No, we don't have to redefine what legal immigration is. It fucking is right there in the title itself. You come in, there's a process to come into this country.
Well, you've heard some of the stuff Josh has said though about it, right? Like Josh is talking about like banning certain countries from being able to immigrate currently.
If there's a threat coming out of that country,
No, I'm saying
it is a right thing to do.
I'm saying for a specified amount of time to stop all immigration. A moratorium on immigration. No more immigration. The country's closed. We got to deal with our problems here in America, and then eventually we can open it up. We can figure out the process, and we can allow legal immigration.
This is like European shit at this point.
European shit. European. You mean Lundistan? What are you talking about?
No, I mean this is like what I'm hearing from like British people and stuff. It's just like
because
the whole
right now they're
Republican
getting
party. The way that they talk about everything has like changed completely in the last 10 years. It's like
that's
complete
what
whiplash.
happens. That's what happens when you have communism seeping into your country slowly, and Marxism and open borders, and you're letting everybody in. That's what happens. You drive a wedge between people. It creates racism where it doesn't need to be.
Okay, can we stop using the C word for everything, Josh? I'm sorry. It's please.
Communism?
Yes.
That's the shoe fits.
No. If
that's why I said communism and Marxism. Marxism leads to communism. Socialism is the baby. Okay. Democracy is the baby of socialism, and socialism is the baby communism.
What is communism?
We've been seeing this.
What's communism, Josh?
When the people control the means of production, a stateless, a government stateless society where the people control the means of production and distribution. Don't play the dictionary definition game with me like I don't know what communism is.
That's socialism, Josh.
System, isn't it?
No, socialism is the same thing as communism, except it's ran through democratically elected officials. And if the democratically elected officials are illegitimately elected, democratically elected officials, it's the same thing as communism. They're synonymous.
No, I was bullshitting with you.
Yeah, I know what I'm fucking talking about. I hate when people. John, don't do that. That's what liberals do. Don't patronize me.
I'm not patronizing you. I'm saying
I know what communism is, and I mean the word. I mean what I'm saying. We're seeing Marxism. It's been in the country since the 60s.
I'm fine with you using the word Marxism.
Right. Okay. Right. And communism is the extreme of that. And I'm saying that
it's the economic system.
We have people running as social democrats. And so socialism leads to communism. When you let the people control the means of production and distribution, that leads to communism, a stateless, governmentless society. When we have open borders, and we're bringing all, bro, that's what it is. We've watched this happen.
That's tricky though. Acting like saying that just because you have socialist in the name for something means that it's distinctively socialist when literally another definition is in it. It just means that it uses like socialist policies, like unions and shit.
Yeah, and you could say the same thing. You could say the same thing for the right. You could say capitalism leads to monopolies and oligopolies and imperialism. And I would say,
yeah, but you're trying to say like a social democrat is someone who believes that like socialism should come to America. That's someone who believes like unions should exist in their local like state. I don't. Yeah.
Unions are communist.
That's not communist.
Yes, it is. It came from communists at the May Day events. It came from we do riots to get a holiday. So like, they did the same thing with Juneteenth. They did the same thing with Gay Pride Month. They did this. There was you riot, you get a bunch of angry people together, you riot, and you get a holiday and a day off. Now we got 2-day weekends and 3-day weekends and a bunch of holidays that don't mean anything.
But Josh, Are unions not democratic?
Are unions not democratic? Yeah. I'm not a fan of democracy.
That's a wild take. That is a wild
Well,
take.
if you don't think that his take that O'Brien is the hero of 1984 is on a wild take, then you shouldn't be surprised by anything he says.
Unions, how did the unions start? Where does Labor Day come from? Where does the 2-day
How
weekend
did the
come from?
union start? The union started through farms.
Where do labor laws come
literally
from?
Republicans.
They all come from.
The union started from farmers being underrepresented.
That's communist ideology.
Yeah, it did.
It is.
Wait. So the extra delegate votes that are given to red states because they're underpopulated should be taken away because that's communist thinking?
Wait, say it again?
Oh my gosh.
You realize that there's extra delegates given to red states because of unions, because they're underrepresented by state population. So you're advocating for delegates to be taken away from Republicans.
You're talking about the red flyover states. They have extra delegates so that they can match in the electoral college with blue states, right? Like
Through
you're talking about
agricultural unions.
Like the
Those were built through farmer unions in the 1800s.
I don't know. I'm gonna say I don't know about this one. I don't know.
I will say this.
I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Part of the reason why the
unions used to be extremely Republican. They were so Republican that they were anti-allowing black slaves and Jim Crow workers to unionize into the union. It was like
no,
it had to be legislated by law.
Unions started with laborers in the May Day riots, and yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard that Republicans are pro-union or Republicans are more pro-union. I don't know, but I'm not a Republican.
Well, I'm not saying
maybe I just don't know.
So the way that people used to talk about politics, like in the 1800s, was just completely different. Like when unions were started, they were like representative, but
right. So I don't care what it was called back then.
Pro-union shit that was happening in the 1800s.
You have to understand that the unions, since the 40s, when the mafia got involved, and the mafia were basically fascist, and then what you actually started seeing is communists getting involved in some of the law unions and some of the labor unions, and so you did see that as a rise. Now, I don't think it's full on what I would call communism, because
I know we're not at communism yet. I get what you're saying, John.
Italy did not have a.
I'm being extreme. I'm being hyperbolic.
Yeah, the only reason I take big beef with it is I come from a union family, so.
But
But if you can call Trump fascist, then I'm going to call Democrats communist.
But here's the problem.
I'm okay with that.
Here's the problem, though, is that you haven't given me a reason. You haven't shown me why you would say Trump's a fascist. Has he ever?
The way that he's so
about him, or beyond what you don't like about what his said that you might ideologically different.
Hold on, he's trying one.
Okay.
How's Trump a fascist?
Well, I'm driving right now too, so it's hard for me to keep up. Sorry if I'm talking while any of you guys are talking.
You're good. You're good. So, do you believe? Yes. He is?
You were asking for an example, right?
Yeah.
An example.
Yeah.
I do think the cabinet switching I was talking about was like a decent example. I think the wanting to undermine NATO, pull back from the EU, weaken a lot of the global infrastructures that we've already dedicated billions of dollars into, to go back to isolationism as signs of retreating.
Yeah, how is that fascist?
Fuck is that?
Mussolini
fascist?
joined up with Hitler,
Wait, no. So I was saying more setting the stage for becoming more of an country to lead to fascism. I wasn't saying that is fascism.
Okay, but you said he's a fascist. You didn't say he's becoming fascist. He has fascist
so a good example is he has his own other form of social media
called Truth Media that
Right.
literally
Here
he
we go.
just constantly sources.
Your best example is
he started a
demonization of the media that he did.
Okay, Buff, don't shake your head at that. Creating your own media source to source is a definite sign of fascism. That is not.
What about
he
creating
started a MySpace?
What
to
about creating a
have
government agency
supporters
to
of
weed
his
out
message to just join?
oppositional
Everybody
media?
could join. How was that fascist?
Who
Would
did
you
that?
say that's fascist?
Who did that?
Wait.
Biden?
Both of you guys asked me questions at the same time.
Yeah,
who
Biden did
do
that.
I answer first?
Okay.
It doesn't matter. Here's the thing. What I'm saying is, your claim is because he does things maybe that are not globalist, or because he's not playing the party line, or that he's not doing what the rest of the people do, that makes it fascist. If that's what you think fascism is,
Well, I mean,
I'm sorry.
his greatest achievements are all through executive order, right?
Well, do you think he's the first president to ever do executive order?
I think it's a big deal if your greatest achievements are through executive order.
Like Biden's?
Yeah, like Biden's.
The Infrastructure Act,
Get it
not through executive order.
Like that?
Like,
You're talking about that, where he promised to forgive college student debt and couldn't get through Congress, and he knew he was never going to be able to?
That didn't even
Are you
work.
talking about governors?
Wait, that didn't even work. What are you talking about? That didn't even work.
A bunch of state mandates about COVID, which he didn't actually have the legal authority to do because he was using executive order. Like he is,
I mean, that's if there's any
how many
time
executive orders Biden signed before like the
Let me
end of the
talk. Let me
day
talk
in
for a
his
second.
first
Let me
term?
talk for a second. If there's any time that a president would be expected to use executive orders.
Maybe he's talking about when Trump fucking wanted to increase oil production and we had fucking gas prices down to $1.62. Oh, is that? Oh, how much are you paying for it now? What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
I never had gas at $1.62. That's
Oh,
I mean,
sorry,
it was
I
at.
live in a nice state. We had it at $1.62. Underneath Trump.
I had maybe like 220 down to like 210, and I'm at like 260 now. I mean, there was a huge inflation. The gas prices have gone down a lot, though. I'm not sure about like states like California. Who said that? Was that Josh?
Yeah, I knew this was gonna
You
happen.
fucking conspiracy nut.
No, what do you mean? How's it a conspiracy if I called it and it's happening?
Sure, that is what disproves conspiracies.
Yeah, exactly. I knew right before the election everything would get cheaper.
What was the question, John? I'm sorry, John. What did you ask, John? I'm sorry.
I guess what I'm trying to understand here is you seem to be upset about him creating like Truth Social, but you don't seem to be upset about the Democrats creating an agency to quote unquote weed out fake or harmful news, which is something that a fascist country does, is to control and censor media.
Are the bots not a problem, like a huge problem right now? Like, I think we can all acknowledge that the bots are a huge problem.
Really?
I'm not a fan of bots.
So we're going to get to a point where it's not just we're going to control the bot issue. It's if you say something that's not convenient or something that is whatever, even if it's untrue, your ability to speak it is opposed.
But that's not the way it is right now. Like, maybe what is it? Like, maybe just YouTube. Like, I don't. X is completely leaning towards the right now. He has his own news platform. Like, people were, I will say, when Trump was the president, people were getting banned off of shit for misinformation and shit like that. There was the COVID misinformation and shit like that people were getting banned for. I do think all of that was wrong, but like that shit has taken a huge backseat and seems to have swung the complete opposite direction.
Okay.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. You talking about the COVID misinformation? Like ivermectin was fucking basically.
I wasn't saying it was missing. I don't even want to get into the COVID debate.
When it is a proven medicine that has won a Nobel Prize. Are you talking about that?
No,
I said that it was called I was like quoting it as misinformation like that's the words that they used. I don't even want to get into a debate about it.
What he's saying.
Oh, you mean how the left suppressed any alternative medicine outside of the
not just that, but how the press also colluded with the Twitter before Elon had it, where they colluded with Facebook, and you seem to be okay with that because it was probably against Trump, and as long as it's against Trump,
there was huge problems with that. I think like when he got with the data, and Twitter was like 99% backed by like Democratic funding through lobbyists. Like, no, that was a huge problem. That needed to be broken up. But I don't think the solution is for Elon to buy the website and do the exact same thing.
That's so. I'm not advocating that. What I'm trying to say is, when you're asking about, to me, what are signs of fascism? They tend to be people who believe in an autocratic and hierarchical system that is where they have the right, they believe they should decide everything. And I'm saying, when you're thinking about a candidate who's fascist, like, for example, one of the biggest examples of fascism is Hitler, but that's because he was able to take control by doing what? Nationalizing everything, which is socialism. So actually, that's why socialists and fascism are not anathema to each other.
Yeah, that's why I was giving Josh shit earlier, because like in a complete country, a country can never represent just one value. Like, it's gonna have like a bunch of shit that goes into it. Like, you're never gonna have just a democratic system. Like, how far does in the workplace should everyone vote? Like, in the household should everyone vote? Like, of course, there's like, you would come up with different systems depending on where you're at.
If once Trump took over and he jailed Hillary Clinton, I would say that definitely would have been a fascist thing to do.
Oh, but he didn't do that. He didn't.
But he didn't.
He is saying he's going to try to open an investigation on his political opponents.
Like what they've done to him.
Yeah. I mean, if anybody is using their power in a fascist way, it is the Democrat Party. It is.
I mean, I guess when you say that, like, you're tying organizations that aren't supposed to be democratic to the Democratic Party.
Yeah, because Silicon Valley mainstream media and
because like at that point, like social media. Then you're saying like the DOJ, because at that point you're saying like the DOJ is democratic. The reason why they all tie
together is because they all believe they all are in the same fucking fishbowl and they're drinking the same shit water. And they're both.
So do you think that Trump's DOJ?
So you get people who write these fucking BuzzFeed articles, and then like some bitch at fucking NPR is reading that and says that sounds great to me because I don't know. And then it's like on NPR, and then someone's like, "Well, it was reported on NPR, so it must be important and it must be right and it must be truthful." And then you just get this whole fishbowl mentality, and that is the problem in trying to fight this. Like, I don't like when. Because to me, I think some of the language of when Trump says, I will do this, they couldn't do it better than me, I'll do it. I know what it is.
It's empty follies.
But that does come off.
Your Trump sounds like Mexican or Swedish or something.
I know. Sorry, whatever. I'm not good as you are. I'm sorry. Maybe it's because I don't drink his Kool-Aid, but
are you crazy? Don't ask me. This is not my show. This is JS's show.
Mind if I try to chip in? Yeah,
you can always chip in.
Yeah, the link is pinned.
It's up there.
You're gonna have to make a Discord account.
But yeah, I mean, my thing on all of this is that what I don't like, and it's the same thing too, where. Like, I don't like the cult of personality that evolves around Trump, right? I think that's dangerous, and that can be extremely dangerous.
Okay.
And
fair enough.
I think sometimes as well, if you think you always are smarter than everybody else, you're going to be a terrible leader, I think.
We are smarter than everyone else.
That's my big fear. Is like I really think that Trump is probably an average like intelligence person. Like I wouldn't go as far to say he's below intelligence.
from what
I don't
I've
think
read.
that he's.
No, I don't think he's below.
I don't think he's in any situation
I think
to be
it's very
claiming that he's like an
opportunistic,
expert.
but he would be no
And
different
like
than any other person in that position.
The things I've read from high level IQ people that have analyzed him, they say he's like 145 IQ.
Bro, Buff is cooking. Buff looks like he wants to say something. What you got, Buff?
Yeah, what you got, Buff?
No. I got nothing. I'm just listening.
okay, I
He's always cooking. That's,
No, I
that's
got
his secret. That's his secret.
got
He always
nothing right
keeps
now.
cooking.
Yeah, it's just the way I look.
Trump is
Rest
easily 145 on the hardest IQ test. The easy one, he probably did 150, 149.
My problem is that the Democrats have chased out anybody that I would have voted for. So, and the Republicans, they're always, and I would have loved somebody else than Trump. But again, at the same time, you can't argue the
What
stats.
Democrat would you have
I'm
rather
sorry to
have?
say this, but
I would never vote for a Democrat.
Biden from every standpoint of how we would measure a presidency has been a train wreck.
If Trump hadn't got in, I would have voted for Vivek over whoever he was running against, and I would have voted for DeSantis. I liked Doug Burgum.
Nikki Haley. I said Nikki Haley. You got to give me one. Who's the one Democrat, John?
Oh, there's multiple. I would have voted for Tulsi Gabbard. I would have voted for Kennedy.
Does she count though? Does he count?
Yeah, because they used to be Democrats.
Well, Trump used to be a Democrat.
I know, that's my point. Trump is more like right now. What's interesting, and this is the thing to me that's interesting. Right now, the Democrat Party reminds me of the Republican Party of the '90s because part of the reason why we hated Bill Clinton, and part of
trying to steal all the moderates.
One of the reasons why we hated Bill Clinton is because he was so good at communicating things, and he was fairly moderate of a person, and really Trump is a moderate Democrat, but because of the way that the system has come, and because of because they all hated him as soon as he ran for president, and he went after the golden child of Democrats, and one of those golden childs was talking about the issue of immigration, because that's their I don't want to call it immigration. It's not. They don't really.
Wait. This will help me understand what era of Republican are you? Is Israel our greatest ally or the source of all evil?
For me, they're the source of all evil, and I'm not a Republican. I haven't been a Republican for a long time, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would make sense too.
From the 2020 potential Democrat candidates, if I had to vote for a Democrat, I'm looking at it now.
I'll say there's not that many people, but for the right, there's like even less.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick some
know
random
what the fuck
ass.
you guys are gonna do if Trump dies. Like if Trump dies,
DeSantis,
or if he loses, like does DeSantis have? He lost to Nikki Haley in the primary.
But so you're telling me that Kamala is really the best the Democrats have to offer? The one that got her ass kicked. What got her ass kicked?
I probably would have went Bloomberg.
No, I think they moved her in because she was related to the ticket. I don't even think that maybe I think that there could have been better people, but she was just so tied to the ticket, it would be an easy switch out.
I think 2020, if I had to pick a Democrat, I probably would have went Bloomberg.
Back in the day, I used to.
Or maybe Cory Booker. He was kind of. I mean, he was. I don't know.
I could even agree. Like the first election, I could have been convinced Trump over Hillary. I just think he got like nothing done, and it seems like everything works against him, and he just kind of gets angry about it and blames everyone.
Who's this? Richard
But he
Ojeda.
just blames people and he doesn't overcome it.
Richard Ojeda seems based. He's got his military gear on. He's a white guy.
I don't even have a picture for mine. You have a picture on yours?
Yeah, I'm just looking at Democrat primaries in 2020. Not Swalwell. Not freaking any of these women. I'm thinking Blueberg or this guy's a long shot, but he looks kind of based.
Yeah, no. To answer John though, no, I would like Kamala is not somebody I would put up. Like I said, I prefer Nikki Haley would have won, but it's like that's how much I disdain Trump compared to Nikki Haley that I would switch to go vote for Kamala over voting for Trump.
I see what you're saying.
That's crazy.
Okay. Let me ask you this question then. What race is Kamala Harris?
She's half Indian and half black.
No, she's not.
I don't know if black
I'm pretty
is
sure
a
that's
race.
true. She might not be half and half. There might be like a 25% there, but I know she's Indian and black.
No, she's not.
She's like Indian and what Caribbean or Jamaican.
That's why
Jamaican or
Trump keeps
something.
She's
saying
Indian on her
that she's
mom's
not
side
Indian.
and Jamaican and German, if I'm not mistaken, on her dad's side. Her damn dad is
All right, so are we claiming Jamaican people aren't black?
There's no black
Or
in
Jamaican
her.
people not black?
Jamaican's pretty black.
No, I'm half Jamaican, and we do not consider ourselves. First off, black is not a fucking race. Okay, black is a color. We don't even consider ourselves black.
Listen,
It's a
everyone knows
derivative
America
and
is
a
This is the whole
every
reason.
other
This is the whole
country.
reason why the conversation is interesting, because you can't say she's African American.
No, she's
not. Listen,
Indian Jamaican.
I get what you're saying, but Americans are also stupid. We just put everything to color. We don't even know that Asia involves India. Like most people just think that it's just all the Asian squinting-eyed people. But like, it's just in America we fucking make everything as watered down as possible. She is black as you would call her black.
I will give you the benefit of the doubt of that. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that India is in Asia. Yeah,
I'd call her high yellow.
But oh yeah, she high yellow like a mutt.
But see now, like
that's
we
my
can't
black
even
half
say
coming out.
we can't even say things like black, because some people would say you got to vote for a Democrat to be black. You have to.
Oh yeah, yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it's-
That's the whole reason I fucking Well, that's not the whole reason, but I, of course, growing up, African American, all that shit, blah blah blah, whatever. Yeah, I was programmed to. Oh, you need to be a Democrat. Why? Oh yeah, Democrats, they got the best interests for us and all this shit, and I was like, okay, show me something. And when I
free
started
stuff.
getting more political, yeah, it's just like I haven't seen one damn thing the Democrat Party has done for black people.
KKK.
I just haven't seen it. Yes, KKK.
They did that for black people.
They gave you guys affirmative action, but we're taking it back. We're taking affirmative action back. No more of that. You had enough of it.
Yeah, let's go.
fucking
We got
fully
rid of it
came into
already.
my own way. I consider myself an independent. I'm a constitutional conservative. I do not fucking buy into the Republican Party. I don't buy into the Democrat Party. I like to look at what a candidate is talking about. I want to see who seems like they got the better ideas. But as things have been going here lately, here for the past fucking 20 years, the Democrats just seem like they're fucking absolutely unhinged and out of control. It's like, holy shit. I can side more with the Republican Party, but they ain't exactly doing the damn thing and standing up for the rights of the people. So I kind of distanced myself from both of them. Yeah, we're fucked either
Echo
way.
ate a damn chocolate donut that was on the ground on the way to the gas station.
What the fuck?
And I was like, what are you doing? You can't eat chocolate. Bro, after he ate this chocolate donut, he was more hyped than I've ever like he's old and he's lazy and he's dumb. And so he's always very slow and lethargic and just like Eeyore. and he ate this chocolate donut, and he's like jumping around, and he's like running out in traffic. I'm like, Echo, what the hell is wrong with you? I usually don't have to put him on a leash, so I didn't bring the leash with me. And he's like running out in the road. I'm like, Echo, stop! And he's like, got a damn sugar high.
But it's food. It's food. It's food. It's food. It's food.
Yeah.
It's food.
And now it sounds like he's throwing up in the living room. He's probably sick
no.
from this freaking donut.
You're an awful paw parent.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say like Trump is like a fascist in any way of policy, because I don't think he like thinks on a policy level. I think he's a fascist in like the way of that, like Trump only cares about himself. He only thinks about himself. He only cares about him bettering the situation for himself.
Yeah,
that's not a fascist.
great
That's a
CNN
narcissist.
talking point. Yeah, that's a great
Yeah,
CNN.
I would say
talking
that's
point. Yeah,
narcissism,
okay.
not fascism.
Like,
you're right though. I mean, fascists tend to have narcissistic tendencies, but being a narcissist doesn't mean you're a fascist. Because if that was the case, then
well, I don't even think it's like
the
only
worst fascist in our midst would be Neil Tyson deGrasse.
Oh dear God.
Like, I think he's not just like a narcissist. Like, I think Trump probably values loyalty. If you show loyalty to him amongst anything else, he will like value that higher than anything else.
So how's that different than anybody else that I know?
Like him, and the perfect actual example of that is Mike Pence not going through with January 6th, and then JD Vance saying that he would have gone through with January 6th, and then Trump picking him as the VP pick.
Based.
But you do know that JD Vance was a big critic of Trump, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, but to me they're like a hack in a bottle. They're both hacks. They that's why Trump was a Democrat 8 years ago.
Oh, and Camel Toe isn't?
He was a New York Democrat, to be fair, which means he was going along to get along in New York, where you have to be a Democrat to become a real estate developer.
Like, I think Trump,
and he was also pretty moderate too. I mean, he's pretty I mean, I know the Democrats like to think that every fucking Republican wants to bring out the handsmaid tale, because that's their fucking best fantasy of why they should vote against Republicans. Is they're all gonna make us have kids.
8-bit drill bit.
wasn't as easy to infiltrate.
That's what I said. In Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, they were all like, "Oh my God, Mr. Trump, hi!" Like,
I feel like everything that we're saying like kind of leads into what I'm saying. Like, he's not really a Republican. Like, he was trying to look for whatever side was the easiest to manipulate.
but that's what I said earlier. He's not a Republican.
He's not a Republican, but he reminds me of Reagan in this sense, where because Reagan was in a similar situation. Reagan was the SAG president, and he realized, holy shit, there's a lot of fucking communists in my party in the industry.
Oh, but you get mad when I say it. But when Reagan says it 40 years ago, and you think it hasn't gotten worse since then?
No, I'm not saying it hasn't gotten worse. I'm just saying
It's been a seed that's been planted since the 60s.
Of course it has. I'm not denying that. But the point of problem, what I'm trying to say is, you have to be careful about, because I hear people say, everything's a communist problem. And again,
Yeah, and a lot of people don't know what they're talking about when they say that.
communism is
And also with all
more
the
of an
conspiracy
economic
theories-
philosophy slash ideology than it is an actual political position. But my point, what I'm trying to
It's
say
an
is
economic system.
it is an economic system. That's what I'm saying. So, but he saw that, and he recognized just how radical they are, because the communists infiltrated the Democrat Party, and that's why it became the way it did become. Because I guarantee you, people like Kennedy, would not have done it. Carter, it was started under Carter's tenure, and he was just too fucking. He's a nice man. I love him. He's a nice, good Christian man, but he was just too off the rocker to.
See, that's where I get a little. I can't think of communistic Democratic politicians right now. Like, if you're talking about like online creators, there's like that Hassan Piker guy. Like, there's like, there's
dear
definitely people
God.
like.
No, bring
Yeah, I
him
can
up.
think about people who are
The
definitely
biggest one I think in the last few years has been people like Bernie Sanders, he's a full-on communist.
Well,
I'm pretty sure he's like a socialist. Isn't that the accusation? Is that he's a socialist?
But I do believe that socialism is just it's just a soft
It's a
way of
gateway
saying
drug. It's a
communism.
gateway drug to
Yeah,
communism.
it's the beginning of communism. Like you can Google what is the difference between socialism and communism, and the only difference is that socialism has democratically elected officials. And if the democratically elected officials are falsely elected and they're commies, then how is it any different than communism?
Well, and there's the other distinction is that communists
And
tend
why
to
do you
be
wait?
militaristic.
Josh, how the hell are you gonna get angry at me calling Trump a fascist? And you've already decided all these people are communists.
Because
because
I can give you a list of reasons why I believe that, and you can't come up. You can't. I got to give you the argument for why Trump
I
is
gave
fascist.
some reasons. I gave some reasons.
His media, his war against the media is the only fascist thing that Trump did. And if you just meet
fascist policies are like, if you're looking for policies, there's not that, like, fascist policies are the last thing that you would implement in fascism.
But if you just meet one of the criteria, that doesn't make you a fascist. And Hillary is the one who started the fake news thing. That comes from Hillary.
If you're saying that I'm not 100% right, you are correct there. I am not 100% correct that Trump is a fascist, but there's definitely a chance he is.
Okay, well, I guess I just don't see why. Instead of saying I'm gonna vote for Kamala because I don't, because I don't like Trump.
At least he's honest. Give him truth. He's being honest.
I know, but why can't you just be like, I'm gonna vote for Trump because he's way cooler than Kamala?
Because maybe that's not a standard that matters to him like it does to you.
No, that's not why I'm voting for Trump. I'm saying that's why he should.
You're definitely a Trump fanboy. You're definitely a Trump fanboy.
Hey, I respect it. Josh knows I respect it. I'm the biggest fan of the Resident Evil streams.
I can defend why I liked Trump.
I know you can.
And I'm just saying, like, come on, man. Even if you hate, even if you're like undecided, you're like they both suck. At least for the content, let's vote Trump.
I don't think they both suck. I think she's boring. I don't think Kamala sucks though.
That's crazy.
Actually, she does.
She does suck. She like sucked her way all the way to the top.
I think that's crazy to say about a woman who was a state judge, a judge of her own court, when Donald Trump was literally a reality television show host who made appearances in television shows.
Right, and now she wants to let people out of jail who she locked up. Like, now we're soft on crime, but back then we're gonna lock everybody up.
Low-level marijuana offenders.
How can you vote for someone that has just turned 180? I don't think she's really turned 180. She's really saying it just because she knows.
I kind of miss those old Democrats. I miss 94 crime bill Joe Biden. I miss Kamala locking up all the...
We can come together on that. We can break bread there too. Like I miss the old Hank Hill Republicans. Like everything now is like Dale Gribble conspiracies. The government controls the weather. They're all gonna break into your house. They're gonna steal your weapons. They're putting chemicals in the air.
They are.
I think all that's probably still true.
It has switched from Republican Party being the hardworking American.
Come on, don't be missing on my man.
That works on his truck.
Can we do this right quick? I'd like to hear Are You Crazy's opinion.
Oh, is he here? I didn't know he.
Yeah, he's right there.
Yeah, this dude looks
very interesting.
You're muted.
Background.
You're muted.
Shit, is
You're
that
muted,
a green
bro.
screen or are you really in that garage?
It's a green screen, but it looks real.
That's a green screen.
You got it.
Oh.
We should be able to hear you now. You're unmuted.
Yeah, test out your mic. No.
Oh, no, I'm not getting anything. Are you guys getting anything?
No.
Go to your audio settings in Discord and make sure that it's going to the right mic. It's there's a little gear wheel.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get a a fourth person in here to yell at me. Fuck yeah.
Fourth person. I'm not yelling at you.
If you're on a computer,
there you are.
If you're on a computer, there's a little gear by your name, and you click on that user settings. You go to audio, video.
Yeah, I can hear him now.
No, I can't hear him. He's muted right now.
No, he's muted.
Yeah, he's still muted.
Take your mute off. Take your mute off. Because now I see the
damn
mute
it,
icon.
he muted again. What the fuck?
He's getting mad at Discord.
But
nice beard, by the way.
I know.
But 8-bit, you're going to realize with me, I am one of these guys that, tends to be in the conservative quote unquote world, but I am anti-war. I am.
He's a Christian anarchist. Makes sense of that.
Yeah.
No, actually, it does. It's funny, John, because I was researching anarchy before I ever talked to you because I wanted to debate an anarchist, and then you showed up, and you're like, "I'm a Christian anarchist," and in my research, I had heard of Christian anarchy, but I didn't.
Yep.
Yeah, that works.
Oh, there he is.
But I hadn't looked into it, so I was like, "Oh, I don't know how to deal with this."
Yeah, we can hear you now. I heard him for a second, at least.
Yeah, you were.
No, don't go muting yourself again. We heard you. Oh, he's gone.
Well, okay
No, he's
then.
still here. You just turned off his camera.
Well, son of a bitch. All right.
But yeah, so I mean, so there's different things. So my reasons for things aren't because of, political reasons. To me, all ideology has to stem from a deeper worldview, and I try to be consistent to that worldview as best I can. So
it's a good thing John is. It's a good thing John is smart. Otherwise, I wouldn't talk to him about politics because I don't like when people don't vote and talk about politics.
But see, I'm not talking about politics in the sense of advocating for something in politics. That's where I think most people, when they say, if you're not going to say something or you're not going to vote, you don't have a right to say something. When people say like that way, I get kind of pissed off because
you have a right.
Absentee voting is voting still. It may not be the vote you want. It may not be practical. It may lead into something that you don't like, but how is that any different than somebody that's voting for who writes in Mickey Mouse's name on a ballot? At least I'm not going to waste.
Oh, by absentee, you don't mean like absentee ballot. You mean like not choosing not to vote.
Right.
Is still a vote. Okay, that I never thought about that. That kind of makes sense.
And all you're just saying is because to me, I believe if you're going to vote, you should vote for the person that you actually want to support, not in just the case of stopping someone you don't. Because if that's the case, then this is where the politics always continues, where we're voting for against someone. And
right. So it's like if it's Nikki Haley versus Kamala and I write my own name in there, I might as well just not vote.
Right.
Okay.
Although,
no, John, that's the opposite of what you're saying, John.
And I'll vote for you.
You're
John,
you're
that's
on
the opposite of what you're saying. You're saying that you should. You're saying that you should vote for whoever you want, even if it's useless, right?
No, he's saying not voting is the same as doing that.
And in fact, I do think that a lot of times, a lot of people have the worst reasons for voting, and that's part of the reason of our elections. We can hear you now.
Oh, we can hear you now.
Yep. Well, we did hear you for a second. Say something.
Did you hear it?
Yep.
All right. Good deal. Morning, gentlemen.
Morning. It is morning, huh?
Yeah. Oh, and your mic sounds.
It works. It's just
working.
Very
because he's in his garage.
Morning.
It's very staticky.
Yeah. 5:30.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah, it's not. You have your audio settings right. It's just your microphone.
Probably because he's in his garage. He probably has shitty service.
It could be his internet signal. Yeah.
Yeah, it's either your internet or your microphone.
He's sitting in the middle of his garage.
But I also think too that there's certain things about the way voting is said and done that's so cringe to me. So I
But I hope all the women or the undecided voters go vote for Jill Stein or who is it? Like in 2020, I was like, yeah, Kanye's doing the right thing. He's gonna soak up all these undecided voters instead of them just picking Kamala or picking Biden or picking Kamala because they hate Trump. Just go vote for a third party candidate. Please throw your vote away.
RFK was so fucking stupid. He didn't realize that like running as an independent was him helping Trump with that, and he just like fucking stepped down, and now he's trying to get back.
Or he did realize that, and that's why he endorsed Trump.
Well, yeah, but then he pulled out his fucking. He should have endorsed Trump and then left himself as an independent, but then he pulled out of the independent race, and now he's trying to get himself back on the ballot.
Yeah, he should have stayed on there.
He should have stayed on, and he should have said, I prefer Trump to win over Kamala and then try to eat up independents, but then he fucking dropped out, and now he's trying to ask states to put him back on.
When is Joe Rogan going to interview Trump? Like,
he's not.
He needs to.
There's some serious static
He's talked
there,
to
apparently.
RFK. He's talked to Elon.
He has
Trump
said he won't.
I know.
They were beefing.
They have to be. That's the only reason is that there's beef, and that's what we were talking
Well,
about.
he was like talking about how he hoped everyone booed at him because he said he was going to vote for RFK, and then RFK dropped out. Yeah, because Rogan said he was like pro RFK before he dropped out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did a short.
And then after he said that, Trump like tweeted, he was like, "The next time you walk into the UFC, they're all gonna boo."
Yeah. Now there's beef.
But I think the other thing too is I think Joe is still worried about the perception he gets from some of his liberal friends.
A lot of comedy is liberal.
And
a lot of you guys, even earlier, you guys were saying
Trump
he
is
might
the one
lose.
person that you can't have on. I mean, it's so insane. He's the one person that the most tolerant people hate in the world, and so, so it's like a sign of death to at least in that industry or that world where you have friends, and maybe he wants to hold on to friends. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to believe that he's that petty, but he could be that petty.
When I say Trump might lose, I think I might just be hedging my bets. I think I might just be like, so that in the future, if Trump loses, nobody can come on here and be like, "Oh, JS, you said he was a shoe-in to win, and you knew he was going to win." No, that's not. I said I don't think he's gonna. I don't know. It looks pretty rough. So maybe I'm just.
No, it's smart you did that. That would be me. I would be the one saying that to you.
There's three things we don't ever know, but there's three things that we have to I think consider. It is, if they can get the young black men out to vote for Trump, that will be a huge thing. If a lot of the people who hate Trump are so put off by Kamala that they just don't feel inclined to vote, that would be a help to him. And the other thing would be how much fucking how to what lengths will the Democrats go to steal the election? Because
yeah, and I'm hoping JD can pull in some women. We need. Unfortunately,
well,
we need the.
Unfortunately, he kind of pissed them all off by some of his talking about cat ladies and.
Yeah, but at the debate, he was very family oriented. He was very,
Well, of course, because whoever's his handler was saying, "Dude, you gotta like, you know that whole thing for him was about trying to reach to women."
Yeah,
It's even a lot harder for Trump too, because he doesn't have all the contacts he used to have. You know.
I'm gonna hop off.
If this one starts going downward, there's no calling the state of Georgia.
Later, Buff. Have a good night.
Have a nice night, Buff.
You can put your link in the chat before you leave if you want.
Somebody in chat do that for me.
There's no mods. I don't have very many mods.
Oh shit.
I don't even know why you're a mod.
Because you gave me the
Because he's the
distinct
co-host.
Oh wait, hold on. That's your link. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Even though you'd be streaming during my Monday night shows, what is that? What's up with that? It's crazy.
Tonight was
Buffy,
different. I had
Buff.
to talk about. I had to talk about what was going on tonight. This whole thing. But anyway, I had to do it.
I'm just
tonight,
kidding. I
and
don't care.
didn't.
I told you not to worry about when other people
You
are streaming.
did tell me that.
You gotta do it when you can do it, and that's fine.
Well, I'm gonna get off too. I probably should get some rest because a busy day today. But
all right.
You probably won't see me tonight. Come by your stream. I'm not that you'll be crying about that, Josh.
I know. What are we gonna do?
It's a little.
But it is my wife's
yeah.
anniversary. It's the anniversary, so it's important to.
Nice. Happy
I'll check in.
anniversary.
Yeah, spend time with the wife. We're gonna.
How many years?
It's 8 years.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I'll check in with y'all tomorrow, man. Y'all good. Have
I'll
a good
see you,
stream.
Buff. I'll see you on Thursday, Buff.
Yeah, I'll see you Thursday.
See, I'll put John's link in the chat unless Buff can do it. I don't know. I can find it real quick.
By the way, I don't know if you like baseball, but that Lions Cleveland game was great today. It was one of the best baseball games I've seen in a long time.
I played baseball when I was a kid more than anything else, but not a fan of watching it.
Oh, I love watching it.
It's getting late, so I'm guessing none tonight. I'm holding you to it, Josh. When is the next Resident Evil stream?
If you guys are all leaving tonight, then I'll play tonight.
Sheesh.
But I was gonna ask, do I get the shotgun next? I just
beat Jack, right?
Josh.
I just beat the second Jack fight. Yeah, in the cage.
Yeah. I missed the hour-long stream that you did to beat him real quick.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. After that, I'm pretty sure there's a couple ways you can get that shotgun, and there's a whole nother shotgun you can get in the game. But yeah, you're gonna get it soon.
I found 2 of them, but I can't. One, I can see through something, but I can't get to it. And one is on the statue. I need to find something. I need to Indiana Jones that piece and put something in that statue.
Yeah, you eventually find the item.
Okay. Well, that's what I made the thumbnail. Is the can I get the shotgun? That's hopefully the next thing.
I'm trying to think about where you're going next. Yeah. You should be able to get it before you even go to the next area.
Okay. And I know from some spoilers I saw that there's one more Jack fight in the boathouse, but
Yeah.
Is
I
that
used to speedrun that game. I had like all the achievements and shit.
Is that the final fight?
No. The game goes on for like it'll probably take you another hour or so to beat after that point.
What was I about to say?
So yeah, no, they didn't spoil the ending for you though.
The speedrun record is like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And I was reading
But
things you can actually skip the whole second Jack fight.
Yeah, well, you have to also think you've been like walking around lost for like a lot of your Let's Play, which is normal the first time you play through. Once you play through the game the second time, you just know where to go. So. Because you're just in a small house. Like, I mean, I guess it's a big house, but
it's not that big of a map compared to like Resident Evil 2 or.
It's gonna be bigger once you get out. There's other houses that it attaches to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you were worried, it's all just in that house. It's not all just in that one house.
Well, All I know is that we go to a boatyard or a boathouse at some point, so I figured we get outside at some point. And I see the
Yeah, you get
trailers.
access to their whole estate.
Huh. All right, John, I'm gonna put your little link in the chat.
But fuck yeah, no, if you rebeat the game a bunch of times, you can get like this buzzsaw that literally kills everything in like a second.
Yeah, I'm gonna do one playthrough where it's like the stream is just playing the game, no Discord, nothing like that. And then after I beat it, then like while I'm doing these streams, I can be playing the game and talking to you guys and
Yeah,
watching
exactly. And you
watching
have to decide.
videos.
You should do the Mad Dog on stream too, because the Mad Dog playthrough like switches up a lot of the game.
I don't think I have that. I have
You unlock it when you beat the game.
okay. I have
It's a
some
harder difficulty.
free DLC. Have the some DLCs came with it. There's like three. There's like the deleted tapes, and then there's like the people say it's kind of like Mercenaries in Resident Evil 3, where you just start off with a machine gun, and I guess you just run through. It's called
No. But the Forgotten Tapes are literally like mini games. You're playing like blackjack with the family. And then
what's the one
the
with the
fucking
guy
deal.
holding the gun?
That one, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know exactly what it is, but it is supposed to be different. Like it's a whole new story.
Yeah, that's the one I read. It said if you just want to like run and gun, then you play that one. And that was
Yeah, that one you're playing as like a raccoon soldier guy.
yeah. They said that's like 12 hours.
I didn't play that, so I'm not sure. But
Which that seems weird as DLC that it's longer than the game, but test out your mic, are you crazy?
well, I'm pretty sure they said they were gonna release that DLC like a year before it got released. Yeah, it's working.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah, it's working now.
Good
And it's
morning again, gentlemen.
Oh,
Yeah, I got a brand new one. I had to go get it.
yeah, it's clear now.
I had a cheap one. Yeah, thanks. I had a really cheap one, like from southern Japan or something. Who knows? Pretty bad.
Probably China.
Yeah, it's been laid in the garage here for about 2 years.
That's what's up.
I'm glad it worked. So you going to jump in the game?
Unless you got something you want to talk about or something.
Yeah, you tried to join for like 20 minutes.
I know.
True. No, I was just hanging out. Just hanging out, working.
Do you ever do Santa Claus at Christmas time?
I do. I was born on the 21st. So.
Nice.
Yeah.
I figured I
used to
might
have the
like
suit and everything.
if I asked that, it might like insult you, and you might be like, everybody always says that. I'm so sick of hearing that. But
yeah, no, it's kind of nice.
Yeah,
because of my birthday. Otherwise, it'd probably be,
That's cool.
And I am gray for sure. For sure.
That's what's up. I gotta carve a pumpkin in one of these coming streams for Halloween.
You carve a pumpkin, I'll be an evil Santa or something. Put some blood on the face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to get like a co-host to bounce off of whenever you're doing the stream topics. It's up to you, but I've been feeling like sometimes you like ask questions, and I feel like it would be great to have someone that would like bounce off of for you.
Yeah, I agree. Not anything bad, but I kind of agree.
It gets weird when I have somebody else there listening. Like I know the chat's listening, but to go through all the things I plan to go through, and
Yeah, because you'd have to find a way for them to be able to pull it up on their screen with you.
Right. And I read a lot of articles, and I don't know. I used to try to do like a little call-in segment but it would just turn to like one person just calls in and wants to talk for an hour, and we just start talking about something, and then you know, I kind of originally wanted it to be like a call-in show where we have times when people call in for 5 minutes and we talk about something, and it didn't work out that way, and I just kind of stopped doing that.
Like when you were doing it today, I was imagining like Wicked Wally would be decent with you while you're doing it.
Yeah, Wally's cool.
I feel like you and him play off of each other really well too.
Yeah. First time I
Yeah,
ever
Wally's
talked.
got jokes. Yep.
Wally does have a lot of jokes, dad jokes. First time we ever talked was we had a debate about church taxation. Should churches be taxed, or should churches have their 501c3 thing? And I think we were both expecting it to be like blood sports, and by the end we're just like, oh yeah. It's just like like happy by the end. That makes sense. I guess we're gonna do a prohibition debate on St. Patty's Day.
With who? Who are you debating?
With Wally, which is 5 months
Oh
away.
yeah. Is he pro prohibition or anti, or what are the positions?
He's anti-prohibition. I'm pro. Well, I'm gonna argue pro prohibition of alcohol.
Oh God.
While I sit here and drink my beer.
You been researching?
I'll do more as it gets closer and gather everything and put everything together, but yeah, you definitely see a decrease in a lot of things during Prohibition, and then as soon as it ended, they went right back up.
Don't you get drunk on stream?
No, I don't get drunk on stream. I drink a.
Well, yeah, no, I don't mean like you're like falling around or anything, but I've seen you drinking before.
Yeah, I drink some beers. I've gotten drunk on stream. I did a New Year's stream when I was drinking Everclear, and that got pretty wild.
That's not a good idea.
No, it was not. It was not a good idea. I think that might be members only. No, but I think that if I was born in a world where alcohol was illegal and I didn't see it in every gas station that I walked into, then I wouldn't. I don't really think I have like a problem with it now, but there's been times in my life where I drank way too much. Especially when I was in California and there's a liquor store on every corner.
So what, you just think like people would be better off without it then?
Yeah. I know
Well, Wally's going to be fighting that tooth and nail.
One of the arguments is that it's too easy to make alcohol. And
He's going to be like, the founding fathers liberated this country while drunk.
Yeah. That's yeah. You might steal that. But it's too easy to make is a bad argument because I could grow cocoa plants, or I could grow poppy plants and harvest the milk and turn it into heroin with some heat lamps, and I can make cocaine. It's not that hard. You can make meth out of stuff that you buy off the shelves at the stores. So too easy to make. Like, doesn't mean we shouldn't have laws against producing it.
Galaxy gas.
Galaxy gas, yeah. That's the.
Have you heard about that? That shit's actually crazy though.
It's actually not crazy. It's actually been a thing forever. You can buy air duster at Walmart in the computer section.
Well, no. I know that's always existed. I mean, like apparently the brand Galaxy Gas, like their container has like it's 22,000 times the amount of nitrogen in a normal Cool Whip container.
Yeah, 20. They advertise it as 22,000 servings of Cool Whip or whipping. It's like, wait,
I don't even think Chef Gordon Ramsay needs that much Cool Whip.
And it comes with a mouthpiece. So it's like, what is this? It's like Whippets times 22,000.
You don't understand, Josh. Real chefs authenticate their nitrous. You're supposed to hit the tasting nozzle once.
You're supposed to rip the gas one time, make sure it's good. You are supposed to taste test while you're cooking every step of the way. So, gotta taste test the galaxy gas.
You know what I say? You might be stuck on step 1 with Galaxy Gas then. Taste the gas, fall on the floor, trip the fuck out, wake up.
Yeah. And that shit is no joke. If you do it for an extended period of time, it gets
it has like a little bit more drugs than just computer duster. Like I'm pretty sure computer duster is literally just like depriving yourself of oxygen. But it's basic. It's the same thing. It kills brain cells. Like you're fucking yourself.
Yeah.
I know everything kills brain cells, but it kills brain cells fast.
And when you come out of it, you're going, yeah, it's not good. I remember I hit Duster once. I was in a hotel. Drug stories. These aren't cool, but I was in a hotel doing door-to-door sales. So we had a bunch of people living in a hotel, and I had a girlfriend, and there was another girl who I had like a past with. And anyway, I like hit the duster, and I thought that the other girl came into my room, and I was like talking to her, and then I heard a knock on the door, which really happened, and it was my girlfriend knocking on the door. So I told the other girl, go in the bathroom, and I closed the door, and then my girlfriend really comes in the room, and I'm freaking out, and I'm like looking at the bathroom door, like, don't, and she's like, what's in there? And she opens the bathroom door, and there's nobody in there. And I was like, oh, I guess I just imagined all that. But I was freaking out, thought I was about to get caught cheating or something. And the other girl was never actually there.
Yeah, the literal definition of frying your brain.
Yeah. That was crazy. Crazy times. Don't huff duster, kids.
I've done some psychedelics where I've been like, if I keep doing this, I'm going to turn into a retard.
Yeah, well, now now you can go to a doctor's office and get a little kit to shoot up ketamine. I'm so sick of ketamine advertisements on my YouTube. And
What do you mean? Is that like a thing? What the fuck? What are you talking about?
Yeah, and maybe it's because I talk about it on YouTube, so I get ads for it on my Facebook and on my YouTube for ketamine treatment. And
what the fuck?
Yeah, it's a thing now. It's a thing to deal with depression. You get ketamine treatment, and in the ads, they're like, the first time I tried ketamine treatment, I just felt so great. I changed the way I looked at my life, and I totally rethought everything. And it's like, yeah, you just did a dissociative. That's what it's supposed to do. It's cat tranquilizer. It's crazy. Mushrooms for depression, ketamine for depression. It's wild.
Yeah, new medications like terrible.
Well, the worst part is like there's like a lack of humanity, and like all of it now. Because like I forgot who I heard said it, but they were talking about how like people who have done crack have been able to do crack for like decades. Because crack will kill you, but it kills you very slowly. But now everyone's putting like fent and trank and drugs and shit, and it's
Yeah.
killing people like the first 2-3 times that they do it. It's crazy. People are just like murdering each other for like some quick cash.
Yeah, and the problem is if so like if you're like an opiate addict, then you're actually going to seek out the guy with fentanyl because you've built up a tolerance and heroin doesn't work anymore, so you can move up to the fentanyl and you can do it and you can I I've known people that can slam fentanyl and they don't die.
Yeah, they'll walk. There's people who can walk around like 3-4 times past the lethal limit of
Right.
drugs, and they just wind up making it through it because they have such a fucking tolerance. It's
But
insane.
the problem is if you're not an opiate user, well, it's all a problem. But if you're not an opiate user and you're just some guy that does cocaine on the weekends in Florida and you get fentanyl in your cocaine, you're dead.
Yeah, exactly. That's what happens to those rappers that are dying now of like fent overdoses. They're taking like Xanax and shit and getting like fucking OD'd off Xanax because it has a fentanyl hit in it. It's fucked.
That's crazy.
For sure.
Yeah, it's wild. You know, there's a drug
Especially coke. You know, coke's supposed to be safe.
there's a drug in Florida called ISO that is 100 times stronger than fentanyl. And it hasn't, it's not a huge popular drug. It's a weird like designer drug, but yeah, and then in like Russia and stuff, they have crocodile and
Yeah, I've heard about shit like that. It's just crazy to hear that we're getting shit like that in the States.
yeah, well, vote Kamala. We can see how far we can go down the rabbit hole.
Mike, still working?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to show you something on screen real fast.
Okay.
It's unbelievable that we're talking about this.
You know how to screen share?
Oh, I believe that the fentanyl shit is definitely like the Chinese revenge for opium.
Fentanyl. Wait, what the?
Patches. Had a
Wait,
broke neck at one point. They're time released. They lasted like 3 days or something.
What are they? Capsules? 25?
No, it's a patch that goes on your arm, like a nicotine patch.
Or like a morphine patch?
I don't have. Yeah, but it's fentanyl. They will set
fuck
your
you
world in
up.
a whole different place. Yep. That's yeah. I
Well,
hadn't used
medical
that thing for
fentanyl
years.
isn't dangerous.
No, it's the bubble. If the bubble will happen to burst, or you're allergic to it, or something, but the bubble bursting, the bladder, I think they call it. You got to be real careful with those.
Medical
Kill you.
fentanyl isn't dangerous?
If the
Like they
bubble,
use like fentanyl. I'm pretty sure is like in like laughing gas and shit, right?
Yeah, but that's like saying medical Oxycontin isn't dangerous. If you take enough of it, yeah, it is.
Well, yeah. I just mean like it shouldn't like whenever you're doing it, it shouldn't like be killing you. Like if you're at the doctor's office and they're like, "We're giving you fentanyl," there's not a chance you're about to OD off the fentanyl.
Right. If you're
people
taking
would
it
actually
properly.
eat it. Yeah, if these patches are so thin, or worse so thin, they might be different now. But people were taking them and like scraping the stuff off of their teeth to get high. Really,
Yeah,
really
then
high.
it could be dangerous. Yeah, that would probably be
Yeah.
very dangerous.
Yeah, I knew a couple people that it didn't work out too well for.
Huh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
One didn't make it. That was in like 2008 probably, when this stuff was heavy in the area. It was a cycle.
Yeah, it's an epidemic that needs to be stopped.
A lot of my
Yep,
friends I
it
grew
sure
up
does.
with are dead from drug overdose.
Yep.
I probably know at least 10 people that died. One of my best friends I grew up with died just a couple months ago from an overdose. And yeah, it's crazy.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, that sucks, man.
I'm not. I had about 5. You know. Still, that's it's just crazy. Crazy.
Yep. 80% of the legal opiates come over the border illegally. So
That's true.
good reason
Need
to
to fix
build a
that.
wall, a big tall wall.
Big wall.
A big wall with
one big door.
Yeah, and with
That,
laser turrets.
just one door. Yeah.
And
The
seismographs
problem is we
to
should
monitor for
like
tunnelers.
we're sanctioning off Russia, and we should probably be sanctioning off China right now. But if we did that, we would be so fucked.
Yeah, we
That's
we
like
wouldn't get anything then. It would be bad. It really would.
But I mean, even if we have tariffs on China and stuff like that, they send it to Mexico and then they just bring it across the border.
I'm not even saying tariffs. I'm saying like they're literally the producers of fentanyl. They're shipping it in over the borders into our country. They do it on purpose. And I mean, I get why they do it. The British did it to them with opium. It's literally their revenge on the Western world.
China, you mean?
But
Right?
like, they're like they're an enemy of us in like every way. Though we should not be working with them.
But they don't even have to send it to America. They can send it to Mexico and then just bring it through the border if we basically have an open border. I saw a video of somebody there's an app, and if you're an immigrant, an illegal immigrant, you can just sign up to this app and you don't need any paperwork. You just give them a name and they say, "Where do you want to go?" "I want to go to California." And they say, "Meet under this bridge," and they ship you there. And it is open borders.
It's on the phone. Yeah. I think Trump was talking about that one of the rallies, I think.
Yeah, and
The
now
app.
I mean, yeah, but he's also like blocking the problem, which is like the asylum seeking process, where like you can just walk up to the border and say I'm seeking asylum, and then they have to give you a court date.
Right, we need to shut that down because that's a loophole. They use
needs to
that.
stop. Yeah.
Well, sadly,
They
he
need to
wants to
prove
use it as a running point for this upcoming election, so it's going to have to wait till then.
Well, it's a good thing to run on because it's happening and it's real. And if you're seeking asylum, you go to the next safest country. You don't get to go from Venezuela to but I mean, if they're all unsafe, then I guess America's the only place to go. And they'll cross over 6 countries to get here and just say, I need asylum. Well, now you're here for 4 years going through a court process. And
look at what we're doing for them when they get here. I mean,
yeah.
Like I
What
said,
better
it
place to
sucks that
go?
it's been turned into a political fucking argument for this election. At least after this election, no matter who wins, there will be a fixing of the asylum process.
It is a political discussion, but it shouldn't be a partisan discussion. Like both sides should be able to agree on this.
Well, that's like so do you know that like there was a Republican-backed bill that was shut down because Trump said that he wanted to run on the immigration for this election.
Yeah, and what
I
else?
mean,
What else was in that bill? How much Ukraine aid
probably like
was?
you. Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm. I mean,
That's why the
Republicans
bill
should be
was shot
pro
down
Ukraine
because
aid.
they keep saying that it was an immigration bill that the Republicans shot down. It wasn't just an immigration bill; it was an immigration / Ukraine aid bill. And at that point, a lot of
It's
Americans
supposed
were
to be
tired of.
bipartisan legislation. It's supposed to be bipartisan legislation.
So why is?
So it's supposed to like.
But
Two
bipartisan.
issues.
But both sides, bipartisan, both sides agree that the immigration thing is a problem. But only one side agrees that we need to send Ukraine all of our money. Or, well, I'm sure there's a lot of warmongers on the right that think that. But why, if it was just about immigration, we probably would have said, yeah, let's do this together. But
I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, but that is politics, though. They play ball.
Right, but that's why the bill got shot down, not because Republicans
Well, the
just don't
bill's
want to
never
get
going to
along
get
with
passed to fix.
Democrats. No,
I
it's
mean, that
because
is
you
kind
put
of
a
like,
bunch of Ukraine aid in there, and we're not with that.
well, that's playing ball, right? Like, I don't.
No.
I agree with you. It should be a bipartisan issue.
What does
But because
Ukraine? What does
Republicans,
Ukraine and Russia have to do with our immigration at our southern border?
well, it's just Republicans want it to be fixed the most, so they're just basically banking on that they want it fixed so bad that they're going to get something out of it. I don't think that's right, but that's definitely how politics is played, and it's dirty.
The
Like,
Republicans weren't. The Democrats were the ones trying to get something else out of it. They wanted to get some more Ukraine aid out of it, and the Republicans said no, we're not going to do this. And then the media and the Democrats all say, well, these Republicans shot down this great immigration bill. Well, you leave out the part that there was a bunch more Ukraine aid, and we've already given them enough. We've already given them more than enough. That's why
I
it
mean,
was shot
most
down.
of what we ship them is like not even. We didn't even ship them a lot of money. We've shipped them like goods and shit.
What?
It's just like they're saying. So whenever they say like we gave,
I think we sent
$2
Ukraine like
billion.
hundreds of billions of dollars by now.
No. So when they're saying that we're sending
Yeah,
them
yeah, yeah.
billions of dollars, they're talking about like tanks and shit. They're like, we've sent them billions of dollars
Yeah,
worth of
Joe
tanks
Biden said we're
and
not
like
going to send them.
artillery.
Joe Biden said we will not send Ukraine any tanks. And then a month later, and I showed the back-to-back clip, I think I made a short out of it, where he says we will not send Ukraine any tanks. And then a month later, we're sending Ukraine some Abrams tanks. We've sent them fighter jets. We have to send them pilots to instruct them on how to fly these fighter jets. Like, that's crazy.
It is crazy.
Are you anti against the war in Ukraine?
I'm America first. Let's focus on our home. Let's focus on our border. Let's focus on defending our home and stop playing world police to every country in the world. I don't want to send money to Israel. I don't want to send money to Ukraine. Maybe, we have to keep our allies, and if there's some sort of conflict that's going to get to a global scale, then we need to step in. But
I hear this from a lot of people too, but it's crazy to me because it's like I feel like only in America, like you could have all the power of being the world police, and then the people are like, I just wish we weren't the world police. Like we like dictate everything. Like we police the world. Everyone listens to us. That's like a pretty big
yeah,
benefit.
I don't like that. I'd rather if we focused all of our military and our Navy and everything on defending our home, nobody's going to fuck with us. We're fine.
Well, we've already done that. Exactly. Like the world policing thing happened after that because we're so goaded. We were like, we could start policing other people. We're so goaded.
All right, and that's imperialism, and I'm not a fan of that. I'm a little authoritarian, and I'm a nationalist, but let's keep it.
So I guess a good example is like whenever the fucking Houthi pirates were shutting down the Chinese trade routes, rather than letting China go deal with it, we shipped our military boats over there and we dealt with it. Do you think that was a good decision or a bad one?
So it depends. So I'm not some high level geopolitician economist. If it's gonna affect our trade routes, well, but even then, no, I don't think I'm with that. I think I'm against that.
I feel like it's like good, especially when like China is pretending like it's about. I mean, they might, but they're definitely posturing, and they've been posturing for the last like 20 years. They're gonna invade Taiwan. They have some of the strongest military in the world, and I think like every time that there's a conflict near their area, and they don't deal with it, and then we show up and deal with it for them, it makes them look weaker.
Yeah, but I don't care how they look. The whole world hates China. Well, or they're afraid of China, but the only benefit to us is for our trade routes. And how about instead of having to worry about trade routes with China, we just focus on domestic production? Like we
like
don't
of
need.
bananas.
Who cares if we lose the bananas?
I'm just fucking with you because I was there earlier when you were streaming that.
Right. We can make our own chips. We can make our own bananas. We can figure out a way to grow bananas somewhere in America. We'll be all right. You know?
The chips thing, the biggest problem is I think we are trying to build our own chips. Those factories apparently take like 12 to 15 years to build.
Right, and there's a lot of DEI stuff going into that. That's what John Doyle said.
We don't let them build our good ones, right? China does not make our good chips.
No. It was like a whole
the tech.
Taiwan. I think Taiwan and India are like taking over the production currently. Taiwan already has the facilities, and like India is making a shit ton of them right now.
Yeah, Taiwan is the world center for.
We're still not going to send the tech, though, right? We're not going to let them build the real ones, our good ones, the ones that.
Oh, we don't build the good ones. We don't build them. We let Asian people do that.
Well, the CHIPS Act. Go ahead.
I was just thinking the tech that's in the chips. We have never let them build the ones that we like. If we was going to use it on the space shuttle or something, they would not touch it. They would, they might make the lower set, but not the top set. If that makes
what I'm saying, we don't have the factories in this country that produce those chips.
No, we do not. No, we don't.
Right.
From what I know, we don't.
And so Biden did the CHIPS Act, which was actually a plan that Trump came up with that Biden stole and took the credit for, and hasn't implemented it as well as Trump would implement it. And there's all these barriers in this red tape, which Trump was great at cutting red tape.
Yes, he was.
And getting this stuff done faster, which is why I don't know why Democrats don't love Trump for the COVID vaccine. Like, he got that out in 9 months. I'm not a fan of it, but you guys should love it. Or you guys, Democrats should love that because he got the world moving again. People said there wouldn't be a vaccine for 2.5 years, and Trump got it in 9 months. Because he was a businessman. He was good at cutting red tape.
Just in time for him to get voted out. That's what happened.
Right. Yeah.
They got the vaccine. He lost his job.
Yeah, and Kamala said, I would never take a Trump, or was it Pelosi or Kamala? Pelosi said, I think it was Pelosi, or one of them said, I would never take a Trump vaccine.
Pelosi definitely said it.
Until he's out. And then they're out promoting it like this is the best thing since sliced bread. This is the only way we could save America is with this vaccine. And
they said we.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy to me. And a lot of MAGA and Trump supporters turned on him because of that. I actually, I'm like,
they booed him on stage.
Yeah, and I'm like. What do you mean? The whole world was shut down, and the only way that they were going to take off the mask and go back to work was if they had a vaccine, and he got it to them in 9 months. And
dude, I don't know. That's what I was telling you earlier, that there's too many Dale Gribbles in the Republican Party that literally like believe the craziest shit, and they want Trump to go out there and say that COVID is fake and the vaccines are killing you, and you shouldn't take them. They want Trump to go out live and say that. Like. That is their biggest goal.
I mean, I'm not a fan of them, but also Trump never told me I had to take it. It was Democrats in Democrat cities.
I never got the vaccine, but
but it was them who were saying, let's mandate it. People are going to get fired from their jobs if they don't have it, and this was global.
That's the reason I had to get it.
Yeah, this was global.
Stupid. There was like I remember my local movie theaters. There was like a COVID tickets and then non-COVID vaccinated tickets.
That's crazy. See, that stuff is crazy. That's not what Trump was about. Trump was freedom to try, freedom. If there's some new medical advancement and you're dying, and it hasn't been approved of yet. Whatever. If you want to try it out, you should have the freedom to try that to save your life. And
Well,
I
the
agree with
theater
that.
shit was just funny
That's
because every time
capitalism.
I ever went, no one was ever in the movie theater. Like, no one ever goes to movie theaters. So it's like, what do you mean COVID vaccinated and non-vaccinated theaters? Like, there ain't no one up in that bitch. How the fuck am I gonna get COVID?
Bro, I play a card game, Dragon Ball Super card game, and I couldn't go to nationals in
Dokkan?
like Gen Con or card game tournaments, big card game
Oh, the
tournaments.
actual card game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like playing like Magic the Gathering, but it's Dragon Ball.
Yeah,
But
no, I play Dokkan, like the app Dokkan.
yeah, I don't like gotcha games. But this is a card game, and I wanted to go to nationals in I think 2022, and they said we're going to be checking vaccine cards at the door. I'm like, well, that's a card I haven't collected yet. This is a collectible card game. I haven't collected that card yet, so I can't go to the tournament. And I was pissed. But luckily they've got away with they've done away with all that stuff now, but
Well, I get why a lot of those places did that too, because they just wouldn't have let them do anything if they didn't do that. So they were like, "Fuck it, dude. We have to try to get our money."
yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it's not necessarily like Bandai's fault, but it's wherever they were holding the tournament, the convention center owners.
yeah, because for them, they're like, "This game's gonna die if we don't get as many sales as we can get." So we're just gonna open it up, no matter what the fuck the rules have to be to get it open.
Yeah, it almost did die, but luckily there's the internet and we could do webcam tournaments. But yeah, it's crazy.
You know, online gaming, that shit really killed online gaming for a while. It was fucked.
With more kills
Everyone
in
had to
person
do
game.
online.
If I'm playing a
Well, yeah, I
card,
mean in person, but yeah.
if I'm playing a card game tournament, part of the game is sitting across from your opponent and looking them in the eye. And a lot of these people are nerds, and they're like, they don't leave their house much. And if you can come in there and kind of just walk in confidently and you can kind of intimidate them just by being a presence in front of them. And when it's on the computer, it's not the same. It's just not the same.
It never is. You're face to face, you can read people.
Yeah.
Damn, Josh ain't got that real skill. He's got that Frieza skill. He has to intimidate the opponent.
Yeah. I'm not the best player, but
walk in like Wally with a damn axe.
But I will talk trash.
How long you been playing that game? It's been out for a while.
It's on like set 26. It's been out for about 7 years. I've been playing for about 6. I think I came in
Yeah, I
at
used to
set
play.
5.
I used to play Magic the Gathering, and I remember when it dropped in all of the fucking card shops when I used to play.
Yeah, I like Magic. It's it's kind of fallen off.
Yeah, no, it's definitely Planeswalkers were like the death of the game, but the Planeswalkers weren't bad. But then that was like when everything went downhill.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a bit of a nerd. I do like video games.
I can fuck with some
Y'all are right.
games.
What's up?
If you wasn't a nerd, you wouldn't be doing this, right? So I guess everybody down here's a nerd.
Yeah. Bro, I've had people leave my channel because I play video games, and they're like, "Oh, you're gonna play video games are gay. You're playing video games. I'm not gonna be subscribed to you anymore." And it's like, you're watching me on the internet, like on YouTube,
Yeah, really.
like you're no.
You watch YouTubers.
Yeah, you just watching YouTubers. Like, it's not. Who are you to judge? Like, and everybody has hobbies. There's nothing wrong with
No,
having.
that alpha male shit brain rotted so many people. It's because like there's people like Andrew Tate telling people how to be alpha males while he's like in a robe getting massages.
Yeah,
that is true.
He is the most effeminate version of like what an alpha male is. Like he's not a mountain man who goes out and chops down wood all day and lives in a cabin off social media. He's literally just a guy who like flexes to kids online.
Right. You got rich off of a webcam service for girl. I'm not anti Andrew Tate. I think he's funny. I think he's entertaining. I like some of the stuff he says, but um yeah, it's like
I'd
come
add
on,
an
man.
asterisk to that. I mean, depending on how the court cases turn out, you'll probably be anti Andrew Tate if they don't work out in his favor.
Yeah, I mean
Funny how the end of one business started another, right?
Yeah, he's arrested right now for sex trafficking again. But
No,
I think it has to do with like
he's fine right now. Like he was just on stream with Sneeko, Nick Fuentes, Aiden Ross, and Andrew Tate. Just did a stream
damn. So
earlier
yeah,
this week. So
I don't know what the fuck's going on with him. He keeps getting arrested, released. I don't know if they're building a case against him. That's what I would imagine.
Probably
There's
are.
like literal video of
probably-
him like saying that he fucks 15-year-olds and then being like, "Oops, I meant to say 16-year-olds."
yeah,
I've
well,
seen that one.
he says my girlfriend. Yeah, there's one where he's like, "This is my girlfriend for 6 years, and she's 21 years old," or something like that.
Yeah, he's had more slip ups than that too. He's like, I think there's nothing wrong. He's like, in my country, it's legal to fuck 16-year-olds, 15-year-olds, and he's like, wait, no, just 16-year-olds. Like,
Well, at the risk of sounding edgy and sounding degenerate, like if you're in a country where the legal age of consent is 15, I
where are you going with this, Josh?
I'm just saying, I'm not saying it's okay. I'm in America and it's wrong. I get it. They're minors. Okay, I get it. But if you're in a country where the legal age is 14, or France, the legal age is 14, I think. Is that still legally? Did you break a law?
I think for him,
Oh, 14,
if he's going to places like Romania when he's British to fuck 15-year-olds,
I know it's
think
fucked up. Are you
that shit-
crazy? I'm not saying it's okay. I'm not saying that it's okay. I'm just saying, like, legality wise, if you're in that country, then
No, I don't even think that would cover you. Like the way it works is like, so if you were to go to like the Philippines and get caught having sex with a 14-year-old, even though it's legal there, you would still get charged for it because you're coming from somewhere where it's
because you're a
illegal.
citizen of a place where it's illegal.
Yeah, and it would go off of it would actually build up a legal case against you because then they would use that in court by saying like, in his state he knows this is what a minor is, so he left that state to go somewhere else where the age is lower so he can have sex with what he knows is a minor. So like they would use that against you.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I don't know about all this stuff. I'm just wondering, like, yeah, if you're,
That's why
how
like
does that work?
there are like state laws. There are like state laws where like it's 17 in some states, 16 in some states, but you can't travel from one state to another to get a younger age. Like that it switched to federal law, which federal law is 18.
Because you're traveling over. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that does.
Yeah, he's probably a degenerate scumbag, but he says some funny stuff. But I'm anti-red pill. Like, yeah, it's just boring.
Red pill. Did I hear that right?
Well, I'm anti-red pill as far as what it is now,
Yeah,
which
you're
is
talking
like
about like the chicks,
dating,
content creators,
manosphere dating stuff.
women are worth nothing, but you should also date OnlyFans girls.
But the red pill used to be what the red pill used to be, which was like waking up to the truth and like the government's lying to you about COVID. The government's lying to you about the like. If that's what we're talking about, then I'm red pill in that way.
I remember when the red pill was just like people like Coach Red Pill being like, so when you ask out ladies, you need to realize that the more women you ask out, the higher chances you have of getting a date.
Yeah, see that stuff. And
Not bad.
actually, he's probably right about that, but still,
No, I mean statistically, yeah, he's right.
right? Yeah, I don't disagree, but like that content, I'm not trying to watch
Yeah,
that content.
that was the red pill I used to know about, and then randomly it became all that Sneeko shit and stuff.
Well, because like Fuentes says, I red pilled him on this and I red pilled him on that. And so I think before it was the dating thing, it was like Matrix red pill. I'm going to wake you up to the truth. And so that idea.
I honestly think of it as conservative.
Yeah, that's what I was complaining about earlier.
First
Is
thing
like
that pops in my mind.
Trump should be like rejecting those people. Like he should be rejecting them.
Would you say, are you crazy?
I said that's the first thing that pops in my mind when I hear red pill is conservatism. I don't know why I've associated it with it, and I can't stop it.
Yeah,
I know that's not right, but
if that's what we're talking about, then I'm with that. But if we're talking about like the truth, the media's lying to you, the government's lying to you, then I'm on board with that. But nowadays,
Yeah, but even
what
when I
red
think
pill
of that
means is
version, I
like,
think of like the Matrix.
right? That's what it comes from. And even
I feel like a lot of people nowadays don't even know that like red pill is from the Matrix. Like they're
they
just
don't even know
like,
what the Matrix is. They ain't watched it. I mean,
yeah,
some of them really has not watched it.
It was you could take the blue pill and go back to sleep and forget this ever happened, or you could take the red pill and we can see how deep the rabbit hole goes. And that I like that idea of the red pill. But as far as this red pill dating, fresh and fit, manosphere
So
crap.
you would say red pill means reality, right?
Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah.
You would say red pill is reality. It's real reality. However,
yeah, it's waking up to the lie. It's like, like seeing
is that
the
even the
truth.
one that wakes you up in the movie?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah,
I believe the red one was.
I can't remember which pill he takes either.
No, he takes the red pill. It's
okay. Yeah, he does take the red.
The blue
My
pill, you
girlfriend's
go
even
to
saying
sleep
so.
and you forget this ever happened and you go back to your dream world where everything's fine and peachy. The red pill,
Then you wake up.
You wake up
with cables and shit running out of your neck.
Yeah, and you see how far the rabbit hole goes. You find out the truth. Like I like that red pill, but I don't like the dating red pill. Like manosphere stuff's lame to me.
Like I was wondering until
Kind of like the whatever podcast.
Yeah, the whatevers, the fresh and fits, the like Rolo
Fresh and
and
Fit's
Andrew
pretty rough.
Tate. I do like Andrew Tate just because I think he's funny and it's entertaining when he gets into like, they're coming for your children.
Well, he's the only one out of them that's like an actual decent entertainer, and they're all just like gimping his style.
Yeah. But
Andrew did box, didn't he? Or karate, or
he does.
He was a kickboxer.
Yeah.
Kickboxer.
Yeah.
And I think he's like a legit badass. Like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks that he got pulled so into like the political bullshit because he definitely fucked his whole life up getting involved with like. He could have just kept it all as like the dating shit. Like, watch out for broads; they want to take all your money.
If he would have stayed on that, I would have never heard of him because I'm not interested in that stuff. But when he got into like the politics and the conspiracy theories and all that stuff, that's when I was like,
yeah, I mean that's what ruined his life, though.
yeah, well, but what does that say? That kind of
nothing good.
That kind of says that
I mean,
he was getting a little too close to the truth, and the powers that be decided You know,
He,
they
he
got
he took
shut
the red
down.
pill, right?
He
He
took
took a big red pill.
he took the red pill and he got just like Alex Jones and
Oh damn! Alex, God, man,
yeah, Alex Jones is the
they love to
real
mess with
red
that man.
pill OG.
Yeah, and they love to take him down every chance they get. Every chance.
Yep.
I can't hardly stand to listen to that man talk, but I enjoy it.
I love
Oh,
Alex
Alex
Jones, but
Jones.
I don't listen to him that much. Like I never make it a point to go listen to
No,
his show or something. But I do love hearing him.
Yeah, it's sad. He's either completely lost it, or he just needs to sell out to make as much money as possible at this point.
I'm not talking about Alex Jones like that, buddy. Come on, dog.
He's a legend. No, he was an AM
Yeah,
radio legend when I was a kid. Like,
yeah, dude. Come on, dog. Put some respect on Alex Jones' name.
Mr.
yeah, he is.
Massey.
That name does mean respect, right?
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, put some respect on his name. What up, though, JS?
What up?
Shit, just chilling.
I remember being a kid riding in my dad's car and he would listen to AM radio with Alex Jones on the radio.
That's what I'm talking about.
Like,
He was on the Tucker Carlson show the other day, last week. He was letting it rip.
I heard,
Tucker just let him
and I
go.
don't know, maybe I just heard it somewhere, but I heard Elon Musk was gonna buy out Band.TV or whatever. The like his
Band.TV
own.
is what's his name? Gavin McInnes's network.
Oh, Infowars. He was gonna buy Infowars out though, right? Because
Yep.
I heard that they, as part of like the lawsuits, they were gonna take away Infowars from him or something like that.
He's like the Pokemon collector of shitty businesses.
Elon to buy it.
Why do you think this?
Elon buys it and let him have it for
Yeah,
a dollar, right?
X is a shitty business. That's like a holographic Charizard. It's
No,
gonna.
I mean like I'm pretty sure when Alex Jones got sued, he didn't get sued as an individual. Infowars got sued. So Infowars is the one that owes $990 million to the victims of Sandy Hook.
I don't know about that. I don't.
Yeah, I think they sued him specifically,
Yeah, I think
personally.
that was directly to him, and they
wanted Alex.
they had to liquidate Infowars, and he had to.
Right. Yeah, I think that's what happened. He lost that like endeavor, but
Yeah,
it's still
word.
his, and that's what
I
makes
didn't
his
know it was
money.
I didn't know they sued him directly.
I think so.
Absolutely, they did.
I think
Yeah.
it's both. I think they sued him directly, and then his business. It's like if you had like Twitter or something, and you were Elon Musk, they would try to sue you, but also take Twitter from you, and you just spend $4 billion or whatever it was on it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, well I mean that's why I was saying it would be a dumb purchase then though, because then that means that he would have to pay off their debt or
But
buy
it's
a
not a dumb
business that's in
purchase
that much
because the
debt.
guy's got money, and then on top of that, that's a big ass platform that people listen to all the time.
If I have a bunch of money and I just like spend $900 million on like nothing, that would not
nothing.
like
If
that's.
people listen
I
to
know
it.
I'm not saying that's not nothing. I'm just saying it. Just because you're rich, that doesn't mean that every purchase isn't a stupid purchase.
But it's not a
You got to
stupid
give it to
purchase
Alex though.
if people
If his
listen to it.
if his name's on it, it's going to do it. It's going to work. You know what I mean? If Alex Jones'
Like
name's on
people
it,
are on Twitter nonstop. So
yes, they are.
maybe it seems like a failing platform or something like that, but people are still on it 24/7. Like it's not a dumb. I mean, it's making money. It's not.
Well, I'm not a good way to gauge Twitter. I don't use Twitter at all.
I don't
So.
either. I don't either. And I'm on your side when it comes to that, but I'm just saying it's. And I wouldn't purchase it myself, even if I had $4 billion or whatever it was. But I think it worked out in his favor because I think the fact that he purchased it is making it worth even more than what he paid for it, kind of thing. Like Dogecoin, like Dogecoin back in the day, that shit's like 9 cents a 0.0009 cents a pop or whatever. But the fact that he endorsed it, people would be willing to pay 9 cents a pop.
Even
for
if
the
he
push.
made $0 off it, he's got 100 billion. He's gonna be the first trillionaire. he's
Yeah.
he's estimated to hit $1 trillion by 2027. Like,
Yeah, he's got some loot.
like who cares?
The guy
I'm
ain't
gonna
going
tell
broke
you,
anytime soon. That's for sure.
I'm going to predict it, and I've been screaming it. Watch what he does. He's gonna manufacture a cell phone service. I don't know where he'll build his own phone or what, but watch and see.
No, he
I've
will
been
be the
watching for it to
first.
happen.
This
Well,
is
he's
one
already
thing
doing
we could
Starlink.
probably agree on. We could probably
Yeah,
agree
he
on.
has
He's probably
Starlink.
going to be the first monopoly that Democrats agree to break up.
That I can see definitely happening because I think they wanted to do that with all these tech companies in the first place. I remember when Facebook was a thing. I mean, it's still a thing, but like, even when Google was like, a big, I don't know if they broke it up into multiple companies. I know it's like the A alphabet or whatever. But I remember when Facebook was a thing, they wanted to like semi dismantle it or something like that. Something happened with that. And then
Yeah, they
they
want to
turned
break it
into
up in
Meta
segments.
because they're like, oh well, half of our assets are going to what do you call that? Virtual reality.
Yeah, but because like money wise, they really can't fuck with him. But they can force him to show up in court, and that's the most that they can fuck with him, and they will do it.
Who is they though?
Like the government, like like if they decide that he's a monopoly and decide to break him up, they will make him stand trial like they did with Zuckerberg.
Yeah, but
Then
even
you
then,
have
I
to
think
be the ones behind the curtains.
I
That would be
don't
the
think they
ones who really
cucked
make
the
that
Zuck.
story.
To be honest.
Did you
'Cause-
know that like all the biggest dating apps are ran by the same company? So like
Same company.
Hinge
Yep.
and the dating app, they're all by the same company. There's like 6 of them, and
That's not surprising.
yeah, and they
Are
do it
they?
That's
just
how
to
everything is nowadays. That's how everything is. It's
they make
fucking creepy.
artificial competition. So people are like, oh, which one's better?
They,
Which one's better? It doesn't matter. They're all the
You're
same
using
company.
them all, no matter what, I guess. But that's the thing, though. Like, you got to be using a dating app. Like, what kind of man uses a dating app, anyways? That's kind of
Well, half of
suspect.
that shit too, that's like all linked back to one company, is like all Chinese too.
Yeah, that's true.
I only use Facebook dating for research purposes.
That's right.
how's it
Old
work?
school.
It hasn't worked yet.
All I know
I'll
is
see
there's
her
a
step
lot of
behind you,
locals
Jason.
in my area that just want to get to know me.
I don't need that. That was such a bad idea.
I'm thinking about Christian Mingle.
Yeah. Give it a shot, man.
And the silence
I
hit the
kind of want to
room.
know what that's all about. If you want to be the guinea pig,
I'll
I had a buddy who did the Hinge thing, and man, dude, he landed him some stuff like man the harpoons. That motherfucker landed him some fucking whales of a tails.
Hey, there you go.
And I told him, I was like, hey man, I was like, free, you know what I'm saying? Just turn the lights off. What
Yeah.
holes? He didn't want nothing to do with that, but
Single moms and whales. That's about
dude,
it.
I mean, like whales of it. Like I'm talking about like 5 feet wide type of shit. And I'm like, and he would send me
talking
the
dinosaur whales?
pictures because, dude, he would send me the pictures and it would be so funny because he's like, he's like,
This is her
I've been on
display
this app for
pic,
like
and
6
this is
weeks,
when I meet her, and it's like
dude.
totally
Oh my
different.
god, I wouldn't even. But I was like, oh, go get your, go get washed up, my friend.
That's so close. I'm just fucking die.
You're single. Who cares? Go get washed up. It's out of
That's
state.
what those are.
It don't even count if it's out of state.
People will catfish. I'm not gonna say any names, but I've had somebody from YouTube send me nudes, and
I think I know exactly the story about this.
yeah, let's not say the name, but
Okay.
then I saw them in a stream, and I was like,
completely different story, huh?
were those pictures you sent me when you were like 40 years ago? What are these?
I believe that I exactly know.
I think you know exactly who I'm talking about. But
oh boy, yeah, yep. Yeah. I think. All right. Let's not discuss.
I was like, that's not the person in this picture.
But at the same damn time, man, it's like, never mind. Let me stop.
That's some AI shit right there.
And I didn't even ask for them.
Dude, you never have to. That's the worst part about all of that. You're just minding your own business, talking a little shit or whatever, and then next thing you know, all this shit
Trying
pops
to
up.
drink a beer, eat a hamburger, and that pops up.
Right.
Yep.
They're telling you
Damn.
they're drinking natty ice or whatever.
But then I see the pictures and I'm like, hey, what up, girl? Let's talk. Let's hang out. And then
and then you get the real deal. And then you go, wait a minute.
Hold on.
Now we know how Jason spends his spare time, right?
You tricked me.
I'm telling you, bro. It's a nightmare out there. That's why, man, don't even look for it. If that's the case, yeah, that's the whole point. I think that's the moral of the story. Just don't even. And it's not that even anybody was looking for it, but it's just like, don't even pursue it. Because unless you see that shit in real life, man, it ain't even worth the effort, to be honest.
Yeah.
What if you don't mind? It don't matter. Is what they say.
Yeah, mind over matter. If you don't mind, it don't matter.
Yeah, it don't matter.
Yeah,
but I think that would matter a
like
little bit.
Anybody normal would mind, because
I guess I would mind for sure.
Yeah, no, dude. Like if I know exactly what he's talking about.
If I know what I'm getting into and I'm down with that, then
yeah, that's a different story. But like, don't switch it up. Don't switch it up, man. Don't send me something from fucking
10 years
20
ago.
fucking years ago.
20 years ago. Yeah, probably 20 years ago, actually.
Yeah.
That's going to be your experience with 90% of counts on Christian Mingle.
Damn.
You are you speaking from experience?
No, I'm just telling them that's what it's going to be.
Yeah.
Sounding confident.
Maybe they're more honest because
Christians
Christian,
are honest.
You gotta,
right. Yeah.
You know, Christians are meant to be
It's
honest.
gonna be a bunch of heathens.
Supposed to be
It's going to be
honest.
full of
their
heathens
pictures,
trolling you.
their pictures are gonna be 5 years old, then, right? Instead
5
of
is
20.
okay. I
The
could deal with 5,
preacher-
but like 15, 20, 30 years.
Yeah.
Come on, dog. Like,
No, this
like, I'm
had to
seeing
be at
Jenko
least
jeans in the
15.
background.
This had to be at least 15-year difference.
I was seeing Jenko jeans in the background. You know, there's like some Puerto Rican guy or whatever with the braids. Back when reggaeton was a fucking thing. You know?
Yeah. But the preacher's daughter is the freakiest one.
Those are yeah, that's true, man. They really do. Yep.
See,
I ain't gonna lie.
You gotta watch out.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
I can't say
Daddy
too
told
much,
me I
man.
couldn't. I guess I have to.
I don't want to say too much. I seen some pictures where like the other side looked a little bit worn out, not the normal side.
What, the back end?
The back end was like blown out completely.
Damn.
And I'm like, what happened to the front? Like, I don't even want to know what that poor thing has been through, because that regenerates after a while, I'm assuming.
Yeah, that back, you'd be farting like
The other end, that that's not forgiving. That's forgiving. And that shit look like from the cheeks, that shit was worn out. Oh, I don't know, man.
Huh.
God bless.
I'll be back.
Good God.
You played the remaster Silent Hill 2 tonight?
That's what I was playing, bro. It's so good, but it's so fucking frustrating because you know, I don't know. It's like too many resources now. You know, like you give these motherfuckers all the RAM and hard drive space and all the fucking processing power in the world, and they just do whatever the fuck they feel like doing. Back in the day, they used those resources properly. You know, like they're like, you can only go this way, and this is the only place you're gonna find, you know, that coin that you were looking for fucking 6 hours. You know.
Yeah.
It's a good game, though. I suggest you get it. Play it too. Fuck it.
I want to do Resident Evil 4. I've never. I need 4, 5, 7,
You haven't
8.
played that game?
4, 5.
Bro, you gotta get a quest. You gotta get a quest, and you gotta play Resident Evil 4 VR. It's the best experience of Resident Evil.
I have
I
a
promise.
Quest, but then but here's the thing: though, when you're playing it for YouTube, it doesn't translate properly, right?
I don't know.
No.
That was just more of a personal recommendation. I was just saying that the VR version of Resident Evil 4 is amazing.
I
He probably
understand.
has a Quest. I'm sure he has a Quest. Mr. Mad
I've
has
got a Quest.
every freaking system.
Dude, I got everything, but like I get nauseous when I play. Like, dude, I had the what was it, Resident Evil 7.
Yeah, you don't have your sea legs, and yeah, that shit takes a
Dude,
while to get over.
I fucking fall apart.
Yeah, I'm
honestly,
not.
like 5 minutes in, I'm already fucking ready to throw up.
Yeah, you have to
Especially I
find
drink all the
something
time,
like
so,
super
like, I'm
casual
already
to get
tipsy
into
as
it.
is. You know, like
I don't want to
I'm
be
already
prepped
spinning,
for the
you know?
pods. You're getting prepped for the pods. I'm not trying to get prepped.
Yeah,
for the
that's
pods.
true too, though. I'm with JS on this. I ain't ready to eat the bugs. I don't want to be in the pods yet. Not just yet, anyways.
Oh no, man! Borderlands 2, when you're playing the guy who dual wields weapons and you can shoot with both of your arms, is an amazing feeling.
In VR or in regular video games?
In VR, yeah, in VR, because you
Oh,
get to
man.
fucking aim at two people at once.
I understand what you're saying, and man, dude, like there was an operation. Like, all right, I don't know how old you are, but like, do you know what Operation Wolf is?
No.
Okay, so I'm the old nigga here. All right, it used to be an arcade game. It had like a little Uzi, a physical like Uzi as it was like a joystick, right? And then it sticks out away from the screen. It was that was the joystick. You ever been to an arcade?
Yeah,
I don't know how
I
old
get
you
the
are.
type of setup you're talking about.
Huh?
Yeah, I get the setup you're talking about, like an arcade gun that you aim at the
So the
screen.
gun itself was like you physically hold the gun as if it's an Uzi, and it's an actual Uzi. And then just the screen in front of you, it's like a bunch of dudes, and it's like NES graphics, so it's nothing special. But you're just you're shooting the fucking gun. All right, so in VR, there's a game called like Operation something or other, and it's just basically that game in VR, but you're holding the fucking gun in VR. But then you can like peer into the screen. You know what I'm saying? Like the characters are actually inside of the screen, and it's like it's its own dimension.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I put on VR. It's something you only understand once you've played a game in it.
Yeah.
When you you lean forward and you're like, oh, you can get closer
But
to the
here's the thing, like,
objects.
so normally in the arcade, obviously you can't
I
lean
haven't
into the
ever
monitor
done
and shoot
any
the
of
guys
this new
inside of the
VR yet.
monitor, right?
I'm scared of it.
game. No, yeah. Maybe don't be
You
so
have
much afraid
fun.
of it. Because
The only
it's
VR
not
I've
that
ever
scary.
done is Virtual Boy. Remember with the red lines, like
Oh
battle
my God,
tanks?
I got one of those. That's a headache-inducing nightmare, and I still have
Gosh.
that.
I feel like you're like
I wish there was a way
afraid.
to play that and translate the fucking experience, to YouTube.
What
or
happens
something.
when they want to hook tubes up to your stomach and you eat in the game, and then they like feed the bugs through the tube into your
I don't want the
stomach?
bugs, though. Why can't I get a steak? If it's fake, why can't I get a steak? You know what I mean?
Well, just stay away from the tube VR headsets and.
Let's bring this back to the Matrix. I think you were talking about the Matrix earlier.
This is the Matrix. This is what
If
it is.
it's fake, let me get the steak. You know
This
what
is
I mean?
how it starts, and I don't even know what level we're on right now. We might already be in the. We might
we're
already be in
passed
the
it up.
simulation.
Like, we're balls deep into the Matrix right now.
Yeah,
to
we're
be
not
honest.
in base level. Like,
no, hell no. We are. Like, we are fucking fully into, like, we got some defiance, but nah,
I'm not trying to go deeper.
Huh?
I'm not trying to go deeper into I don't need to go to the next level of the Matrix.
One of the steaks are really good if you get. I'm saying.
If they can make me taste it.
Pause.
Yeah, pause. Oh man.
No Diddy. No Diddy.
Yeah. Don't make me taste
I just like that in the games you have a headset on, you start like ducking behind shit. And there's a point where you're like playing and you're like, dude, in the real world, I look like a retard right now.
Dude, that's the funniest part.
But then you
There's
just,
like,
you
I
just
remember
keep having
seeing
fun.
the bits where like the dad would throw like the fucking, the headset on, and he's playing like football, and he's like, hut, hut, hike. And then he runs like fucking face first into the fucking
Straight
wall or
into
something.
the wall. That was so funny.
Like poor guy. He's not ready for this. He's still eating that steak.
You know, that's what mostly makes you get like nauseous is that fucking movement without moving. It like fucks with your head. The fact that you're like moving forward, but you're not moving forward.
Yeah, dude. I think that's what. So the worst games I've ever played was like Half-Life, Alex, um, Boneyard or something like that, or Boneworks, or I don't know what it was.
Which are all great games, but if you're not used to playing VR, will make you nauseous really fast.
So I got to put like a fan on, like 2 fans on, and then sometimes I'm able to tolerate it, and I got to be like shit faced drunk out of my mind, and then I think my brain shuts my motion perception thing off, and then I'm like, okay, we're inside the game. As long as the fans are running, it tricks my brain into thinking that we're like somehow moving. But like yeah, like Boneworks, it was like the physical movement. But that's why I like Operation something or other, whatever it was. Operation, it's supposed to be like Operation Wolf. But like I can was that
Wolfenstein?
No, it's not Wolfenstein. It's like Operation Wolf, but it's like it's the arcade game that I was trying to tell you about earlier, where you get like an Uzi in front of a fucking monitor. It's a real game in real life, but like in the VR, you're holding the fucking Uzi freestyle, and then you can peer into the monitor as if it's another world. Like you're outside of this monitor, but inside this box, you know, of like a fake world. You can actually peer inside, and like there's little, you know, characters roaming
You're
around.
like
You're shooting at them
watching
with an Uzi.
yourself watching a TV, and you can like go into the TV.
That's what it is. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like,
you ever been to like a fun center or like a Dave and Buster's and done like the VR rides?
We have a
kinda. I think I did.
we
those
have a
before.
VR place next to a Dave and Buster's, and I've been to the Dave and Buster's, but I haven't been to the VR place.
Yeah, some of those rides are really cool.
And they have like
roller coaster rides,
treadmill
right?
where you're like in a
Yeah, the
circle.
roller coaster ride ones are dope.
Yeah, those are pretty dope actually.
I've been on those, and those are cool. But I'm talking about you put a VR headset on, and you're in like a ring with a treadmill. And
no, I haven't done
Oh
that.
yeah, I know what you're talking about. Those are like those
Yeah,
ones
that's
are
like
expensive
super
as
high-end.
fuck. Most people don't even have those setups. Those ones are
That's what I'm
expensive
saying.
as
Like
fuck.
that's super high end. Like I think that would actually help because at least your body thinks that you're moving. But like when you're
Yeah, I
sitting
think
on the
those
couch,
treadmill are like 13 to 20K. Those treadmills.
really fuck that.
Well, this is
Like I already
it's
spent
not,
like
it's not for you to
$2
buy.
grand on my
It's
fucking
like
Oculus. Or no, it wasn't even Oculus. What is the one that Valve made? It was like $2 grand. It was fucking or $1,500 or something like that.
I don't know.
Index, I think it was Valve Index. I got one of those, and like it's supposed to be high resolution, all that shit. That's not a good thing. You don't want high resolution. You want like low resolution.
I've seen
Was it
Resident.
fucking with your brain more?
Huh?
Was it fucking with your brain more?
I think when it's high resolution, like your brain knows that you're not moving, though. You know what I mean? Like physically moving. So like if you're sitting on the couch and your body is stagnant, but then your vision is fucking trying to, you know, run around doing a bunch of shit in high resolution. Me personally, I get seasick, like a motherfucker. Like I'm throwing up left and right, you know. But I have the same problem with like really high graphics, like Doom Eternal, let's say, right? If I put on max settings and all that crap, I'm vomiting tonight. You know,
Damn,
like the
so you
second I
just don't
start
you just don't
fucking
do
around
well
like
with
that.
motion then.
Yeah, I got bad motion things, and maybe like I said, sometimes if I drink a lot, my brain is all right. It's like all right, let's go with the flow. You know.
Sometimes if you drink a lot.
Whatever. The times that I drink a lot and play those types of games, then the combination tends to be a little bit better than if I was sober playing those games. I'll word it that way.
Yeah, I used to play this like Rainbow Six Siege-esque VR game, and I got so addicted to that for a while.
They have Resident Evil
It's not
7
the VR
on
games.
VR.
Like all right, like there's a game called The Room, for VR, and it's just like a puzzle game. You know, it's like you're solving all these like Rubik's Cube style puzzles. And the navigation is like hopping, you know, like you point your shit and then like you
Oh yeah, the
transport.
teleport to move. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah, I was thinking those games would be better for you.
Dude, I could play 50 hours of that fucking game, no problem. But the
Some of the
second I
games
start
you're
to like
talking
fluidly
about.
move, you know, as if I'm like walking or anything, like vomit station.
Some of the games you're talking about, if you go into the settings, you can switch to teleport to play to move.
Yeah, but that's like I want to learn how to play the way it's intended. Like Half-Life, Alex, it's supposed to be because they had that same setting. You could teleport, but that's not fun, man. I want to be able to learn how to play the way normal people play. Like I want to play first-person shooters, like Call of Duty style shits.
I've
I
seen
think
Fallout
one of
4.
the
Fallout 4
Boneworks or
VR
something like
looks
that.
pretty good. I'd like to
Which
play
one?
it. Fallout 4.
Yeah, like shit like that, dude. You can actually
Yeah, but
play
all those games you have to like run through your PC. They're not like easily gettable on the headsets. You have to like run PCs through them to hook it up.
The one I got, so I got the Oculus, but I also got the fucking Valve one.
Vive?
Index, I think it's called Index. That one was like a fucking so much money, and it's like it was outdated when I bought it. You know, the Oculus actually looks better than the fucking Index, but you could play the Oculus through the PC, and the Index through the PC, and you couldn't play the Oculus through the PC properly, or you got to sideload shit or something. I don't know what the fuck it was.
Yeah, the Oculus Quests, you have to use like the
Android
games that they have. Yeah, the games that they have on their App Studio are trash. They have like nothing. You need like a PC with sideload games into it.
Right.
But you can.
They're like Android apps, basically. They're
My
like
friend,
fucking.
my friend had an Oculus, and he could remote connect to his desktop at home, so he could be at the airport with the Oculus thing on and the control sticks, playing games that were on his PC, which was at home.
That's yeah. I don't even doubt that. I need to get a PC set up so I can fucking do shit like that because my Oculus is basically useless without one. There's like 3 or 4 good games on its own App Studio.
That's
that will be the new norm.
Like I got the Oculus 2, but I got it jailbroken, so my shit is completely offline, so I can't probably do any of that. Maybe
That's hellish. Being completely offline on it is actually hellish. I mean, maybe if you have games already loaded into it.
Yeah, that's what I do. Like I got the biggest size or whatever, which I think was like 256 or something. I don't even remember.
I thought about
Or
getting an
512 or
Oculus, but
something like
I'm
that,
old school.
gigabytes.
I want to do
but what I
some
did
streams
was-
of VR chat, but if I do VR chat and I just go in and talk
gay,
to these,
dude.
yeah, but I like talking to these kids. You know, we're trying to preach the word to these kids.
I like talking to these kids.
You
But I'm
old
not-
piece of shit.
But I'm not gonna wear the helmet. I'm just gonna play
See,
it on desktop.
my shit is only offline because my shit is like jailbroken, so I can pirate all the games because I'm not about to pay for fucking like I got all this shit on Steam. I literally paid for all this shit on Steam.
Yeah, you're
I'm not
crazy.
gonna rebuy
You're
this shit
crazy
on Oculus, but it's
jailbreaking
gonna
a
be even
PS5.
worse.
When I see you do a stream where you jailbreak a PS5, it pisses me off, just so you know.
Why?
Because
Why does it piss you off?
people out here wishing they had a PS5. You got a PS5 that you like don't even play with, and you're like, I'm gonna jailbreak my PS5. I'm like, don't. What are you talking about? You're gonna.
I only bought it to fucking jailbreak the shits. That's the only reason I bought the PS5. I got a fucking whole computer, bro.
It's crazy.
No, it's not crazy.
You could
gotta
totally
prepare for this
ruin.
shit, man.
You could totally ruin it.
No, you don't ruin your PS5 by jailbreaking it.
You could.
You just can't get a refund if it breaks within
It's not
warranty.
gonna break, dude. Trust me.
Yeah, when you try to turn a game on, it crashes. It was in a stream. You did it in a stream. You're like, we jailbroke it. Let's play this game, and it crashes. And I was like, there we go. Here we go.
It goes back to normal. It's
Like I
fine.
tried to download some shit and it broke.
Nah, dude. It's fine. It's fine. You jailbreak it. If it crashes, it'll just restart it all over again. It's like nothing ever had. It's the same thing with phones. All my phones are all jailbroken. I don't have a phone that I can't jailbreak.
It seems so.
Except one phone that I'm waiting on the new jailbreak for that one to happen, and that's only that one specifically.
It's
But
wild to me. Like I don't even want to open it up because I don't want to void the warranty or whatever. You know,
dude, I don't care about no warranties, bro. Like all this shit is old technology, bro. The PS5 I bought was like from 2 years ago. They're not gonna warranty my shit.
How
anymore.
much did you pay for it 2 years ago? $1,000?
Nah, like $500.
Well, you got
whatever the retail cost was. I bought it when it came out, like Best Buy. You know, I didn't buy it like from.
Were you on like a pre-order list, or how'd you get it at that price?
If yours, wherever you are, Josh,
was
probably just has higher sales. Like in my stores near me, like you could just go in and buy PS5s at any point after they came out.
Yeah,
there
we-
was no
mine
like
was online.
shortage.
We got them
Like,
now,
I was-
but at the time that
I
they
was
came
literally on
out,
the
you couldn't
Sony
find a
website,
PS5.
No, I was on the Sony website, and I think I signed my email up, and then like one day randomly, because I remember I was in. What the hell was I doing? I don't know what I was doing, but like I remember getting a fucking alert, and I'm like, hold on, guys! Like I stopped the whole world. I was like, I need to buy this PS5 right now, and it was through Sony, and then like you get in a line virtually, and then you fucking wait like 15 minutes, and your payment goes through, and then that was it. They shipped it to my house. That was it. I paid the retail cost. I'm not paying fucking scalpers prices for that shit.
Yeah.
And then later,
People
like
were
maybe
paying
a year or two
$2,000
later,
for
they're like,
PS5s back
"Hey,
then.
do you
Yeah,
guys
fuck
do you
that
want
shit. I would just wait.
Well, no, because that's another problem with the jailbreaks. You got to get it on an early firmware. So I bought
No, I'm not
another
saying you. I'm
PS5.
not saying I would have waited to jailbreak it. I'm saying if you couldn't get it before they sold out, I would just wait rather than spending $2K.
Oh
Fuck
yeah,
that
I would
shit.
never spend more than the retail cost. You know what I mean? Like I would never. Yeah, fuck that. That's ridiculous. Because yeah, there's too many niggas with bots out there, anyways. That just like I don't know how they get them, but they get like fucking 20 of them or whatever, and then they sell them for fucking $2,000 each. I'm not paying that. I paid the original retail cost for both of my PS5s. One is from like the first year, and then like the other one was from like a year later. But they're both jailbreakable right now, both of them. So I just don't play them because I'm like I'm not gonna update. I don't need to be on PS Network. The few games that I do want to play, which is like Astro's Bot or whatever the fuck it is, eventually I'll play them. But what's more important to me is jailbreaking them, because now all the 12 games that I got that I actually physically bought on discs, I could dump them and play them on the hard drive without the disc.
Yeah, I mean it's been out for 2 years. The console's like fucking useless. You might as well make it to where you can get as much use out of it as possible.
That's the way
like
I
not
see
shit
it.
has come out.
'Cause I got a computer.
It's
like
not
all
better for Xbox
everything on
either.
PC runs way better there than on a PS5, anyways.
Well, there's a huge problem with like the newer consoles, even the newer PCs. To make a game that's maxing out their shit, you're spending at least $400 to $500 million on that game, and there's like 3 studios that can do that.
I mean, I haven't even seen too many games that I want to play. Like today was just the only day. Was it Silent Hill remake? And the only reason I bought that was because I literally just got into a fucking tangent about playing Silent Hill 1 on a fucking CRT monitor, like the old school tube monitors, because I wanted.
Well, like what's the company that makes the Dark Souls franchise? What the fuck's that company?
Neversoft.
I know what you're talking about. Dark Souls is fucking difficult as shit and frustrating as
When
hell.
you break one of those, are you over?
So they
are you
have
using
so much
e-com?
money.
They're
They have
able
so
to
much
do
money, they could make a new game that would max out the new consoles.
Okay.
But like I don't even think Bethesda has enough money to max out the new consoles.
Probably not, yeah.
They
you're right.
say the Nintendo Switch 2 is going to have the graphics capabilities of the PS5. Which
It's
is
about time though. Like when Switch 1 came out, they were like 5 years behind already,
Yeah, but
You have to override the e-com when you do that.
like a handheld, if they have the handheld and the Joy-Cons and everything on with PS5 graphics, that's crazy.
They got a lifespan out of that console too. The Switch was fucking good.
Honestly, I think the Switch is on par for overselling the PS2, which has been the most successful game console like in the past 30 years or something like that.
Well, they're one of the only companies that understands like having exclusive games is like a huge like PS4 had a bunch of it, but they're kind of giving it up for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah.
They were like nailing it in the exclusive range, but they're kind of just like dying off on it.
Yeah, and that was the thing too. Like Microsoft, like everything you can find on Microsoft or Xbox or whatever is on PC. So like, what's the point of buying a fucking Xbox?
Right.
You literally could just buy it on a fucking computer for
Yeah,
cheaper.
they even moved Halo. Even Halo is on Microsoft.
Right.
Yeah, I have a PC and a
Sony's
Switch.
doing the same shit though. Like all their God of Wars and all that's all available on PC. Like, what the fuck am I gonna
Yeah,
buy?
exactly. What Josh just said is how most people are. I have a PC and a Switch because you need a Switch if you want to play Nintendo games.
Yeah.
Well,
if
no,
I want to play
because
Mario
what?
Maker, I need a
Dude,
Switch. Yeah.
I'll tell you
Mario
this one. I
Kart
had Ryu Jinx, and I was playing Zelda Echoes of Wisdom 6 days before it came
Zelda
out.
games. Yep.
Dude, I had that game 6 days before it came out. Zelda Echoes of Wisdom on Ryu Jinx.
I don't
with
even know
better
what Echoes of
performance than
Wisdom
on my actual
is.
Switch.
What is Echoes of Wisdom?
I know, I'm so confused too.
It's the newest Zelda game that just came out. Like,
is that the Breath of the Wild sequel?
No,
Huh?
the Breath of the Wild.
Is it the sequel to Breath of the Wild?
No, I played that on stream.
It's more like a Link's Awakening style game. Like,
It's
but
like the remaster sequel. Oh, okay. It's
like
part of the remaster
overhead,
series.
like an overhead Game Boy style game.
No, but well, so it looks exactly like Link's Awakening, the remake. But
yeah, I know that one. Yeah,
it's a brand new game though. It's like it never came out before. This is its own
new
game.
story, just same art style. That's what you're saying.
Same engine, I guess. Like same engine, right?
Yeah.
And Zelda is the fucking main character, so that's kind of gay already.
Oh no! Do you get to play a Sheik? That'd be pretty lit.
No, you're playing as Zelda, literally the fucking woman, the girl that
that's less lame.
Link is supposed to be saving.
Well, yeah, she's chic though sometimes, and when she's chic, that's badass.
But, however, the one upside is it does have the Tears of the Kingdom style, like puzzle ability slash.
Tears of the Kingdom is
like
the
what do you call that?
sequel to
Like
Breath of the
RPG
Wild.
style. Like you can manifest like a whatever zombie or not zombie. What do you call it? Like whatever monsters you encounter. So let's say you encounter like a sea urchin. You can clone a sea urchin now, and he's on your side, and he's going to attack the enemies that you want to attack. You can clone once you learn how to. They're called echoes. So like, let's say you know the guys who throw the spears at you. Once you defeat him, he becomes like a little ghost, and then you learn an echo of him, and then you can fucking create your own version of him. So you can have like 2 or 3 of him. And they're going to be throwing spears at your enemies. You know what I'm trying to say? Or, I'm not making myself.
I don't know, but remember I played Tears of the Kingdom on stream. I beat that game.
Yeah, I do remember that. But what I'm saying is it has similar strategies. Like let's say, all right, you're trying to sneak behind the guards and you're on some bookshelves. You've already learned how to make a bed because it's an echo. So now you can make 2 beds and stack those 2 beds across the bookshelves, and now you can sneak behind the enemy. And then if you want to distract those enemies, you could place like a fucking sea urchin or monster or something like that in front of him. Now that guy is going to try to fight that enemy while you're off sneaking away doing something else.
So almost like old style Metal Gear. Like Metal Gear style, like
kind of like that. But it's kind of like the Tears of the Kingdom shit. Like how Tears of the Kingdom where you like manifest, like you paste together like a fucking board and like the fans, and then now you got like a surfboard that flies in the air. You can create those kind of things. It's limited. It's not as intense as Tears of the Kingdom, but you could do that in this game. But like I said, the art style is more like, or the engine is more like the Link's Awakening remaster, where it's kind of like top view, isometric. It's a very small map. It's not like fucking 90 hours long or whatever.
Yeah, it sucks that it has to make you so soy, but Nintendo knows what they're doing.
Yeah, that is pretty gay though. Like I was kind of upset that it's like, but it worked. It
Sometimes
worked
I sit there and I'm like, I'm an adult man still playing Nintendo games, but I'm like, there's really nothing else better to play.
Yeah, that's man. You ain't right about that one. Man,
I'll play WoW.
ladies, baby.
That's all I know.
There'll be like an ad coming out, and it's like the new Pokemon game. You can interact with the Pokemon, and I'm like, oh shit.
I'm telling
And
you,
I'm
bro.
like, what
Like,
the
they
fuck
get
am I
you by the
doing?
balls. They know what they're doing. These motherfuckers out there. They know exactly what they're doing. Well, anyways, the whole point was on Ryu Jinx, I was able to play that game 6 days before it came out. So I
How
mean,
did you get it
ways
6
to
days
do
ahead
it
of time?
on a PC. You know, I mean, they killed the emulator now at this point. The emulator is completely dead, and this was something that was thriving for years. But it must have been that must have been a soft spot for them because that game.
Yeah, I know jailbreaking your Switch, you can get a shit ton of stuff.
Oh yeah, I got a bunch of switches that I could jailbreak, but
I know you can get like Linux
what
on
are
there,
those,
basically
in the
just turn
lab
it
or
into a
something?
PC.
well, the point was
Where do those
this
come
was
from when you get them?
you could do this on your phone. You could play Ryu Jinx or an Android or fucking or just any modern day PC. You could literally emulate Switch games like with even better frame rates than on a native Switch. Like on the physical hardware itself, you can have a better experience playing it on a computer emulated than on the actual hardware. So I understand why they shut it down, but that's just a testament to the power of having a PC. You know what I mean? Same thing right now. Like, well, I think there's a big development in like PS4 emulation. Like you can actually play some PS4 games, but like we were talking about earlier, like anything Xbox exclusive, PS5 exclusives, not too much shit out there, man.
Yeah, especially if you're a collector too, right?
Yeah, I think I collect more than I actually play. Like I play once.
Yeah, so in our situation too, we buy a shit ton of discs, and those discs can go bad. Jailbreaking is perfect, at least on one of your consoles.
Yeah.
So you can fucking burn over your discs, so you don't lose the game when the
That's
discs
what I like.
break.
It's preservation, like of your own media, because yeah, disc rot is a total thing, especially discs. Like even the fucking Switch games, the NANds that they use, which I don't even know what NAND stands for. I forget what, but it's a chip that's like inside the fucking. It's basically like how SD cards are, right? There's like some type of NAND inside. It's like some type of storage, whatever. If you don't power them on, like the electrons don't fucking like they lose their lifespan or something like that. And then like if you haven't put in a fucking Switch game in your console for like 5 years, let's say, it may actually just corrupt itself and it'll break itself out. You won't be able to use it. They had that problem with the Nintendo Wii U. If you never turn your system on, or if you don't, plug it in too often, if it doesn't experience power, the actual system NAND corrupts, and then you just can't use the system anymore.
Now you're scaring me. I gotta turn my Switch on.
Turn your Switch on, turn your fucking Nintendo Wii on, or Wii U, all that bullshit, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah, I collect old fucking consoles. I don't collect like any of the new stuff.
I mean,
But yeah, no, I started doing that because that's just like a huge problem. I have like 5 different original Xboxes, and a lot of those older consoles, all of their fucking like
the capacitors.
What is it? No, it's the fucking Prism. It's the Prism that reads the discs, dude. Those all like go to shit, and like no matter what the console is.
You're talking about the laser lens, right?
Yeah, the laser reader.
No, dude, what you really got to worry about on the Xboxes, the original Xboxes, there's a clock capacitor. And capacitors are basically little tiny, like short-term used batteries. So they're only meant for like rapid discharge, but they have to be like plugged in the entire time. So they create like a quick jolt of energy. But if they're discharged for too long, they can actually fail and explode, and then they'll leak electrolytic fluid all over your fucking console's important components. So like the clock capacitor specifically on the Xbox, the original Xbox, the big fat ass fucking green Xbox.
Yeah, no, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, those can explode, and the electrolytic fluid is like acidic, and it literally just eats away at everything surrounding it, like whatever
Yeah,
is
no,
in that area.
My biggest fear is that type of stuff will happen to my special edition consoles.
Right. Yeah. And there's like the Mountain Dew Xbox, and even like I said, like PS2. All these consoles are like Game Gears. I don't know if you remember Game Gear. It was like the old Sega Genesis style, or not
Fucking
Sega
Genie,
Genesis, but Sega.
Game Genie and shit. Yeah.
Those like a dead or an exploded capacitor on something like that, the screen just doesn't work anymore. And it's an easy fix, but depending on how much of that electrolytic fluid spilled and destroyed the fucking PCB, it may be irreparable. So that's what sucks. Like, these are things that need to be turned on or at least plugged in, and maybe once a year at least turned on and played.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, preferably you do annual cleanings, but you can't expect that out of like the average person.
Even cleaning, it doesn't matter. It's just like these components are meant to wear out. Like
Especially like these newer consoles too. They're so fucking hard to clean. They literally set them up to where if you try to clean them and you're not good at it, you're gonna break your console trying to even open it.
Dude, like PS5, they use liquid cooling. It's like some type of liquid metal cooling thing. But if that gets on anywhere, if like for whatever reason you open that console up and it leaks somewhere, that will fry the whole fucking system. Like it just like bridges all these connections to all of these things that are not meant to be.
Have you ever opened an Xbox One?
Xbox One? No, I've done a 360 before.
Yeah, the ones are the one that have the ribbons across the fucking opening panel. So you have to undo the ribbons as you're opening them. And if you don't, if you fuck up at all, you just like absolutely destroy the console.
That's what I did with an iPhone one time, because I didn't know that I think it was the iPhone 7. I was trying to open one up the way I normally open up every other fucking iPhone, but they put the screen's ribbon cable alongside where like use like basically like a guitar pick to like undo like the tension fasteners.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
But if you rub it along the wrong path, with like if you get too like you just completely slice the ribbon cable that goes to the monitor, or the fucking screen, and then they lose your fucking whole screen.
I work with Game Boys a lot.
They wanted to repair the shit because they don't want you to repair the shit.
Yeah, I work with Game Boys a lot, and like they literally made those to where they're so easy to open. You can get the ribbon out easily, and it's like every generation since then they find new ways to make it harder for you to even open up your own fucking console.
The worst one I've ever worked on was the what the hell was it? The 3DS. Oh my fucking god! Because they like wind up this fucking ribbon cable into the hinge.
Yeah, you can't even open the console without undoing ribbons. Like you open it half an inch and you're having to undo ribbons.
You ruin the ribbon, and then now you got to replace the entire fucking console. Essentially, I mean, it's easy. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's you could replace it, but it's
there's people that do it all day, but it's a fucking annoyance.
Yeah,
it's like an extra barrier.
It's not a fucking pedestrian task or whatever. Like it's not just plug and play. Like you got to wind the fucking ribbon into the hinge. Shove the hinge in there as well, and then like if you can manage to put all that shit together and it works, and then you can plug it into the main motherboard
the DS
or whatever.
line. The DS line is when they started that fucking rounding the ribbons through the hinge, and it's the stupidest fucking design.
That's why I stopped fucking with all this new technology shit. Like I'm not gonna open up no fucking PS5 anymore or any of that bullshit. That's how you fucking up, bro. Because there goes $500 right there. Like. one wrong move, and literally the liquid cooling, it's liquid metal cooling. If that gets anywhere on any part of the console, you might as well just fucking throw that bitch in a fucking fire. You know, it's bridging every single connection that's not meant to be bridged electronically. You know. Anyway, enough about nonsense.
Yeah. This is getting very nerdy. Sorry, Josh.
That's all right. I like nerdy stuff. I don't know about taking apart systems, things like that, but
Yeah, we're basically just complaining they added in all this new shit to where if like you don't know how to do step 1 perfectly, you just destroy the whole console.
Right. Yeah. Basically, they just want you to send it to them to repair the shit. That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's really what they're doing. It's like BMW. BMW did this 10 years ago, 20 years ago, probably. They don't want you to fucking do your own oil change.
The game's going bad.
You
think the game's going bad after a year is like planned obsolescence? Like
right, it is. It is planned obsolescence. This is exactly what this is.
They kind of want.
There's still some good games that hold up, but yeah,
of all the shit that you got.
Like Elden Ring was decent. The God of War game, the first one was really good. I haven't played the second one. There's still some decent games that come out, but it's definitely further in between than it used to be.
Well, like I was saying earlier, like now you can find all that shit on PC anyways. If you got a decent PC, you could probably build a PC for like a decent one that'll last. I mean, it'll last you a little bit longer than a fucking PS5, let's say, right? But
now that Taiwan's got the chips, at least.
Huh?
Now that Taiwan's got the chips, at least, like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, it was like nearly impossible to build a fucking PC.
Yeah, but even some of the pre-built shits now are like up there with something you could build yourself. Like you're not really saving too much more money anymore. Like before, it was
how much more can they improve? How much more can they improve God Rays, man? They've been working on God Rays for like 10 fucking years.
The what?
God Rays, like I'm just talking about how a lot of like new gen gaming has to do with like lighting.
Oh,
it's basically a doomer.
That's what you meant, right?
Yeah, it has to do with like doomer pilling on new graphics. How it's all just like affecting the lighting, making it more glossy.
Even if you get all that crap, dude, it's like now you're gonna spend a fucking shit ton on power consumption. Like all the newest graphics cards, like like I don't even know if you use all of that processing power, but like you're spending like fucking 1,200 watts.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, I don't even. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I was like, I don't even think Bethesda can afford to create a game that maxes out these types of graphics cards.
Even if you can do like the technology is not there. Like I've seen Unreal Engine 5.2 or whatever, like the newest shit that they got. It looks good, but it's like you can still tell it's a fucking video game. It's not like reality or anything like that. You know what I mean? And it doesn't warrant fucking like a fucking $500 light bill every month. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I don't know. I haven't seen too many new games. Even the newest of the new, like dude, like Resident. What was the last thing I played? Besides the Silent Hill just now, but Red Dead Redemption still looks fucking phenomenal. And that shit came out like 6 years ago or 8 years ago. I don't even know how long it's been. It still looks great.
That's why even whenever the new consoles get games, they just dual release them on the old ones because they're like the old ones can still handle these games. There's no reason to not just like release it on there too.
And then the only thing they do, like let's say even PS5, right? PS5, they just keep releasing PS4 games. The only difference is they'll unlock the 60 frame per second or whatever shits. That's it. So they just unlock a higher frame rate. Maybe they might throw some little high res textures or something like that.
I don't know why I can't play Dying Light 2 on my computer. I bought it on release day, pre-ordered it. I was so excited for Dying Light 2. And for some reason I can't play it on my computer. I should be able to drop the graphics down and stuff and play it, but
what are you running? Maybe it depends because if you don't have a graphics card, like if you have integrated graphics, that's the big difference.
I have a decent graphics card.
What do you got?
How do I find it? Video control panel.
Like I got a 2070 Super, which is like probably 6 years old now.
GeForce GTX 1660 Ti.
Nah, you need something a little bit newer now. Yeah.
Yeah, I've had.
But you should still be able to run it, I would think.
Yeah, I've had this computer.
It'll tell you on like what do you use Steam?
Yeah.
It'll tell you like the minimum requirements on Steam.
What he's going through right now is the only thing I hate about PC gaming.
What's that?
The stupid fucking like, is the problem my graphics card? Do I not have enough RAM? Like, what's happening right now?
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Yeah, but I think with enough tweaking and shit like that, I mean, you can get it
thought
to
before
run.
I bought it, I
you
had
can
all
learn
the.
to do it.
Before I bought it, I had all the
the
requirements,
minimum specs or whatever.
but it doesn't run at all. I don't know.
What does it do?
Yeah, you sound like you know what you're talking about. You could probably navigate it really fast, but for someone like me who has little PC experience, that shit is confusing.
It's just things that these like almost like arbitrary things because then it's either CPU or GPU and then RAM, but then
Well, I thought maybe it's because I'm running OBS and other stuff at the same time, but then I tried to run it by
but
itself.
maybe you don't have enough RAM to run it. So,
But I've played
but at the
newer
same
games,
time, like,
and they run like. So I don't know.
newer games run and this one doesn't.
Yeah, it was just Dying Light 2. It didn't work.
What launcher does it launch out of? Is it just like a Steam game?
It's through Steam. Oh, see, I don't even have it. I don't even have it loaded on my computer right now because I took it off.
Because it wasn't working.
It should still be in your Steam library, though. I think maybe
It's
updates
still in my library. But
maybe try to reinstall it. Sometimes things get fucked up, when they're installed. Like especially if you're upgrading parts and doing things like that. I would try to reinstall it and see if it'll run then, and if it doesn't, then check the minimum requirements. You could check your
because I played
about this computer.
Hogwarts Legacy came out after Dying Light 2, and that ran fine.
I mean, the date of the game, not necessarily, like Dead Cells probably came out after all of that, but that's like a low,
Fuck Dead Cells, Dead Space. That's where it's at.
Dead Space is where it's at. I ain't gonna lie.
Not the sequels though. Maybe 2, but Dead Space 1.
Yeah, the originals are really good. Hell yeah.
All right. Well,
Dead Cells fun, dude. I remember when that game came out.
But that's what I'm saying. Like that's kind of like I don't know about a newer game, but like it came out after like a lot of high end games. But you don't need too much resources to run that. Like I could run that on my phone probably.
It's on the Android App Store.
Yeah, so I mean it's not like a fucking resource intensive game. So the age of the game kind of may not matter. Evil, what'd you say? Evil Within?
Dying Light.
Dying Light, yeah. I mean,
Dying Light 1 is like my favorite game, I think.
Dude, y'all ever been on COD Mobile?
No, but
I know it sounds gay. I wouldn't even suggest to play it. But that shit runs
decent though, right?
Yeah, it's literally COD on your phone. It's crazy. It's like it's the fucking online, the Chinese online, Call of Duty online.
Yeah.
I played
It's
PUBG
literally
Mobile, and
I've seen people play it,
alright.
and I'm like, holy shit! Like it's like PS3 all over again, But it's
I just couldn't believe that like fucking app like phone games have upgraded so fast in like the last 10 years.
I'm telling you, yeah, dude.
PUBG didn't work very good on my computer either.
PUBG?
Yeah.
You may need RAM, and there's a lot of different bottlenecks. So like even the motherboard could be a bottleneck.
I think I have
The
like
CPU
32
itself
gigs
may
of
be a
RAM.
bottleneck.
16
If
or
it's not the
32.
fucking graphics card, it could be you may not have enough RAM to run it. You know,
Basically, fuck Dying Light 2. Don't they have like knockoffs of that game, like Friday the 13th or whatever? Just play that.
No, it's not even the same thing. I'm gonna end this stream. I'm gonna go out and walk my dog, and maybe I'll play some Resident Evil in like a half an hour. But I'm tired.
Oh, show.
I don't know. I might go to sleep.
Hey, run Dying Light in your fucking Steam Deck. You could totally run it on there.
What's the Steam Deck?
I thought you had a Steam Deck.
Steam Deck is the thing that has the buttons that you do the soundboards and the video clips and stuff like that, right?
Oh, I thought you had the fucking I thought you had the portable system by Steam, by Valve.
No, I have a Switch.
No, I know, but I thought you had.
Oh, you had like the $2,000 fucking handheld.
Yeah.
No.
I thought you had a Steam Deck. I know what you're talking about.
No,
okay,
when you
never
were
mind.
saying Steam Deck, I thought you meant like my Steam desktop thing.
Yeah, because Steam Deck is like a streamer term for
Yeah,
like.
no, I know the Steam Deck streamer thing, but I thought you meant you had a Steam Deck like the portable console.
You're talking
It's
about
like
the
basically
handheld console. No, I don't have.
Yeah, it's like a computer,
No,
but
I
it
don't
runs
have
Linux, and it runs like all the Steam games pretty good. If you don't have a PC, you can actually hook up to HDMI and all that shit, and it runs pretty fucking well.
I need to think about getting one of those and see if you can run VR through it, because that would be funny.
I don't think you can run VR through it, but they're worth getting. I think like now, like even the cheapest one, like which is what makes them the cheapest thing is storage now, and they're kind of like the Apple shits, you know, like it's either you get the fucking 512 or you got the 64 gigabyte, but the base model 64 gigabyte, I think it's like $300. It's totally worth it, dude. I mean, it's like twice the power of a. You can run Switch games on it. You know what I'm saying? And like full on PC games through it. So I don't know. But
Yeah,
PC is the way to go. If you ever can piece together like a decent PC, that's probably the easiest thing to do.
Hey,
You could
I think they
stream
also
that
have
with your
like
phone if you wanted to.
Don't
what I mean?
Steam Decks all have like OLED screens too?
No, so the newest ones do. The original ones, that's what I was saying. Like the ones for like $300, it's got the regular screen. It's got 64 gigs hard drive space. But
is The
they all have the
Wire
same
worth
processor.
watching? The Wire? Has anybody ever watched The Wire?
I've never watched The Wire.
I heard it was.
I've heard only good things about it, but I've never seen it. But I watch Days of Our Lives, if you know what that is. So I'm not a good judge of media.
Is that fucking
soap opera?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
soap
the
Did you
soap
say
opera.
Days of Our Lives? What the hell?
What in the world?
Yeah. Are You Crazy probably knows about that show more than anyone else in this call.
My mom watched
Just because I
Guiding
have gray hair, don't blame that shit on me.
Well,
I know I'm gray, but damn, I don't watch that show.
My mom watched
I know that, but it's a long enough existing show. It's probably existed alongside your life.
As the world
Yeah,
turns.
it has really. Oh god.
I think the show started in 1964.
I'm not grandfather. Yeah.
I do remember hearing about that.
I don't know, but
No,
I'm
I'm a
gonna
big
go.
fan of it. I wouldn't suggest it to anyone. I love it.
All right. No
I've
soap
watched it 3
operas.
times.
I've got one suggestion. If anybody, I mean, I pirated it because I don't have Netflix, but there's something called like Love, Robots, and something
I've
or
seen
other.
that. Love, Death, and Robots.
Love, Death, and Robots. That's a fucking awesome ass show, dude.
Is it a soap opera or is it
It's
like
on
No,
Netflix.
it's just like
No.
it's like short stories. They're like maybe 5-minute long
Kind of
episodes.
like Black Mirror.
It's like
kinda.
Black Mirror, but if it
It's
wasn't
like Black
as
Mirror,
lame.
exactly, dude. I was
Gotcha.
totally thinking about Black Mirror when I first saw it.
Black Mirror,
But
I
like
know.
actually genre flipping. Like all of Black Mirror is just about technology. Love, Death, and
Yeah,
Robots is about a bunch of different shit.
the whole gimmick is it either has love, it either has robots, or it has death. Yeah.
Clever.
Like
I'll have to
whatever the
investigate.
episode is about, it's got one of those three or all of those three or two of those three, whatever. But it's all animation too. So it's like either hand
Well, there's that
drawn
one live
animation
action
or like
episode.
All
There's
right,
the
all right, all
Fringe
right. We're
live
gonna
action
keep going all
episode.
night with this nerd shit.
all right. Go play motherfucking Resident Evil. I'm gonna stay up.
All right.
I'm gonna watch and
If I probably won't start it for like 30 minutes if I do, so we'll see.
well,
Are you telling Matt to do that, or you just gonna see what happens?
You know, I'm not for
Yeah.
sure. We're gonna see what happens. I'm gonna walk my dog and yeah, we'll probably play for a little while when I get home.
You go pick it up where you left off, right?
Yeah.
It's
I'm
too
intrigued.
dark
I don't
though,
know.
Josh. No chocolate donuts.
Yes, I'm trying to get that shotgun. I think my dog's gonna shit on the floor.
Poor Echo, you
Mine's
putting him through hell.
Mine's so little you don't even care if it does.
No, he's a big
A little
dog.
doggy.
He's a big dog, and it's not fun when he does that.
You got big dogs equals big poops.
Yep. All right, I'll see you guys later.
For sure.
Have a good night.
Y'all.
All right.
Good chilling. Later.
All right, chat. For the few people who are here, thank you to Easy for the raid earlier. If we got anybody left hanging out, I'm gonna go walk Echo. And I don't know. I was thinking either jump on Glenn's stream, see what they're talking about, or play Resident Evil. I think I'm gonna play Resident Evil if I come back and do that, but I might be tired and just crash out. But it was fun. Yeah, I think we'll be back in about 30 minutes and we'll play for a little while, see what happens. So thanks for hanging out, guys. See you later. God bless. Peace. Goon. Vote Trump.